are, I think that endorses the fact that we truly are a civilization.
Yes, well, I mean, what is a civilization? A civilization is a human collectivity that has advanced, that has developed to a high level, social, cultural, artistic development and organization that marks it out as something unique, something special. And I think we can make the case that the Caribbean is a civilization. In fact, this Caribbean region is really central to the whole story of the construction of the modern world. Maybe we won't get into that, but from the time of that Columbus voyage in 1492 and all of the processes that put in place, that really led to the construction of the modern world. So the Caribbean has always been at the center of international developments. But in constructing the modern world, this space created a very unique, multicultural, multi-ethnic human collectivity that has had a very unique historical journey, as I said, marked most of all by that yearning for and that struggle for freedom and all that led on to, because that yearning and struggle for freedom determine the kind of culture we produce, the kind of social philosophy, the kind of arts. You look at our music and our dance. It is full of that expression of freedom, breaking out of the confinements that other cultures put their dance and music in, expressing freedom, movement, you know. And so we thought, and I was very much involved in the big conversations and identifying topics and so forth. And we thought the ideal big conversation to start with is one on the fundamental idea underpinning Carifesta, the idea of a Caribbean civilization.
So let's talk the panel. Because in addition to, for a big conversation, you must have a big panel. And this certainly is, you know, that and a whole lot more.
Well, we are going with the senior statesman of CARICOM, which is Prime Minister Ralph Gonsalves of St. Vincent. And you know, Prime Minister Ralph Gonsalves some years ago wrote a very important essay titled The Idea of Barbados.
As a matter of fact, we had him on with Josanne Leonard on the Link Up, and he talked a lot about that. Yes.
So part of the discussion of the idea of Caribbean civilization will also focus on the Barbadian contribution to that Caribbean civilization. Well, because you know Carifesta is being held in Barbados, and Barbados is commemorating this year the 400th anniversary of the first British landing on Barbados. So we have Prime Minister Gonsalves, elder statesman. We also have our own Prime Minister, Prime Minister Mia Amor Motley. We have the Caribbean's foremost historian, Sir Hilary Beckles. And then we have two females, one panelist, female panelist, Dr. June Suma, who is a very distinguished daughter of the Caribbean civilization, the first female Secretary General of the Association of Caribbean States, ambassador to CARICOM and to the OECS for St. Lucia for several years, and a historian, an accomplished historian in her own right. And then moderating the panel, we have none other than the Secretary General of CARICOM, Dr. Carla Barnett. And of course, leading into the discussion. So the big conversation will start at 11 on the dot, but 15 minutes before, we're going to have music of the Caribbean. We're going to have a presentation from our poet, Akeem Chandler Prescott. So yes, we encourage all Barbadians to get, and the location. It is being held in Golden Square, Freedom Park, and you could not have found a better location in Barbados for that conversation than Golden Square, because this is sacred ground. This is the This is the public facility that celebrates our revolutionary heritage here in Barbados. So everybody should make their way, should be, as soon as we finish our conversation, Tisha, everybody should be heading into their cars and heading to Golden Square.
What are you looking forward to most coming out of this conversation? I know for you, this must be a personal big conversation. There are a few that are coming up, and I would like you to, preview some of them. I know there will be conversations on Haiti. There will be conversations on that center around Cuba. But for you, this one, your expectations, what are you hoping will come out of this conversation with Sir Hilary, with Dr. Gonzalez, with PM Motley?
Well, earlier I was speaking about the fundamental purpose of Carifesta. And of course, Carifesta is not only about, heavy things like that, a developmental purpose. It's also about celebration. It's about concerts, just, where we just express our arts and just feel good about ourselves and celebrate. So Carifesta is really a multifaceted festival. But one of the reasons that we put so much emphasis on elements like the big conversation, the big conversations and the symposium is because we really wanted to get back to that central touchstone of Carifesta being a space that helps us to clarify our visions for the future, clarify our ideas about our society, and to play that very serious developmental role, driven by the arts and artists. So yes, this introductory big conversation is really the big general one that looks at the overarching concept of our Caribbean civilization. They will look at what is this Caribbean civilization? What has its historical journey been? But they will also look at what role and mission in the world today and into the future this civilization must play. How has its history prepared it to play a special role, in world affairs today and into the future? So this will set the stage. But then, having had that overarching view, tomorrow we will become more granular. Tomorrow we will look at Cuba and Fidel Castro, talking Cuba and Fidel. And then in the following days, we will look at freedom isn't finished. We have spoken about this, the decolonization, the continuing decolonization movement in the Caribbean. We will look at Haiti, what Haiti means, what it has contributed to the Caribbean civilization, and what its predicament is today. We will look at the role of our arts and artists in helping us to combat crime, violent crime, for example, in helping us to fortify our sense of a Caribbean identity and the role that we must play in the world, and then a host of topics dealing more specifically with the arts and culture, and how we must deploy the arts and culture to take us forward and to build cultural industries. So this one is the general, overarching, introductory conversation that kind of lays the wicket for the other more specific granular ones that are going to follow.
And I know you mentioned that, this is, these conversations, some of them are heavy or, speaking areas that we often skirt around. Do you think we're going to see the level of depth that we really need to see in having these conversations that will get us to a place where we truly engage past lip service? For example, coming out of the conversation on Haiti, expectation from those types of conversations on where we go and how we act as a region?
Well, we really don't have a choice. Because if we are not serious about ourselves, I mean, the danger signs are there. You know, the danger signs are multiple. They're very serious. Just a couple days ago, somebody targeted the Grenada Minister of Finance. Because why? Because Grenada has Cuban medical personnel. A big country 2 days ago imposed sanctions on the International Court of Justice. So the point I'm making is the world that we struggled so hard to create, where we could find a space of nurture and comfort and development for people, populations that have come out of a history of oppression and victimization, and we have clawed our way up. When we look around us now, we see so many signs that there are forces that intend to subvert all of that. So we don't have any time for simply going through the motions. We have to be very serious about ourselves and about the need to protect those gains that we have won for ourselves. And so, yes, so we have to use, these are precious opportunities to come together, to bring together some of our leading thinkers, both in the arts, in culture, but like that panel, some of our leading political thinkers as well. Some of our leading regional bureaucrats in terms of the Secretary General of CARICOM. So this Carifesta, coming at this very critical and strategic moment in 2025, we must make full use of this. It can't just be about going through the motions. It is about using this 10-day festival to really, first of all, bolster our confidence in ourselves, celebrate ourselves, you know, foster that unity, but also to use the conversations and the symposium and the insights of our artists to clarify a way forward for our civilization.
I'm so happy you talked about celebrating ourselves, Ambassador, because sometimes when we talk about these things, it can seem as though, we just talk about sometimes the negative things that are happening. But there's so many wonderful, so many positive things that are happening in the region. And a lot of the times, we treat them as mundane things. They almost come so naturally to us that we feel like, is that our culture? I'm old enough to still remember where there was much conversation, and maybe there still is, with people questioning whether walking up, that's we culture? Walking up is we culture? People used to ask that question. It's slang. And the conversation is still in the air. Is it standard English? Are we bilingual here in Barbados? When you break off into, some Bajan dialect, we had Punka singing about it, but we've really not kind of closed the gaps on those discussions. I hope that that level of discussion is also brought to bear.
I think we have come a long way in embracing our own and giving it value. In fact, I mean, good Lord, our music, when you look at what the role that a Bob Marley has played, the role that an Eddie Grant, and we tend to leave Eddie Grant out of the conversation. Well, I mean, Eddie Grant hit with songs like Give Me Hope, Joanna, that helped to bring down the apartheid system. I mean, our mighty Sparrow, our mighty Gabby. So many of our artists, when we look at the impact that they have had on societies all over this globe, we should have absolutely no doubt about the value of what we have, and that it is unique, and that it has a legitimacy in its own right. In fact, I deliberately brought along this book here, right? This is Dr. Richard Alsop's The Dictionary of Caribbean English Usage. You know, Kamal Braffett said, we are not using that term dialect to describe our languages. Our languages are nation languages. They're not dialects, they're nation languages. And Dr. Alsop put together this dictionary of, I think, well over about 700 pages, right? Of our Caribbean nation languages and our just Anglophone Caribbean nation languages. So yes, indeed, if you have any doubt that we are a civilization, this tome tells you, and this is just, of course, one area of cultural development, that we are indeed a civilization, that what we have produced is of the highest cultural quality, and it is extremely important. You know, Prime Minister Motley always talks about how we have humanized, the humanizing role we play, and that, again, that goes back to what has driven our entire story. People brought here, indigenous people who were subjected to genocide and enslavement, African people brought here, subjected to the worst kinds of abuses, but continually resisting, never giving in to those evil barbaric societies, and always that yearning and that struggle for freedom and human dignity. And that is what characterizes, at the end of the day, if you try to find what it is that is so unique that characterizes this Caribbean civilization, it is the impulses that came out of that freedom struggle, where we recognize the humanity in ordinary people. I tell people, if we hear in Barbados that a child is homeless on the street, that becomes a national crisis, right? Alarm bells begin to ring. In some other countries, a homeless child on the street is
par for the course.
Par for the course. They might even be killed, right? As a social nuisance. But our history has told us that we have to value our inherent humanity, and that each one matters. So this Caribbean civilization that our leaders are going to speak about this morning is something very precious, and is something that the world needs, and is something that can play a very important and constructive role in the world.
All right, we're going to have to let you go, Ambassador, because you're going to have to fare this traffic to make your way to Golden Square. I know you have a part to play in this morning's presentation as well, but it was wonderful to have you in to set the tone for what's coming up in Golden Square, and a few of the other big conversations that will be happening over the 9 days of Carifesta, but that will most certainly carry on well beyond these days.
I look forward to seeing you multiple times over the next 9 days.
I'm sure I will. It was a good reminder, this dictionary, Caribbean English usage. It really is a dictionary that you should get for every young person in your life to explore. Again, thank you, Ambassador Commercial.
My pleasure, Tisha. Thank you.
All right, you may see some different faces coming up next as we continue here at the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation, official broadcaster of Carifesta 15. So we continue as we get ready for that first official big conversation. And of course, we are going to tell you all about what's on the calendar for today and tomorrow for Carifesta. Stay with us.
We just witnessed a spectacular parade of countries and other performances featuring a colorful explosion of music, dance, and talent. This has appropriately set the stage for the cultural feast of literary, visual and culinary arts, dance, theater, drama, and storytelling, which we will enjoy over the next 10 days. It gives me great pleasure to pay tribute to our gracious hosts, the government and people of Barbados, whose vision, passion, and tireless efforts have resulted in excellent arrangements for this flagship cultural event. This is the first staging of Carifesta, which was suspended due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The event has returned to Barbados for the third time, attesting to Barbados's deeply rooted commitment to regional integration and significant investments in arts and culture as a national and a regional priority. On behalf of CARICOM, I say a heartfelt thank you very much.
We gather as one, united Caribbean. We join hands in one big cultural explosion. To the heartbeat of the drum, our rhythm in the sun.
With pride and passion, time for celebration.
Let's show the world boundless creativity. Let's show the world
The beauty of our artistry.
Let's show our roots, Caribbean roots. Roots, Caribbean roots. Let's show our roots, Caribbean roots. Roots, Caribbean roots. Carifesta. Carifesta.
Barbados.
Carifesta.
Jacob. I am the Chief Cultural Officer from Grenada, and I am happy to be bringing a delegation of over 40 people to Carifesta 15 in Barbados. We are excited to be showcasing our culture, our rich heritage with you in Barbados in all different forms: theater, film, fashion, culinary arts. Everything Grenadian will be on display in Barbados for Carifesta 15.
Hi, I am Mishaida Phillip, and I am a filmmaker and the founder of the 12 Degrees North, 61 Degrees West Grenada Film Festival. I have been a filmmaker for the past 7 years. I've done 2 short films here in Grenada, and I've been at the helm of the festival recreating and revigorating the film industry here in Grenada for the past 6 seasons. And today I am really excited to have the opportunity to bring to Barbados with us a collage of storytelling from Grenada by Grenadian filmmakers and representing our country far and near. The film that you will be seeing is a combination of about 7 or 8 short films and 1 feature film called Open Season that we're bringing to Barbados. So we're inviting you guys to come, be a part, and celebrate our culture as we represent Grenada and the wider Caribbean through storytelling.
A spicy hello to everyone from Pure Grenada, the spice isle of the Caribbean. My name is Georgia Emery. I am the Product Development Officer at the Grenada Tourism Authority, and we are charged with marketing the destination. As we like to say, we have 3 islands, but 1 unique destination. When you talk about white sandy beaches, black beaches, rainforests, waterfalls, sulfur spring, and of course our culinary, you have to come to visit Grenada. I am excited to attend this Carifesta as a first, and I look forward to all of the offerings from all of the islands, and I invite everyone to ensure to stop by our booth. We are going to have information on everything Grenada has to offer, as well as our upcoming events. We have rugby coming up, we have chocolate festival, and we also have dive and conservation fest. So we look forward to welcoming you everyone to the booth.
Carifesta 15 is our premier event, a signature footprint of our ancestors. At the Grand Market, you would find a wide array of Grenada locally made products: jams, jellies, liqueurs, fashion, apparel, confectionery, and many more. We want all to come on out under one umbrella to view what Grenada has to offer. Please visit our 473.
And Carifesta coverage is brought your way on CBC and across the stations of the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation with the compliments of a number of partners whom we will tell you about all throughout the day as well. So thank you so much to our partners for making this all possible. We certainly look forward to everything that is to come in the coming days. I'm now joined on set by one of the faces that you will see as we continue to bring you all the excitement of Carifesta 15. Cassandra Crawford, good morning to you.
Good morning, Tishia. Happy Saturday. Happy Carifesta 15. It is an exciting time once again. The last time was 2017 for us.
It's been quite some time. One thing's for sure, though, there's lots of excitement in the air.
A lot is going on. And the spectacle, the buzz, started last evening with the official opening, going through the city and, of course, into Queen's Park. And then last night, that awesome super concert, all the big names from right here in Barbados and across the region. I don't need to tell you, but I know that people had a time.
I was there.
Tisha, you had a time?
I had a time.
How
Listen,
much of a time did you have?
I had too good a time, especially with Burning Flames. Oh my goodness, that was so good. Listen, hold a woman round she belly, work it, work it, work it, work it.
We are telling on ourselves.
Yes,
and
we are.
It's all good.
Yep.
Because that music was sweet. And unfortunately, I couldn't make the concert last night, but it was in my heart. I was like, oh my goodness, because wherever Nicholas Branker, Machel Montano are at, I usually like to be there.
Don't even start talking about Machel.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, before we get there, Nicholas, my goodness. He had an ensemble. It was a grouping of musicians. He brought together every musician from another Caribbean country. They had a week to pull it together. They were simply amazing. They couldn't. That presentation could not be described in any other form or fashion. And they presented all of the biggest Caribbean hits seamlessly, in a way that you cannot imagine. I just hope that someday we will be able to share that with our general viewers.
Yes, for those who weren't able to see it live, like myself, that would definitely be something. But I'm not at all surprised because that is the standard that Nicholas Branker lives by, and he will tell you. And he knows because he's been there from an engineering and producing perspective, as well as being on the stage. So he understands that whole process and what people want and what people deserve, the quality that they expect when people come out to enjoy a session of music. And for him, music is another language. So it's only going to be the best that you get when they come together. So I feel good knowing that it was so well received. I didn't expect anything else.
Listen, I forgot some of the Burning Flame songs when they started. One hand to the left, one hand to the right. Listen, I behaved maybe
in a way,
not as becoming as
in a way that is
have.
expected when the music moves you, because again it's another language and it gives us an opportunity for more expression, and that's creative expression, and it's bringing up the memories of a time. And Burning Flames, I was happy to see the comments because I'm in a number of chat groups and different people were sharing their feedback, and they were absolutely impressed with Burning Flames. And I'm happy for that because the last time I saw them here in Barbados, they had a few technical issues, and so I'm so happy that they were able to redeem themselves because they are incredible Caribbean musicians.
Yeah, I love that they were able to kind of have fun with it.
Yeah.
They came out in the wigs and,
they're full characters.
Yeah, definitely thigh-high knee boots and this and that. But beyond that, it reminded us of how music really brings us together as a region. Because these songs were songs that you could not have a party in Barbados and not play back in the day.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So, and I love that. People, I think it's good, or it was good for those people who have the memories and had them conjured up last night, and it's also good for those younger people who may not be so familiar and wonder why these people behaving like this. You get to hear it because just recently at one of our music festivals during the Crop Over Festival, people heard talk about the bouillon music session. So for people who don't understand that French influence and what they do, Burning Flames was definitely one of the bands that made that bouillon sound popular across the world. So that's some good energy. That's good stuff that we're talking about that they bring to the stage, I'm sure, every time.
Not to take anything away from anybody else, but they certainly were the highlight of the night for me.
Oh, wow.
With their presentation. And of course, they're represented for Antigua and Barbuda, you know, so they still had their country branding on. And that was it for me. I enjoyed that. After that, I was like, definitely my money's worth.
Sweet. So they owe you nothing, as people say these days.
They owe me nothing. That was exceptional. But there's so many things happening, and I know there's a fashion show in Bridgetown today.
This is the one that the entire Broad Street has been cordoned off. So you have fashion is taking over the street, people. I believe Candy Nichols is responsible for pulling this production together, and there is going to be a catwalk. How many feet long?
I don't know,
but long.
Broad Street is no small feat. 4 feet to trot.
Indeed.
So aisle style, a fashion show. You definitely want to make sure that you check it out. This is going to be very, very interesting. So you get to experience the energy, the color, and the flair of Caribbean fashion at its finest. And of course, Africa will be a part of this. We have a lot of representation from the continent as well, not just here in the Caribbean. We have come so far in terms of the way that we collaborate, Cassandra.
Yeah, I think so, and that's important. So people like Ambassador Commission working very hard to bridge the gaps and bring our people closer together, make sure that we stay connected with diaspora in whatever ways. And I think that these are great opportunities to see it at work and to see it shared. So I love also that though everybody may not be able to make it into whatever specific spaces for the event surrounding Carifesta today, or they may have missed last night, if you happen to be in Bridgetown, you can still catch a little of the excitement, catch a little of the artistry, and maybe then if you didn't know for some strange reason what is happening in Barbados right now, you ask a question and realize it's all about Carifesta 15, and this is a chance for you then to delve further, but take it in. So you're getting a chance to definitely take in all of what is going on across Barbados for the next week. It's going to be a buzz every day. There is something happening, and there is something for you, whatever your interests.
Absolutely. And speaking of something for you, whatever your interests, there is going to be a curated visual arts tour today as well. There's also an initiative that I think everybody should be cued in on. And it's a whole host of young people from all across the region, 5th and 6th formers, who have come to Barbados to participate in a youth jamboree of sorts. So they're kind of camping out together as scouts would. And I believe they're going to be in and around taking a tour of Bridgetown today. This is close to 300 students.
I love it.
So they are taking over Bridgetown today. Is the Jamboree takeover, I believe. We're going to check in with that and share more about that with you a bit later. But then they're going to go over to Golden Square to be a part of this big conversation. Your thought on these big conversations that are coming up?
I think that the conversations need to be had, and this is going to be a big conversation today. Some of the names that I've heard, including a number of prime ministers across the region who will always make statements that are remembered and statements that are impactful. Our Prime Minister, I believe Prime Minister Gonzalez, is also a part of the big conversation. So it is important and it is good that these conversations are happening at this time and surrounding our Caribbean culture. So I think that provides and presents an opportunity for culture to be considered. Certainly how we can make more of it as a business, how we can continue to take it seriously and take it to the next level, see all the potential opportunities across the region. We've talked about, CARICOM and really making it work. These are great times to see the potential and opportunities to really work together so that we can source what is available closer to us, which has been a part of the big conversations for some time as well.
All right, another big conversation happening today. Saltwater tongues. We came by sea, a bonfire jam. Feel the rhythm of the Caribbean, an evening of music, poetry, dance, and stories by the fire. So they're saying, bring your voice and come. And we have that as well to put up and share with you. This is also happening today between 4 and 7 at Browns Beach.
I like
if
the
we can get
title.
that on screen.
Yes.
It's pretty provocative, isn't it?
Saltwater tongues, we came by sea, bonfire jam. This is creating a picture in my mind of how this setup is going to be and how it's going to be unfold, feeling very almost fireside conversation like and great opportunity for engagement.
Yeah, but when you think saltwater tongues, what immediately comes to
fire,
mind? Yes.
salty. This is going to be hot conversation.
Yes.
No holding back. That's how it sounds to me.
Yeah, but it's interesting, the visual, and I wish that we could also get that visual on screen, because the visual, if you look at the visual behind it, it's almost as though the ancestors are coming.
Yeah.
So in the background of the visual, you see these ships behind, and their images kind of superimposed as well as the ancestors kind of enter. And to have it at Browns Beach at that time, in a bonfire setting, I think is testament to the way that Carifesta is utilizing the spaces all across Barbados. So it's not just some square conversation happening in some school hall or somewhere in some place that you'd expect literary greats to be, or good conversationalists. It's everywhere.
And it means that it's something for everybody, because you can be comfortable wherever. I mean, I think these conversations could get pretty deep as well, because like you said, the images alone make you think of our ancestors, and certainly all that they went through during the era of slavery as well, and those ships as they came across the Atlantic. So we certainly look forward to hearing the feedback, seeing the attendance, and hearing how people really were able to engage and take in the expressions of creativity in the setting. But I really like all the consideration that has been given to it.
We're heading down to Golden Square in just a little bit, just around 7 minutes or so. Here's the visual that we've been waiting for, saltwater tongues. That's happening today, 4 to 7 Browns Beach. And there are the images that I told you all about. So you can see it's almost like the ancestors, they're coming, they're going to be there and with us as we kind of delve into this level of conversation. What I love about these big conversations too, which I don't think we've mentioned before, is there is an opportunity for members of the general public to get in there and ask some questions and make their comments and share as well. Yeah. That is as important as the people who will be sharing in the panel.
Yes. Big conversation, big talk, enough action. That is the part I think that will resonate with individuals as well. Sometimes people say, okay, people talk, but then what? You may talk a good game, let's see the action. There is discussion around action as well. So if you have a contribution to make, this would be a good time to share it, and it's providing an equal opportunity for everybody to help create that real and sustainable change that will be part of the discourse.
And then the space. Golden Square, Freedom
Significant.
Park.
Significant.
I mean, there's been much talk. When they were talking about what was going to happen in that space, and there will come a time where there will be people who don't remember what that space looked like
before
the park.
I remember though, Tisha, we have it etched in our minds.
Yes,
there was an entire fire station on that location,
and Treasury Building,
and the Treasury Building on the very corner, with the steps going up. I mean, who would have thought?
Yes.
So the Treasury Building, and then the Probin Street Fire Station just behind that, almost adjoining. And I know that. And then there was this big open square just inside the fire station, a square that I trekked across with a fire hose, and I had an opportunity to see what they go through as fire officers, but it was also the space that was significant for those 1937 riots. That was a space that one of our civil rights activists used to meet in constantly. So this is why I think it is. I hope I don't get the day wrong, but July 26th, the National Day of Significance. Was it? Anyway,
I'm not even trying
Yes.
to get there. My brain is fried.
So much. There's so much going on, Tisha. There's so much happening, but it's because of things like that we take the time and we pause at different points during the course of the year to observe all the work that the activists put in. When they agitated for cause that would benefit many down the road.
Yeah, the beautiful thing about Golden Square, they've now put in a beautiful wall that's representing.
I found my name. You looked for your last name?
Were you looking for Samuel?
I looked for everything.
Crawford?
Belgrave, Samuel, Crawford. I looked for all of them.
Yeah.
Any connection.
Yeah, of course. It's a beautiful space to be able to kind of navigate. Of course, when we think back about what that space was like, what it meant to Barbadians and what it means now, I think it's no coincidence that they call just across by the bus terminal, the Granville Williams bus terminal, where a lot of the people from St. Vincent hang out in the evening. Vincy Town is just across the street. GT is just across the street. It really is a gathering place for Caribbean people, which was what Clement Payne wanted when he presented all those years ago about why we should agitate for better.
Agitate for better.
But don't violate.
Don't violate.
He always said don't violate.
Yeah, that was the full phrase. That was the full phrase.
Yeah. I'm told that we might have an image of what it looked like so that we can help some of the little people see what the demo,
teach them the history.
Yeah, maybe looks like. We have a number of interns who are joining us from the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment's digital media program. They've graduated from some of the cohorts as well, so they're working along with us, and that's what this big conversation coming up is all about as well. It's about bringing other generations along.
Yes, letting them know the Independence Square that you see now was once a car park. It was just a car park along the waterside, and so again, now having the statue of the Right Excellent Errol Walton Barrow there, you understand the direct connection. So there is indeed more significance to the spaces. So there's so much about our Bridgetown. And it is, again, a wonderful thing that under the auspices of the Barbados Museum and Historical Society, there are opportunities for walking tours or driving tours of Bridgetown, the heritage site. Remember, it does still have its designation, Bridgetown and its garrison. So these are stories that you get to delve into or hear a little more about during this time as well. And we get to share it with our regional brothers and sisters and learn about them and their culture as well. Because we really are separated by just a little water. Because I think if you remember and if you think of times of tragedy, you remember how though the La Soufrière eruption took place in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we were impacted here in Barbados. And so we also in turn stepped up to assist. So this is another opportunity that we are helping each other out and sharing and exchanging cultures.
And I know you can recall, Cassandra, in some ways we were impacted in an even greater way than some people on the other side of the islands of St. Vincent. And the Grenadines. So
isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Yeah, and
very, very interesting.
It should also be humbling. So when we have an opportunity to celebrate together, and we don't have to mourn necessarily, let us do that. Let us be completely open to the conversations and to the opportunities. And so that is what Carifesta 15 is presenting. So I cannot wait until you have your opportunity to head into all the spaces and look at the art and craft and so on.
Absolutely. All right. So the wave has arrived. We are going to be telling you all about the rhythm of the Caribbean rises today as Carifesta 15 kicks off with a dazzling wave of color, spirit, and of course storytelling. We're going to have the story of the waves uprooted but planted. A full city theatrical journey of ancestors, griots, rooftop conch shell calls and dancing earth spirits. Then it's time to move with the mass opening parade. So they're inviting you to come out and dance, a 500-person stilt walking spectacle. All of this happened yesterday. We're talking about the opening ceremony. It was quite the spectacle indeed. So we're going to be sharing some of that with you coming up in the wee hours leading into Sunday. So if you missed it, you definitely want to tune in for that. But then today is the launch of the big conversations, and I know that you have quite a bit of information on that if you're just tuning in. But these presentations like this one really enhanced the presentations yesterday. It was amazing to see all of the Caribbean people out with their flags and representing. Here we go with St. Lucia. Yeah? Well, someone in the background is saying they're second home. For you, Cassandra.
St. Lucia, is it? Why? I wonder.
Yeah, for you, Cassandra, I know that you have special connections in the region as well.
I have a Vinci connection, but I've met so many people in various islands in my travels, producing and presenting regional programs. But definitely wonderful to see. And just recently, we would have seen Grenada celebrating through our streets here in Bridgetown, and I think that's wonderful. There are so many small groups that celebrate, that have created their own little spaces here in Barbados and take the opportunity to celebrate their various culture in different ways, maybe on their national days or days of significance. So the stilt walkers, I understand we had a little one, the youngest and the oldest were represented in this group of stilt walkers as well. I think this is a special tradition, always creating a spectacle when we see them come together like this.
Absolutely. There were so many high points that I enjoyed about the opening ceremony. Like I told you, my favorite part of it was just having, this of course is when the Bajan contingent took the place, but I just thoroughly enjoyed having the various nations, not only from the Caribbean, but also North America.
Nice.
North America was represented. Canada walked past the stage. We also had a number of South American friends coming through, and of course those from the African diaspora as well. They were also here with us. Cuba was represented. And a number of associate CARICOM members also came through as a part of it.
I tell people Barbados is just a wonderful place to live, work, and play. Something amazing is always happening. So I'm so happy that we can gather like this and feel comfortable to celebrate in our various public spaces. Many across the world don't have this luxury. And so it's not something that I take for granted at all. But this is indeed wonderful, a melting pot of culture.
Those were the Guyanese saying that they had the biggest contingent.
Nice.
But definitely demonstrating what will be on show. And you know, they're known as the people, the land of six peoples, and that is truly represented in their delegation and what they will be bringing to the table as well. So the various Caribbean flags, anybody selling Caribbean flags anywhere in this proximity, they're all sold out.
To be out of stock, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. That's what we want. It means that people are ready for this. Our environment is ripe for this kind of celebration, opportunity to celebrate how we eat, how we talk, how we lime, how we hang out, and just how we party. I'm going with Michelle's kind of how we party together.
Absolutely. Here's Bermuda. And I even said to our Anguillan neighbors who were here with us yesterday for the extended third hour of Morning Barbados at Carifesta that Anguilla is one of those islands that we don't often hear too much about. Bermuda is often spoken about as though it's some extension of some other place and not necessarily a part of the Caribbean. It's wonderful to see them come through and share with us in this way as well.
Yes, indeed. It's small but amazing, and people from far afield find those shores. I know that Anguilla has some beautiful, beautiful beaches.
Let's talk about the population.
Tiny.
14,000 people.
Tiny.
in Anguilla. Yeah. Now we know that it's 5 minutes after 11 o'clock, but you're not missing anything. I don't know if we can get some eyes on Golden Square that we can share with you so you can see how it's filling up and so on as well. However, we're waiting for the arrival of the panelists. The panelists will be taking the stage today. Dr. Ralph Gonsalves, the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We also have the Honorable Mia Amor-Montley, PM of Barbados, and Sir Hilary Beckles is also going to be a part of that. Dr. June Sumer.
Correct.
Will also be a part, and is moderated by Dr. Carla Barlett, who is the Secretary General of CARICOM. So very, very interesting. I really look forward to this particular discussion. So we're just waiting for things to kick off at Golden Square. We are not holding you back at all. We want to make sure that that you understand that. But make sure you head on out for these big conversations. I like that it has enough action in there.
Enough
like literally,
action.
it says, you can see.
Yeah,
Enough
big talk,
action.
big conversation, enough action. And you should also note there will also be some performances injected in the big conversations. Powerful performances by Akeem Chandler Prescott. You know him for his spoken word pieces. The soulful Mahalia Cummins will also be there. There will be a tribute to the legendary Mighty Sparrow in a special medley and a tuck band presentation as well. Sparrow recently celebrated a big birthday, Tisha.
A 90th.
Yes, that is indeed a big birthday. So worthy of celebration and all the tributes. You've got to give people their flowers now. That is what I firmly believe in, and we have to seize every opportunity to celebrate life. So please make sure that you go out and take in this conversation. The Honorable Dr. Ralph Gonsalves, the Honorable Mia Amor-Montley, the Honorable Dr. June Sumer, Sir Hilary Beckles, and this will all be moderated by Her Excellency Dr. Carla Barnett, as you heard from Tisha. So it's a great time for a great big conversation.
Oh, I'm loving that. And in Bridgetown, now we know it's hot outside, so make sure you travel
Dress
ready.
cool.
Listen, we're even a little warm in the studio. I don't think that our ACs are on full blast either. So
I'm just trying to keep as quiet as possible, move as little as possible, because I want to stay cool. I'm gonna, just regulating things.
Yeah,
here.
and kind of take it all in. But Golden Square is a great place to be. You're heading into Bridgetown. It's on the outskirts enough to not be in the midst of things, but still enjoying it. I'm happy that the Barbados Chamber of Commerce came on board, and they're also going to be offering some special incentives for people coming out to shop in Bridgetown as well. That's important. With so many people here, I'm sure 2,500 delegates, they're saying, here for Carifesta.
That's good for us.
33 countries represented, all CARICOM countries, most of the associate members, from as far as Colombia, all the way to Canada. We have and Africa.
Yes,
come on,
can't forget the diaspora.
We have representation. That's just beautiful.
Yeah, so this is going to be special. I don't mean to bring it down to that, but it is said, and it is true. If you really want to get to understand a people, you have to indulge in their food, you have to indulge in their music, and you have a conversation, and you understand. It brings it all together. So I look forward to experiencing as much of that as possible, and we certainly look forward to being able to share as much as possible of it with you. You can rest assured you will be seeing the coverage across the CBC and all the stations across the region that are able to share all the information related to Carifesta 15 with you.
Oh, absolutely. I can't wait for what's coming up tomorrow as well.
We have the Holy Trade, is it? Did I see?
Yeah, there's something coming up tomorrow as well. And there's a Sunday food segment as well. I know you're a foodie,
Sunday
Cassandra.
food, I am.
Yes.
Sunday food.
There is a Sunday food segment. We'll tell you all about that. But we don't want to confuse you. We're taking it day by day. As the old people would say, we want to make sure that you know what's coming up, and we're guiding you through it here at CBC.
Yes, indeed. Step by step. So all you have to do is stay tuned. You know we're not going to leave you behind. We're going to keep you in the know. And one of the big things you heard an amazing conversation Tisha had with Ambassador Kamishang, and so that set the tone for today and for the big conversation that is coming up. We're standing by to bring you coverage of that big conversation. You have a personal and special invitation to be there. So if you are passing through Bridgetown or intentional about being a part of the conversation, you can head to Golden Square. And again, we've been telling you about all the other opportunities that you have to engage. You heard about the Salty Tongues presentation that's happening a little later today. That's from 4 p.m. until 7,
4
right?
to 7.
So that is something I think will be very interesting to experience.
Yeah, my delay has been getting in it. Remember, television coverage of Carifesta with the compliments of the BADMC Carmitas, Deliciously Bajan, Nature's Discounts, Get Healthy Inc., Get Healthy with the Ultimate Health Food Store, Julie's Party Rentals, One Call does it all. So thank you so much to our partners for making this possible. It is time for us to take you over to Golden Square for the kicking off of the big conversations. Truly a big one today.
Take me home, take me home, take me home.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the arrival of the acting president of the Republic of Barbados, the Reverend Jeffrey Gibson. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The Honorable Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados. The Honorable Dr. Ralph Gonzalez, Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and author of The Idea of Barbados. Her Excellency Dr. Carla Barnett, Secretary General of the Caribbean and moderator of this distinguished conversation. Dr. June Sommer, Dr. Stacy Richards Kennedy, CAF Regional Manager for the Caribbean and the representative in Barbados. Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, Vice Chancellor of the University of the West Indies, members of the Diplomatic Corps. Dr. Marielle Barrow-Megan, Coordinator of the Big Conversations, specially invited guests. A special good morning to the St. Vincent delegation and all Bridgetown and its garrison. The site pays tribute to one of our national heroes, the Right Excellent Clement Payne, and the perfect place to launch big conversations, because this was one of the sites of many big conversations in 1937. I'm going to keep my introduction short, as you're not here to hear me, but to listen to the distinguished speakers on this idea of Barbados. The launch of Big Conversation marks a pivotal cultural moment at Carifesta 15, an invocation of history, a celebration of innovation, and a blueprint for sustainable futures. So let's start with a spoken word poet who will set the tone for today's discussions. I now invite Akeem Chandler Prescott, or as we like to call him, Stoned with Cupid, to perform We Need to Talk. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him to the stage.
All right. Good morning. Y'all can hear me now, right? There we go. So we're going to kick this conversation off with a spoken word piece called We Need to Talk. We need to talk. We need to talk about disconnection because it's on the verge of a disconnection. You know, art is supposed to mirror reality, but I don't seem to recognize my reflection anymore. I wonder if the smoke of Mr. Hardin burning has churned in our lungs for so long that we have exhaled his existence out of our festival. I wonder if when we breathe in tradition, if it smells of rotten flesh. And maybe that's why so many of our indigenous practices are on the brink of death. I wonder what's the cost to resurrect a deceased discipline. And if the cost is in the millions, or if it's just a time spent to buy in to that lost meaning. I wonder if Clement Payne rests dreaming of us gathered here in this square. I wonder if Caribbean people realize that we are the manifestation of so many of our ancestors' prayers. I wonder if after all of this talk, how many people can actually hear? Because we love a talk shop of goods and services where we place proposed ideas on display, turning the stage into a showroom, developing the product or how we can help the block men from the boardroom, completely out of tune with the soundtrack of the ghetto. Then we sing the chorus of crime under control every time we gather to talk. And I'm not here to mock sport or mock a serious thing. I just feel like if we can have a big conversation about Caribbean civilization, we got to be realistic about Caribbean living. So let we talk about we culture. Let we have a sit down about creatives actually having a seat at the table where they can properly eat. Not just pick at crumbs of consideration every season and call it a feast. No, we got to talk saints. And saints, most people understand that as dollars and cents. Let we talk corporations with a conscience. Let we talk profit margins, not marked with the blood of the marginalized. Let we talk about going from entry level to enterprise and how policy can drive preservation and innovation. Let me have a conversation about the definition of that word culture. Because I already think a lot of we get it. We seem to think it's just party and vibes, but in reality, it's a holistic expression and way of life. Is it slang that survived colonization? Is that grandmother seasoning and the story it tells when she started cooking? Is it where our grandmothers were met do with net skin to nothing? Culture is code, and not the kind you scan with your phone, no, the kind program into muscle memory and bone. Culture is home for every son of the soul. Culture is why a brown-skinned girl from Westbury Road can build a brand into $1 billion empire. Culture is why the colonizer, diaspora, and even stranger will fly on 3 different planes to visit these 166 square miles. Culture is the boom, 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 boom heartbeat of these owls pumping progress into our economies. Culture is honestly our only real renewable resource, and it's mined from the minds of our people, extracted from their habits, refined by practice, ritual. Culture is a mystical force forged whenever we gather, and we harness it with our laughter, banishing bad mind away with our friendly banter. Culture is what we had before, what we got right now, and hopefully what we will have after. So if we're having a conversation about the architecture of innovation, We got to trace the blueprint of resilience right down to its roots. And we got to have a conversation where we talk with, not just talk at you. A conversation where the truth will shine so bright it could blind any form of ignorance. We got to dissect any dissonance and become surgical with our topics, operate on our passion till it turns into profit. We got to fine-tune the archives to the frequency of AI so we don't drown in the rising tide of technology. From I to industry, from bush tea to burlap to broadband, we gotta comb through every strand of our heritage, detangling knowledge as we brush shoulders. This is where a poet could talk to world leaders who will lead us in one big conversation at Carifesta 2025. One big conversation about our daily lives. One big conversation about pride and industry. And when we done talk, I want one to tell me, what is your definition of culture?
Ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause for Akeem Chandler Prescott with We Need to Talk. I now invite Senator Dr. the Honorable Chantal Monroe Knight, Minister with responsibility for culture in the Prime Minister's office, to the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can appreciate, the traffic is a little heavy, so Senator Monroe Knight is not here yet. But I bring you the Honorable Chad Blackman, Minister of Educational Transformation.
Thank you very much. Acting President of Barbados, Prime Minister Motley, Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Secretary General of CARICOM, Chancellor of the University of the West Indies, specially invited guests, CARICOM, Carifesta, Caribbean people, good morning to all of you. Good morning to all of you. It is certainly a privilege to welcome you to the heart of Barbados in Golden Square this morning to what is dubbed as a big conversation. To have such Caribbean luminaries in a place anchored in the history of revolution, but now rolling out in a place of peace and reflection is certainly not only a proud moment for Barbados, but one for the Caribbean. And I'm confident that this morning's discussion will lend to not just a great part of Carifesta 2025, the 15th iteration of Carifesta, but to start a movement of a new ideology for the Caribbean, one that continues to have its place anchored in the world, but two, can ensure that we as a Caribbean people and civilization can now move to the next level of our development in business and trade, in fashion, in art, in technology. The challenges in the world are there, but our history has shown that notwithstanding what has come before us, we as Caribbean people thrive and succeed and dominate. And therefore this morning's conversation, in my view, places us at a firm place for us to now build out the future of what the Caribbean must be in this ever-changing global world. So I want to simply to welcome you. Of course, the government places significant premium on this moment. And this morning, I believe that we are in for a special discussion, particularly given who we have slated to speak to you. And therefore, I want to wish you a happy conversation this morning and happy Carifesta once again. Thank you.
Another round of applause for the Honorable Chad Blackman, Minister of Educational. I'm going to throw myself on the mercy of the court and ask for grace and forgiveness from His Excellency, the Acting President, Reverend Jeffrey Gibson. Sir, I did see you, but I was following a script. My apologies. We now have a musical interlude with the music of the Mighty Sparrow, a medley by the National Arts Theatre Company of Trinidad and Tobago. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them to the stage.
Rosita and Clementina, round the corner posing. Bet your life is something they're selling. And if you catch them broke, you could get them all for nothing. Don't make a row. The Yankees gone and Sparrow take over now.
Gina and Dinah, Rosita and Clementina, round the corner posing. Bet your life is something they're selling. And if you catch them broken, you could get them all for nothing. Don't make a row. The Yankees gone and Sparrow take over now.
Well, the hills in Thompson and Bard, no my Yankees in Trinidad. They're gonna close on the base for good. Them girls after they out how they could. Well, but it's now they back up in tongue. In for a penny and in for a hung. Well, it's competition for so. Trouble me some when the price drops low, so when they box up.
Gina and Dinah, Rosita and Clementina, round the corner posing. Bet your life is something they're selling. And if you catch them broken, you could get them all for nothing. Don't make a row. The Yankees gone and Sparrow take over now.
Playing in class with a lizard in a glass. The lizard get away from root and run by the teacher foot. Oh Lord, the children frightened, wondering what go happen, but the teacher laughing out, only watching everybody. Lizard run up she foot and disappear. Everybody still searching everywhere. Where the lizard, teacher Mildred, it under she dress. Taking a rest the way she jolly and happy. I'm sure the lizard must be tickling she. Melda, oh, you're making wedding plans, carrying men into Obia man. All you do, you can't get through. I still ain't go married to you. You're making yourself a papi show, Melda. You're making yourself a bloody clown. Up and down the country looking for Obia, and your perspiration smells so strong. Girl, you only wasting time. Obia wedding bells don't chime, and you can't trap me with necromancy. Melda, oh, you're making wedding plans, carrying men into Obia man. All you do, you can't get through. I still ain't go married to you. A drunk and disorderly, a drunk, always in custody with my friends and my family. A drunk, all man fed up with me 'cause I drunk and disorderly. Every weekend I in the jail. Drunk and disorderly, nobody to stand me bail. A drunk and disorderly, a drunk, always in custody with my friends and my family. A drunk, all man fed up with me 'cause I drunk and disorderly. Every weekend I in the jail. Drunk and disorderly, nobody to stand me bail. A drunk, don't do that. A drunk, don't do that. A drunk, don't do that. A drunk, don't do that.
The fete was crowded and she was tight, while I was grounded. She high in flight, Hoytonian steel band blazing a jam. She turn, she bam bam, lick down me pan.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Miss Mary,
1 pound.
she big and hairy,
1 pound.
you see she mother,
1 pound.
you see she daughter,
1 pound.
you see Miss Mary,
1 pound.
she big and hairy,
1 pound.
you see she mother,
1 pound.
you see she daughter,
1 pound.
dancing with your man, you only jamming down me pan with your bam bam.
Da 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 da.
Go do that.
I don't know about you guys, but I was there backstage shaking a leg. Ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause for the National Theatre Arts Company of Trinidad and Tobago. I now invite Dr. Stacey Richards Kennedy, CAF Regional Manager for the Caribbean and representative in Barbados, to come to the stage.
Thank you very much. I think we have a little issue there. Sure. Thank you very much, my brothers. Excellency, Acting President of Barbados, Honorable Prime Minister Motley, Honorable Prime Minister Gonzalez, Secretary General of CARICOM, Vice Chancellor Beckles, and of course my sister, Dr. June Sumo. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and no one does it quite like the mighty sparrow. So can we give another round of applause to our previous participants. Honorable delegates, I'd like to begin by building on where that last performance ended, celebrating multi-layered Caribbean expression that provokes thought, encourages reflection and self-interrogation, and challenges the status quo. That's why we're here today. And the mighty sparrow's voice has for decades captured Caribbean ingenuity through the blend of song with humor, double entendre, innuendo, and social commentary to tell our stories. When a direct political discourse was forbidden, we turned to avenues like calypso and lyrics that carried profound truths wrapped in wit and wisdom. The language of resistance became the language of survival, and eventually the language of transformation. This art form reminds us that calypso was never just music. It has been our popular parliament, our classroom, and our conscience. And what a fitting setting we're in today for the launch of our big conversations. Here, under the gaze of history, we come together not only to celebrate our creativity, but to ask the hard questions about identity, about resilience, about sustainability. 87 years ago, on this very ground, a man named Clement Payne dared to believe that ordinary people deserved extraordinary lives. His words sparked 4 days that changed the trajectory of Barbados and our region forever. Today, we gather in that same spirit of audacious hope, not as inheritors of someone else's vision, but as architects of our own future. CAF, Development Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean, firmly believes in the transformative power of language and expression. As a homegrown development bank in the Global South that was born in South America with a mandate to support regional integration across Latin America and the Caribbean, we hold firm the belief that economics is not the only language of development. There's also the language of justice, the language of inclusion, and the language of human rights. And it is in this spirit that we're proud to be the title sponsor of We hope that it may be considered a permanent fixture in the Carifesta agenda for future editions of this beautiful regional festival. Big Conversations creates a space for the kind of dialogue that has always been at the heart of Caribbean identity. Conversations that are unafraid to challenge, to question, and to be boldly and creatively futuristic. When we provide platforms for the stories we tell and the conversations we have together shape not only how we see ourselves, but also how the world sees us and engages with us. Big Conversations embodies this spirit. It recognizes that the challenges we face, from climate change to economic transformation and so much more, require us to think together and to work and build this region together. The same collaborative spirit that has defined Caribbean resistance and creativity must also define Caribbean development. And CAF is honored to stand shoulder to shoulder with you in that journey, not as a sponsor, but as a partner. The conversations we will have here over these coming days will echo beyond this space, just as Sparrow's music and the creative work of so many other Caribbean artists have echoed across generations. And now, more than ever before, we need to have these big conversations that our region needs and that our future demands. Permit me to close, brothers and sisters, with a personal reflection that just as we take time to have big conversations with each other and with our leaders here today, we must also each pause to have big conversations with ourselves. I firmly believe that it is when we still our minds and open our hearts as individuals that we unleash a pure energy and activate our human agency to bring about the change that we need in our societies. As a development specialist, this has meant for me turning to poetry as I work through what it is to lead the micropolitics of development across the Caribbean. And if I may just share with you one that I wrote about a year ago, around the time that I was accredited as CAF's representative in Barbados, in this beautiful country. And I wrote it with Barbados on my mind and in my heart, but also as a daughter of the Caribbean. And it is called Island Blue. From lands afar, they come, as they have for centuries done, searching for much more than they show, trying to capture our island glow. Basking in your warm embrace, never do they feel out of place. It is your beauty and lushness that they adore that always leaves them yearning for more. That inner radiance that harbors your essence, like 1,000 stars, it is incandescent, igniting your passion and drive to preserve the dignified life that your children deserve. So what is it that prevents those who come and go from taking the time to look beneath your glow, to care about your children's dreams and ambitions, and care about you, your holistic condition? It seems unjust that they thrive without fear at the expense of your children's sweat, blood, and tears. How audacious to want to limit your destiny to nothing more than sun, sand, and sea. Your ancestral sacrifices they'll never understand, nor the battles waged to defend your land. Now they see all is interconnected, and to disregard your well-being will be at their peril. So sweet Mama Isle, shine bright your light so we can see all that is precious in our collective humanity. In their quiet moments, may those who doubt be compelled to know our shared duty to protect.
I now invite Dr. Marielle Barrow-Megan, Curator of the Big Conversations, to come to the podium. Marielle?
Good morning, everyone. His Excellency, the Honorable Reverend Jeffrey Gibson, Acting President of Barbados, the Honorable Mia Amor-Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados, Dr. June Summer, Honorable Dr. Ralph Gonzalez, Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Honorable Dr. Carla Barnett, Secretary General of CARICOM, Dr. Stacey Richards Kennedy of CAF, and Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, Vice Chancellor of UWI, members of the Diplomatic Corps, and specially invited guests. A special good morning to the St. Vincent delegation and all of our other delegations represented here, all Carifesta 15 staff and volunteers, ladies and gentlemen, members of the media. It is with deep gratitude that I welcome you all to the launch of Big Conversations. We've designed these conversations today we begin as a bus journey. Why? Because buses are shared spaces. They carry all of us side by side toward a common destination. Each route represents a pathway through which our people's creativity, resilience, and vision move us forward. These conversations will take us from here at Golden Square Freedom Park to Copacabana, to Church Village Green, the Marcus Garvey Amphitheater, and Queen's Park Esplanade. The first is the Resilience Route, which kicks off today at 1 p.m. at Copacabana. We invite you to join our artists, our writers, and academics, as well as officials for this mini-series, Shifting Shores, Rising Tides. We have voices like our very own Barbadian Alana Brooks. We have Miss Amanda McIntyre of Trinidad and Tobago, an artist and cultural activist who brings vision and urgency to how we reimagine resilience, not just as survival, but as creative renewal. Next, we have Postcards from the Front Line with Clish Gittins and the Premier of the British Virgin Islands. Then we start on our innovation line, With AI can't tech we rhythm, and that is a dance conversation. From burlap to broadband and from I&I to industry, our conversations will span a variety of topics, and there is something for everyone. We invite you to gather around, to come, to share our spaces with us, and to have an interactive dialogue. This is not simply about us speaking to you, but us speaking with you. And so it is really our pleasure this morning to welcome you to Big Conversations and to invite you to join us on this bus journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marielle. Coming now to entertain us with a great performance, one of my favorite songs from her, Mahalia Cummins with Talk to Me, and that's mixed with a nice mashup of Edwin Yearwood's A Voice in My Head. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her to the stage.
Good morning, everybody. We all gotta talk to each other and really listen, yeah? Talk to me so you can know the real deal. I know it's hard to see. We're all just ordinary people. Not enough makeup could hide the expression on my face. Not enough hurdles could keep me out this race. I know you don't see me, so you're just standing in my way. You get the perks, we do the works. Got no respect for what we really worth. Everybody got them one thing going on. Everywhere inside the city is confusion. You just don't understand. You're not around the common man. You don't know our dreams or plans. It's not what you heard. You know the words. So why don't you come out and talk to me? So you can know the real deal, yes. Yeah, I know it's hard to see, yeah. We're all just ordinary people, yes. Stop and take a look around and then you will see nothing is a real mystery. Every day I'm breathing in the same air as me, living the same atmosphere as me, eat and sleep and drink like me, cry tears just like me. You see the better while we see the worst. What would you do if the roles get reversed? Oh no, everybody got their own thing going on, yes. Yeah, everywhere inside the city is confusion. You just don't understand. You're not around the common man. You don't know our dreams or plans. It's not what you heard. You know the word. Why don't you come out and talk to me? So you can know the real deal. The real deal. And I know it's hard that voice in my head, that voice in my head. The sky, question the heavens, asking why must I go on to live in this violence and crime? Why can't I tour the lands I know, watch all my children's children grow? Why must I go on to live in this violence and crime? Oh no, and I guess a new day begins and you're feeling down and out. New problems ahead, don't know yet what they're about. You wish you could die so the madness would be gone. It's nonsense to hide or run. Something said keep pressing on. A voice in my head, it talks to me. Oh, oh, oh. A voice in my head talks to me. It tells me the road is long. It tells me I must be strong. Roll with the pain and strife. Today is the start of the rest of your life. A voice in my head talks to me. Oh, voice in my head, it talks to me. So I lift my head up to the sky, question the heavens, asking why must I go on to live in this violence and crime? Why can't I tour the lands I know, watch all my children's children grow? Why must I go on to live in this violence and crime? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause for Mahalia, Therefore Talk to Me, and a mashup with A Voice in My Head. It's time now for the big conversation, and I will invite our panelists to the stage, starting with the Honorable Mia Amor-Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados, Dr. Ralph Gonzalez, Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Her Excellency Dr. Carla Barnett, CARICOM Secretary General, who will moderate the conversation, Dr. June Sommer, historian and diplomat, and Sir Hilary Beckles, Vice Chancellor of the University of the West Indies.
it came out.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's exactly 12:01, so that makes it afternoon now, right? I would like to begin by recognizing the Acting Governor General, the Very Reverend Dr. Jeffrey Gibson, and to recognize all leaders, all special guests, all participants in Carifesta. Welcome to the launch of the Big Conversation series at Carifesta 15. Our distinguished panel today will explore the idea of Caribbean civilization. This is a conversation that is both appropriate and critical in this Carifesta moment. We are gathered in Golden Square, Freedom Park, that has great historical significance in relation to the labor uprisings that swept across the Caribbean in the 1930s. Today, August 23rd, is the International Day for the Remembrance of the Slave Trade and its abolition, designated by UNESCO to commemorate the beginning on this day in 1791, the rebellion in Saint-Domingue that started the war of resistance against chattel slavery that eventually led to the first Black Republic in our hemisphere, Haiti, and effectively started the process of abolition of slavery, which happened in the British Caribbean territories beginning in 1834. The struggle against colonialism took root in the 20th century when most territories achieved independence. The spirit of resistance and resilience which grew to characterize Caribbean people during our history of colonialism and slavery is critical to our capacity to address the challenges we now face, whether these are geopolitical developments, the climate crisis, public health risks, whether from pandemics or NCDs, violence in our society. This spirit of resistance and resilience is also crucial to considering the role of regional integration and collaboration in strategizing and implementing effective solutions to today's challenges. This panel will consider critical questions. What is the Caribbean? What is the significance of this highly valued space that is home to 44.6 million Caribbean people, of which over 16 million are in CARICOM? What are the ways in which our Caribbean civilization has advanced models of good governance, development, inclusivity, and creativity that have inspired the world? Though we have been shaped by a history of forced migration, native genocide, creolization, and colonialism, our Caribbean civilization has and continues to rise above absurd adversity to notable achievements in every sphere of life. Our distinguished panelists will explore how enslavement, apprenticeship, decolonization, etc., converge to produce the unique and diverse societies in our Caribbean civilization. Our panelists, Honorable Ralph Gonsalves, Sir Hilary Beckles, Ambassador June Suma, and PM Mia Motley, and I list them in the order of which they will speak, will be speaking concisely on a number of questions which I pose, and I emphasize the concisely because these are questions on which any of us can speak for hours. So I will begin with the Honorable Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. PM Gonsalves. The word civilization often brings to mind grand historical empires, systems of thought, material culture. But what does it mean in a Caribbean context? As the author who invented the term, the idea of Barbados, where you argued that Barbados is in the top rank, a developing country with developed nations, governance, and human development attainments. The question is, how would you define the idea of Caribbean civilization?
Thank you very much, and to everyone. Anyone who reviews literature on civilization would conclude that it is not a term easy to define. Indeed, one British author, Kenneth Clark, preferred to define civilized man and woman. That you occupy a very special place within your landscape and seascape, a sense of belonging and permanence. Thank you very much. This is better. Not merely occupancy, but permanence in this particular landscape and seascape. And that you must be able to look backwards and look forwards. And it helps if you can read and write. And nowadays, if you can use the computer and go to AI. Civilization has visible sides and invisible sides. The visible ones are fairly easy to identify. And important as they are, it's the invisible side that which reflects our customs, our forms of behavior, the genius of our people. And it is that genius which is resident in our people, which is important for us to tap. And that genius, you may call them hidden rationalities because they are rational. You may call them hidden resources, which are not utilized, underutilized, or ill-utilized. And to bring them and the visible aspects of civilization together. And civilization doesn't have to be one which is associated with imperium, not with empire. And it has come to be acknowledged that there is something distinct called island or seaboard civilization. Amen. Yes. Called island or seaboard civilization, for instance.
I think you need some wires in here and forget the wireless.
We have to discount the price by 70%. We only pay you 30% at the moment. All right? Me are negotiating for you, girl.
Please do.
Yes. We have an island civilization or seaboard civilization. Guyana, for instance, is part of the Caribbean civilization, which is seaboard. Suriname, 10% of the people live towards the coast. And what we do have is, through the fever of history, we have fashioned a civilization of a very special kind in this Caribbean, a creolized civilization of high quality, where we have had metaphorically, and we do have metaphorically, a symphony where the songs of the indigenous people, the Kalinago, the Garifuna, the Amerindian, we are the rhythm of Africa, we are the melody of Europe, we are the chords of Asia, and we are the homegrown lyrics of the Caribbean. And like all symphonies, we do have dissonances, and we address those dissonances either through the formal institutions or through the informal ones, to create societies of an amazing nature. And if you want a full and proper definition of civilization, the young man, the young poet who regaled us with his poetry earlier today, he told us what is the Caribbean civilization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Gonzalez. I'm going to turn to Professor Beckles and ask him a little bit about the historical foundations of our Caribbean identity or Caribbean civilization, because we have been shaped by colonization, by resistance, creolization, and all of that. And these historical currents have created something that is not entirely, as you heard from PM Gonzalez, it's not entirely Western, it's not entirely indigenous, it's not entirely African, it's a mix of everything. But how that mix comes up is a reflection of our history. So, Professor Beckles, how have the histories of slavery, indentureship, colonization, independence movements, decolonization, how have those things shaped the Caribbean as a civilization?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and very good afternoon, everyone. Protocol is observed, Excellencies. I would wish, of course, to recognize my colleagues and friends from the Pan-Africanist movement, the reparations movement, my brother, David Commichon, who keeps us all in good step. So, good afternoon, everyone. Madam Chair, I need a little more than 10 minutes. I wish to recognize that, you know, the late, great Fidel Castro holds the world record for the longest speech. 6 hours and 15 minutes. And we have all been practicing. But not today. But, colleagues, I wish to begin with endorsing what Dr. Gonzalez has said about our Caribbean civilization, a people with organized values and principles, a people governed by the same historical forces, and have created what in fact is a Caribbean nation. We are a Caribbean nation. The history has taught me that all of us from our different territories, we are just communities in a nation. And this is a gathering of the Caribbean nation, and you have come from far and wide to represent your communities. I wish to say, though, in respect to Barbados, and this is my mandate, to look at the role Barbados has played in all of this, so that as we celebrate the Barbados hosting of this festival, we are also celebrating the Caribbean journey. So allow me to say a few things about Battleground Barbados, where the people on this island have fought their battle for Caribbean civilization. And I will begin by drawing attention to a 1960s conversation. It was a conversation between Gordon Lewis, one of our great historians of Caribbean development, and Kamau Brathwaite, the Pan-African poet of Barbados. And Gordon Lewis said in 1962, "Each time I think of Barbados, I think of Little England. I think of Little England." Kamau responded by saying to him, "Barbados is Little Ghana." And here we had two conceptions, Little England versus Little Ghana. And Kamau went on to say that, you know, when the people are oppressed, you never destroy their culture. They bury their culture in their hearts and in the soil, and they wait for the moment. And then you will see the emergence of that culture, brand new and intact. That's an important conversation. So let us say a few things about Barbados. Well, this is where the first genocide of Europe started, Barbados. When the British arrived here in 1627, the first report back to the king said the following: "We have arrived at the island called Barbados. We have surveyed it. There are no people on this island. It's an empty island. But Your Majesty, there are houses everywhere." And that is the first description in the English records, because the Spanish had been coming here for 100 years to kidnap the indigenous people and take them off to Mexico to work in the mines. The Portuguese were coming here to raid this island, kidnap the indigenous people, and take them to Brazil to work on the sugar plantations. And those who survived fled to St. Vincent. And this is why Ralph and Mia are indivisible, because of that history. Because the island of St. Vincent was where...
Hillary, just, you have to add one thing. I met her first when she was 14 years old at school. I was teaching here, I gave a lecture, and at the end of it, she came up to me. She peppered me with questions. Of course, I knew her father and Elombe. And she said, "I need your telephone number." In those days, there were no cell phones. I gave her my telephone number, she gave me her home number, and since she's 14, we are together. So,
thank you, Ralph. And so the African people in Barbados found freedom for the first time in St. Vincent. And there was a large African population marronage out of Barbados into St. Vincent, and that bond between Barbados and St. Vincent has been strong ever since. Now, Barbados, you must recall, was the first slave society in our region. So it was the site of the first genocide, and it became the site of the first slave society. This is where the British invented the concept of chattel slavery and built that model into Barbados. Barbados then became the home of the first chattel slave society in this hemisphere. And it is from Barbados that that model was exported across the hemisphere. Barbados therefore became the first society in our hemisphere where African people were in the majority. This is the first majority African society in the hemisphere. This is where Africa was embedded in a majority circumstance in Caribbean and American history. But there's more. Barbados became the first society in this hemisphere where women outnumbered men. From 1720 until today, women have been the majority in this island. Not surprising, we have a female prime minister and a female president. It's a reflection of that history. That this has long been a woman's society. And the history moves forward to give expression to that issue. There's also the matter of the first African definition of Barbados. We have on record a statement as early as 1694, where an African about to be boarded on a slave ship the word has got back to Africa that they were heading out to Barbados, which was the biggest market for enslaved people. And the ship captain wrote that the Africans said, Barbados, we know, is a place worse than hell. That is the first black definition of Barbados, a place worse than hell, because that was the society the English had created on this island. And it's important, therefore, to recognize that while the English were calling Barbados Little England, the Africans had their own view of this island. And this is why we know two things. Chattel slavery was the most oppressive society the world had ever seen. The world had never seen anything like a society built on chattel slavery. And therefore, what resulted in that was the culture of struggle and resistance, because the African people never accepted that reality. Thus, a civilization built on resistance and survival. I will share another example. When the slave owners of Barbados asked the King of England for permission to invade a bigger island because Barbados had saturated with sugar and Africans, and they gave the Barbados slave owners permission to go and colonize Jamaica. Take it from the Spanish and colonize it. And in Speightstown, here, the invasion of Jamaica was organized by Thomas Modiford, who was the governor of Barbados, and they planned the invasion in his house in Speightstown. And they went to Jamaica, and they took Jamaica. And the slave owners of Barbados colonized Jamaica and took with them the enslaved Africans to Jamaica. But if you go through the records of the first decade of the Jamaican Assembly, there is a reference in 1664 by the Assembly that passed a law which said, and whereas the Africans brought from the island of Jamaica, of Barbados, have proven to be a bloody and perfidious people who have committed several murders upon the English community in Jamaica, it is now deemed that no African shall be further imported from that island. And that is important, because those Barbadian Africans went to Jamaica, created one of the first maroon communities in the hills of St. Anne. And that is where they went, the hills of St. Anne. And it's those hills of St. Anne that have produced Marcus Garvey and Bob Marley and so on and so forth. Because the culture goes in a circle. The civilization goes in a circle. I will also add, in respect of Barbados, that this very oppressive place have become the heart of a part of the Caribbean struggle. The people of this island have decided that since Barbados was the most oppressive society in the world, it will become, in our charge, in our hands, the freest society in the world. In other words, we will take that history and turn it on its head, because that is our commitment to Caribbean civilization, that we will make Barbados a place where everyone could come and feel free, feel at home, walk the streets, walk the beaches, and feel free, because freedom is now the most important value within Barbadian society. And it's not surprising that our Prime Minister has taken up the battle to complete the decolonization process. Her decision to lead her government to make Barbados a republic comes against the background of that history, to complete the process of decolonization. And Caribbean civilization is demanding it. Barbados is playing its part. And there are two examples I wish to give by way of demonstrating the evil, the place worse than hell that we are trying to destroy. When the right excellent national hero of Barbados, Sarah Ann Gill, who was a colored woman and a preacher, gave a speech right here in Bridgetown in which she said, you cannot be a Christian and be a slave owner. And Sarah Ann Gill made that speech, gave that sermon in a society where all of the priests were slave owners. All of the priests were slave owners. And this young woman gave a speech that you cannot be a Christian and be an owner of slaves. And what happened to her? The slave owners of Barbados burnt her church to the ground. I want you to understand that Barbados was the only place in America where people burnt churches. So when you look at the history of Mississippi and Alabama, where they were burning churches for 200 years, it started here in Barbados, church burning. And we have to understand those issues. The second aspect of this is the Haitian Revolution. When the Haitians declared national independence on the 1st of January 1804, which territory rose up as the first Caribbean territory to fight a revolution after the Haitians? Barbados. The people who the English thought had been broken, their spirits had been broken by slavery, the one society that took up the battle immediately after Haiti was Barbados. And yes, they killed 1,000 people in 3 days on this island for having the audacity of seeking to duplicate the Haitian Revolution. So yes, Barbados had been a critical part of the journey of Caribbean civilization. And Barbados has been a battleground in much the same way that Jamaica has been a battleground, St. Vincent, a battleground for the indigenous people, and all of the islands have been playing their part. Barbados has also been a battleground in the struggle for Caribbean freedom. And I will end with this observation. We are here at the site of the 1937 battleground. The 1937 battleground, when the most remarkable thing happened here in Barbados. The Marcus Garvey movement felt that Barbados was slipping behind. Barbados was slipping behind in its agitation against colonization. And the Marcus Garvey movement in Trinidad dispatched a young man by the name of Clement Payne. He was born in Barbados, he was raised in Trinidad, and the Marcus Garvey Society dispatched Clement Payne to go home to Barbados where you were born and fight to rebuild the struggle here in Barbados. And this young man arrived from Port of Spain, and in 3 months had mobilized an island-wide campaign against colonization and gave some of his finest speeches here on this ground. He was a very young man, but yet articulate, committed, brilliant, and he led the transformation that is now the modern Barbados. And I'm honored again to be on the platform with Prime Minister Motley. I too knew her as a young woman, like Clement Payne. A young woman, young, surprisingly young, but with a brilliant mind, tremendous appetite for knowledge, deeply committed to the Caribbean people and Caribbean civilization. And she said, I will do what I have to do. Yes, she has confronted the world of economic injustice on behalf of all Caribbean peoples. That's the struggle that Michael Manley had driven for many years, but somehow they were able to drive Prime Minister Manley out of office. They will not drive Mayor Motley out of office because she has the goodwill of the entire Caribbean. And that final struggle is to let us complete the decolonization process. There are still colonies in the Caribbean, and we are intolerant of the existence of colonies in our Caribbean civilization. There are still islands that are pleading their allegiance to foreign powers. Recently, the students in one of those colonies was told by their government, go to England and get your education, because it is cheaper for you to go to England than to go to UWI, which is your university. But that is colonization. And guess what? We need, in the Dutch-speaking territories, in the French-speaking territories, and I feel offended when I arrive in Martinique to meet my colleagues in Martinique and I see a sign at the airport which says, "Welcome to France." I personally find that offensive. So we have to end this colonization, because the Caribbean was where European colonization started. It started here in the Caribbean. And the process is not complete. For us to be fully free, totally free, we must end colonization of our people and our societies. And that is the battleground which is left for all of us in the promotion of the Caribbean nation and Caribbean civilization. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Beckles. You've given us the historical landscape. You've talked about all of the various influences, the struggles, particularly here in Barbados, and the struggles that continue. I want to turn to June Suma, and she has spent a significant time recently with the people of African descent. She was the chair of the public forum. And I want to ask her, in relation to the diaspora, in relation to our relations with Africa, the Caribbean exists not only within our geographic borders, but we have communities all over the world. In North America, in Europe. What role does the Caribbean diaspora play in shaping and sustaining the Caribbean civilization? How important is migration now, and what's the relationship with the Caribbean civilization and our outreach with the African diaspora as well?
Thank you very much, Chair. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, just when you thought women spoke a lot, Yes, thank you. I would like to answer this question in a very roundabout way, because I believe that Caribbean civilization starts with the people, not with the systems, not with the policies. It starts with the people. And so to give myself a little bit of legitimacy with regard to being on this panel full of Barbadians and Barbadian connections, I want to tell you how my concept of civilization started. As a young child, I was very much included in a Barbadian society that lived outside of Barbados. So there was, up to about 5 years ago, a small house on Crumpton Street, right opposite the Harrison College gate, where my 3 old aunts who died Mom died at 94, Auntie Constance died at 96, and Aunt Viola died at 103. These 3 entrepreneurial women traveled the seas between St. Lucia and Barbados, trading. And so I came to understand Caribbean civilization as a young child as something that gave us a certain amount of freedom of movement. And so we became these people who could never stay still, not because we lived on a small island like Barbados of 166 square miles, or on one of St. Lucia, 238 square miles, which is where I lived, but because we were taken away from something and we continued to search for that something ourselves as a people. So when enslaved people run away from plantations into maroon societies, they try to recreate the civilization that they knew. They try to recreate African civilizations in various parts of the Caribbean. And that is very important for us to know, because the first major revolution, successful revolution, the Haitian Revolution, embedded in their constitution that said any enslaved person who reached our shores would become free and would become a citizen. So you understand that, that one of the determinants of Caribbean civilization must be freedom of movement. And freedom of movement in all of its dimensions, because it ensures that there's a certain amount of self-determination. You are creating what you want to create, not what has been imposed on you. And so these are my concepts on which I based my notion of Caribbean civilization. But more than that, even more than that, when these aunts came back to St. Lucia, they always came back with things, trinkets, clothes for us, etc., etc. And we knew that in Barbados, there was a better standard of living. And so for me, Caribbean civilization must be about the standard of living that we create for our people, if we are putting them at the center. And even if they were in Barbados, and the community I lived in, as I said, had Barbadian people as well as St. Lucians who mixed with them, and would come to Barbados, and after 2 weeks they would come back with that God-blimey accent. And they would make sure that we understood that there was an education system in Barbados that afforded women, because these were women. And Sir Hilary talked about women and the fact that Barbados had the most women in the society. But Barbados has afforded women an education at a time when most of us were still struggling with adult suffrage. And so Barbados became a model for our community, and as I said, civilization must start at the level of the community. I think that Black Stalin says it very well when he speaks about the Caribbean man and the fact that we must have a common intention for a better life in the region. That Caribbean unity cannot be created without a knowledge of your history. And Caribbean civilization cannot be created without understanding who we are so that we can build that kind of identity. And because I already complained about the length of time that men spoke, let me go to my final issue, which is about the issue of decolonization. And because I am a Caribbean woman, because I have worked throughout the region, decolonization is a very important thing to me. Because I go to these islands that are still colonized. And I hear the conversation, and Prime Minister Motley always quotes the song by Bob Marley, which says, "Decolonize yourself from mental slavery." And we have to, it is our duty, if we are building a Caribbean civilization, to ensure that there is equality and equity built into that concept. And we have countries that do not have that ability. We have not even afforded them that ability at the level of CARICOM, because we have continued with the colonial premise that they are less than us. And we allow them into our mix of Caribbean unity as associate members. What is an associate member? They are members. And I am saying that it is us in the independent countries who must recognize that we cannot have a Caribbean civilization with people who are less than us. We are creating equality and equity. We have taken a long time to remove the chains that bound us. And Barbados is the example for all of us, as we have said, because it is now a republic. And so my challenge, of course, is to Barbados. I'm sorry, Prime Minister. But my challenge is to Barbados to ensure that the rest of the flags, like the Union Jack that you gave back to the Queen, that you must remove the flag of the Dutch from the region, that we must remove the flag of the French from the region, and that we must make sure that because we have now made friends with our enslavers, that we have not forgotten the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Suma. Dr. Suma took me back to a conversation I have with my staff from time to time, because in the conversation about free movement, I've been known to tell them that there was a time when we moved freely. And I tell my own story because my grandparents were from Jamaica. They just got on a boat and went. And there was nobody to say you had to. There was no immigration proceedings at all. And in fact, they did not come directly to Belize. They went to Mexico. My dad happened to have been born in Cozumel. And it was okay for them to move at that time, because although the colonizers fought at the level of the empires, they allowed people to move. And so they moved there, and then they moved from there and went to Belize. And that's on my dad's side. On my mom's side, people came up from Nicaragua and ended up in Belize, and so there are family connections and so there was a time when we moved freely, not only among the British Caribbean countries, but among all countries. And there must be ways in which we can work through getting back to a place where it is not only possible, but it is desirable for us to be able to do that. And so we need to work on that, not only within CARICOM, but generally among our countries in the Caribbean area. And PM Motley, I'm asking you now, on the basis of that little history that many of us in this region have with our family relations coming from different places, but we are not teaching this to our children. Our children are not aware that there was a time when this was possible. So I'm going to ask you, I know you're a former Minister of Education as well, so what is it that we are not doing right as a region in terms of educating our children about our history? What is it that we need to do to bring those stories alive to how it was so we know how it can be? What do we need to do with our education system, not only here in Barbados, but regionally, to allow it to be more transformative, to allow it to be more real and have the kind of results that we want?
Thank you very much. And June, I want to say up front, it may not be a gender thing, so let me talk. First of all, let me add to where SGU started, because my mother's father left here and went to Grenada and married a Grenadian. They came back here. They had 2 children born in Barbados. They left here. He was a photographer, by the way. And they left here, went to Guadeloupe, and had 2 children born in Guadeloupe. They left Guadeloupe and went to St. Martin and had 1 child born in St. Martin. And they left on the Dutch side. And then they left St. Martin and went to Aruba. And my mother and another brother and sister were born in Aruba. And they eventually came back here after 25 years of roaming the Caribbean. He eventually came back here and had his studios all across Bridgetown. They went to Dutch territories. They went to French territories. They went to English territories. In my family alone, I have first cousins whose first language is Dutch, not English. Something has to be fundamentally wrong with a Caribbean that in the 3rd decade of the 21st century still defines itself by imperial demarcations that are not born of our culture and our reality. And it is only us. It is only us who can change it. And so Hilary, I want to thank you and June for raising the issue. And I want to adopt all that Ralph said in terms of the context of the shaping of civilization. Now, what are we up against? Education has been seen in this country, Barbados, as the means by which poverty can be pushed back. If you ask a Bajan, what are the 2 most important, in fact, 3 most important things? 1, getting the education for the children. 2, owning a piece of the rock. And 3, don't unfair nobody. Bajans have a keen sense of social justice and that humanizing element that is absolutely necessary, and largely because of the kind of oppression that we would have seen in our modern settlement post 1627. My fear is that, just like the story in the Bible with Adam and Eve, that the temptation of easy living, the temptation of comfort, the temptation of individualism satisfying you instantly and even in the medium to long term, has dulled the senses of many of our people. And when that is combined with a lack of an appropriate sensitization and education and empowerment of people, we run the risk of being recolonized again. The reality is that is why, as recent as the heads of government meeting, I called for us to start to take control over how information is generated and how it is disseminated. And that the day that we don't control the technology that allows that to happen is the day that we become subject to the wills of other people. So that you have a smart city, you have smart grids, you have all of these smart things that can become ignorant with the turning of a switch. And one man owning all of this, whether through Starlink or Linkstar, whatever you want to call it, can immediately change the condition. Not that I'm imputing bad motive to him, because I'm not, but I'm stating vulnerability of us. And if we are truly to be sovereign nations, the first thing we must recognize is that the Armada is not coming. The flotillas are not coming. They're not dropping people in the center of the careenage there to be distributed in Barbados and other islands as slaves. They are coming straight into your heads and your minds. Just now, I went and looked when Hillary was talking, and I asked a simple question: what other laws in the Americas were inspired by the Barbados Slave Code of 1661? Where I'm sitting, I'm watching the Tower of Parliament with the flag. And when Hillary talked about the obligation to pay forward, that obligation to pay forward comes from the awful horror of having led the world in the Americas with the worst piece of legislation that has ever been passed by any parliament, any part, because it effectively denied the humanity of Africans and made them chattel. When I asked that question, Microsoft Copilot immediately answered, and it started with South Carolina 1696, and it had Jamaica next. And in 3 seconds, as I went to scroll, it removed it. And it said, I'm afraid I cannot talk about that topic. Sorry about that. I then went and asked again, give me the slave code of South Carolina. It started to give it to me and tell me how it was based on Barbados. And in 3 seconds again, I'd really like to help. But it seems that this topic is off limits for me. Sorry for that. I went to Perplexity, another AI platform, and mercifully, they answered. I give that example that is literally real time to show you the vulnerability of which I spoke. And this region has to face a few realities that regrettably I'm not sure we are facing as frontally and as comprehensively as we should. One, we are not in a position to control our destiny if we want to do it individually and without understanding the importance of common action and common purpose through the Caribbean community and the functional cooperation that it allows each of us. Two, that we, with the exception of Haiti, are all underpopulated. And yet, I am not an economist, but the factors of economic growth and development relate to what? Capital. What about labor? If you're underpopulated, how do you expect to be able to meet that ability, to be able to have the growth that can transform the quality of life of which June spoke? And to my SG, you know my view, that we are years behind in establishing a regional population commission that allows the Caribbean to be able to forge its destiny, not by accident or serendipity or because somebody else wants to oppress us, but because we are shaping and forming our own destiny deliberately. Thirdly, that without the Education Transformation Commission, that changes our educational system from simply providing knowledge which can be searched on depending on which platform you now use and what algorithms are there, but you can find knowledge generally. But where we are losing it is in the inculcation of values and attitudes and the provision of the requisite skills, and then the insistence on the habit that leads to excellence and to compassion. Those things don't happen by accident, but they become the actions and efforts every day. If we do it, they then become habit for us. My fear is that unless we root our people with these things, the things that led to Caribbean resilience for centuries will not provide for a resilient population going forward. And if our people can easily be swayed by food that's sweet, because sweet food isn't necessarily good for you, especially if you take it enough. Bitter is better. Secondly, if we only feel that everything we do is driven by our individual approach to life, and we're looking in a phone all of the time, how are we going to find the collective purpose to build the movements that are necessary to advance the quality of life in these countries and to ensure that we do not become pawns of another civilization who are simply trying to be able to dominate across the board? Thirdly, if we do not teach each other to respect each other, to care for each other, the golden rule, do unto others as you would have them do unto you, the ability to disagree without being disagreeable in small spaces, if these things are not part and parcel of small group development all across the region, then you're going to get the dissonance that leads to the conflict, that leads to the violence. And in the days where automatic guns are easier to catch than a 2x3 piece of wood, then you're going to have the reality of persons being the victims of that automatic gun violence across our societies. Guns do not walk, guns do not talk, but they are strong as technology. And without gunpowder, Europe could not have taken down Africa. So can you imagine what it will do to these islands and to these states in this region if we do not get on top of it? I say these things because our people have the ability to rise above it. Our history requires it of us. We know what has happened in the past, but we must not be lured, as Eve was in the Bible, into a sense of satisfaction and a sense of comfort such that we forget the common mission and the common approach that requires all of us together. Democracy, as we know it, is also at risk. And the reality is that it is at risk because we have moved from broadcasting to narrowcasting. We have created powers and technologies that are available in people's hands, whether it is a phone or a gun, that immediately changes the balance of power in societies. And what we need to do is to recognize that the state is at risk. And why? If the only place you can start to shape values in a society now becomes the school, because the people who used to watch the common television station ain't doing so no more. The people who used to listen to the radio stations together or the newspaper ain't doing it. And I'm not talking about Barbados. Let's take the US. In the US, you had ABC, NBC, CBS, PBS. Now you have narrowcasting, so that the state can no longer influence people en masse other than in the school system. You can't do it in the church because we have religious diversity. You can't do it in other areas because you don't have that common aggregation. Now, what does that mean? That there is a risk and a temptation that the state will want to strengthen itself to control the society by power rather than by influence. That is the balance and that is the risk that we as Caribbean states have to watch. And this morning I spoke to the Vice Chancellor. The government of Barbados feels so strongly about this that we want to work with the University of the West Indies to establish here at Cave Hill the Caribbean Institute for Democracy and Political Governance, because we believe that in the same way that our Caribbean civilization has played a marked role in helping to identify the battles of the world that have been oppressive and tyrannical and trying to fight against it, and at the same time given the world an example of how people of different races and religions can live together, relatively speaking, in the same common space without massive bloodshed. We believe that we need to institutionalize that story and those teachings and to give the world that very example at the time when the world needs it more than ever, in this madness of geopolitical strife, in this madness of conflict in almost every area. And it is against that backdrop that we hope that the gathering of ships in the Southern Caribbean will not mean that this is a foreteller of conflict in this region, because we are adamant about one thing across all Caribbean states, that the Caribbean must remain a zone of peace, having been a theater of conflict and iniquity for far too long. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Prime Minister Motley. And using the prerogative of the chair, this is why Prime Minister Motley is held in such high regard, not only in the Caribbean region, but globally. Because in a nutshell, she brought it all together about why we need to fix our education system. So, for example, we stopped quarreling about which colonizer was better. You know, we think that ours was better than the one over there. We really ought to be talking about how, as descendants of colonizers, all of us, it shouldn't matter what language we speak, because our experience was the same. So I want to pay enough respect to Prime Minister Motley. I want to ask PM Gonzalez to wrap up his conversation on Caribbean civilization and how it is evolving, and what role he sees in the cooperation, collaboration among nations, the integration that we're trying to build. How can we elevate, how can we strengthen that to ensure that it is supportive of the evolving Caribbean civilization, bringing everybody around the table?
Thank you. First of all, we need to recognize that any civilization which has to be sustained requires a material base appropriate to the purpose, which means that we must have the requisite economic arrangements in place and the levels of productivity. So that's first of all. You can't have a civilization which is not sustainable in an economic sense. Secondly, what emerges is that we have shared experiences, but those shared experiences must be structured institutionally into shared expressions. That is why we have the OECS, that's why we have CARICOM, that's why we have the ALBA, the Association of Caribbean States, CELAC, and the like. So that's second, very important. Thirdly, what is the purpose of all of this? The purpose really, in the final analysis, is to make a whole daughter and a whole son out of the history of compromises which have made us. I'm not saying that we must make a perfect daughter and a perfect son. It's a whole one. You can be imperfect, but yet whole. And how are we going to do this? We first of all have to ask our mother and our father, we have to ask our grandparents, and we have to ask our daughter and our son. We have to ask, why is it that we speak in a language in which we do not necessarily think? We have to ask ourselves how the whole thing runs. And finally, to understand how the whole thing runs, you have to come home to yourself. We have to come home to ourselves. A recognition that while we are not better than anyone, no one is better than us. We have to appreciate that we, all of us, in the civilization, on the sustainable economic base, we are all time. But only the future is ours to desecrate, because the present is the past. And of course, as the ladies would say, the past is our father's mischiefs. A little bit to the mothers too, but largely the fathers. We have to know how to interface well with the external world. We have to understand the sea. An island and seaboard civilization has to focus very much on the sea and the resources of the sea, including the resources of the deep seabed, which is the next frontier. Spaces, but beyond that, the resources of the sea. In Jamaica, we have the International Seabed Authority. We don't make enough use of what we have in our own domain. I want to suggest too that we need to put together in every single territory, every country in CARICOM, in the region, in CELAC, an advisory, a science and advanced technology advisory council, a science advisory advanced technology brains trust. You put it together. We have to join with the young people who are addressing this technology in order to fuel our further advancement and our further development, always remaining true to our tried and tested uplifting values of our Caribbean civilization, which is a civilization of nobility. And the mayor spoke towards a number of issues, even at the local level, and the individualism is important, and we have to protect the individualism, but the individualism cannot be for our civilization what I call an atomized individualism. It has to be a social individualism, and the social individualism is built through solidarity. Without solidarity, we cannot optimally advance our civilization. And as we have seen here today, the women, in addition to the young, are vital in this. In the early 1940s, something which was written by a Barbadian poet, an extraordinary man, Hilton Vaughan, and in using the Caribbean woman as a synonym for what is magnificent in our civilization, we are redefining ourselves as we came out of the 1930s anti-colonial uprisings. And he says very pointedly to a beautiful Caribbean woman, which represents, as I say, it's a metaphor for the further ennoblement of our civilization. Turn sideways now and let them see what loveliness escapes the schools. Then turn again and smile and be the perfect answer to those fools who always prate of Greece and Rome, the face that launches 1,000 ships and such like things, but keep tight lips for burnished beauty nearer home, our Caribbean civilization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister.
If I may, very quickly, I'm going to have a closing point here, but I think it may appropriately come after Ralph. Our problem is scale. If we don't have scale across our countries, we will not have the transformation. And it bothers me deeply that we're not yet at a stage where we recognize that we're going to have to use different media to reach people. It's no sense quarreling about the fact that the people out there and they're listening to the things that we want them to listen to. Last Saturday, I brought together Machel Montano, Atikan, Mikey Bennett from Jamaica, and a number of songwriters and artists in Barbados. Because ultimately, our preachers, our teachers, our politicians were the ones who carried sway in the past. But the people who carry the greatest sway today, whether we like it or not, and who have not necessarily come to the task of leadership willingly, are our artists and our sportsmen. They are global movers. Nobody asks them for a visa when they're good. They're allowed to move. I believe that we are not using them sufficiently in this Caribbean civilization. And Akeem said it at the beginning in his wonderful spoken word. To be able to get into the schools, I want to salute the students of Grantley Adams Memorial, of Springer Memorial and Queen's College, who are all here this morning, and Harrison College. And I want to be able to salute the 300 or so young people from the region who came in on the Prime Minister's Jamboree for Carifesta, because they just become part and parcel of the army to be able to bring the rest of Caribbean people along. We have to have scale. And people may say many things about Fidel, but Fidel articulated a clear pathway for the civilization of the Cuban people. Where Cuba has fallen, as Ralph made the point, you can't have a successful civilization if your economy is being undermined. So that the process of education is not where they faltered. It is the process by which they can support their people with food and medicine and different other things. And it is as a result of the fact that a prison wall has been placed around them with the sanctions that have been there for over 6 decades, which quite frankly are nothing short of criminal. Now we can speak of the modern things today, and I've spoken about the genocide in Israel, I've spoken about the absence of attention on Sudan while focusing on Ukraine. I've spoken this morning about the need to make sure that the Caribbean does not become the next theater. But the reality of what is happening in Cuba is still before our very eyes, and it is wrong. Now, we, however, have to make sure that we don't lose our way. And the quickest way to make sure we don't lose our way is to get the scale, to get the majority of our people sensitized. And in a time when there is narrowcasting and not broadcasting, it becomes even more challenging. We need to change the modalities and use those who already command their attention and their ear. Thank you.
Thank you very much, PM Motley. I want to invite both Ambassador Suma
and this is why Barbados is hosting Carifesta and building out the heritage economy and doing all of the things. There will be economic benefits, but more than the economic benefits, it is about trying to get scale in the mental emancipation of our region.
Thank you very much. I would want to invite Ambassador Suma and then Professor Beckles to give your closing, and then we will wrap this up as we've effectively run out of time, but we will. It's an excellent conversation.
Thank you very much, Chair. One of the challenges that we face comes from the fact that we don't see ourselves as a collective. And we continue to allow those on the outside not to view us as a collective. In fact, at the various tables that I sit within the United Nations, they have refused to accept that people of African descent are a collective. And we have to fight for that, because yes, we are individuals, but we are also a collective, and that is what will help us to develop our Caribbean civilization. I am an ardent pan-Caribbeanist. My family comes from everywhere, like prime ministers in the Caribbean. My nieces and nephews are married to every different people in the region. When we have a family reunion, it is like a CARICOM government meeting. So I am an ardent pan-Caribbeanist. And it tells me also that we cannot build on our notions of a global Africa, which is what we are part of, without consolidating who we are as a people in the Caribbean. We can have that reconnection, but to make it sustainable, we must understand who we are as a Caribbean people. And so let me thank everybody for this opportunity to be on this esteemed panel, Prime Minister especially, and I look forward to us continuing this conversation with the people as we go along. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Beckles.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The one element I wish I could have opined upon as a part of Caribbean civilization is the issue of our multi-plural, multiracial, multicultural civilization.
And additionally, cricket.
Yes. Because Prime Minister Motley mentioned the 1661 Slave Code, as the British called it, where the Parliament of Barbados, in that building over there, had a special session and came up with a law that said the following: from here on in, all Africans arriving on this island shall be deemed as property, chattel, and real estate for those who have purchased them and for the heirs indefinitely. That was the law. That law was then passed through almost every other colony in this hemisphere, but it was conceptualized and legislated in that building. That African people are not human beings. They are property. And they shall be subject to all the features of property. Meaning, you could buy them, you could sell them, you could purchase them, you can mortgage them, you can use them as currency, you can use them as collateral for contract purposes. All the features of property shall now be applicable. It is nothing more than a miracle that those of us who are the descendants of that law and that history have come to the moment of realization where we say, no, all people are equal and their humanity shall be protected, and that we, the black people, are the ones who are saying that. We are saying that we're going to turn that history around, and we should define all people as human beings with equal rights, and no one should be treated, as Prime Minister Motley says, no one should be treated unfairly. As proof of that, let me tell you how the CARICOM Reparations Commission was established. Ralph Gonsalves placed a proposal before the heads of governments asking for the establishment of a CARICOM Reparations Commission to speak about injustice and repair. Ralph Gonsalves is a poor white indenture from Portugal. A Portuguese indentured servant coming here and giving us a prime minister. Sitting in the chair of that heads of governments meeting was Kamla Bissessar, a Hindu indentured servant from India whose parents came to Trinidad, grandparents to find work. So here we have it, a reparations commission proposed by a poor white and endorsed by a Hindu princess who said,
and still a poor white.
Who said, I want every head of CARICOM to approve this, and all the governments of CARICOM took direction from the Hindu princess of Trinidad to pass the proposal. So here we are, black people, with our reparations commission conceptualized and approved by a Hindu and a Portuguese. But we're all fighting for the same cause and purpose, and I want to emphasize that. So that I want to develop the point Prime Minister Motley says that we are committed to our Caribbean civilization as a place where everyone should be treated fairly and justly, irrespective of their race, color, or class, because this is the fundamental feature of Caribbean civilization. And my thing is not working very well, and it gives me an opportunity to quote Bob Marley. The first time I saw Bob Marley was in Jamaica in 1979, that was 45 something years ago. And Bob Marley came on stage, and the system was not working. And he became frustrated, and he said, have you noticed that every time poor people come together to have a nice time, the sound man does mess up things?
I must defend them. Even though I heckle them all, I must defend them. They have done a fantastic job, and I want to thank them. And let me just say this. I hope you very much appreciate that the category poor white is not an ethnic concept, it's a sociological and social concept. Because if you look in the birth certificates from the period of the 19th century, they used to put ethnicity. They had white. They had Portuguese or Madeiran. They had Coolie. They had Negro or earlier nigger. They had mix. It's amazing what we all had to go through, you know. But we have gone through all of it. And we have come out where we are among the best run nations in the entire world. As an integrated whole, as a creolized people with either high or very high levels of human development. We ain't do too bad at all. And sometimes we beat up on ourselves. But I think this is the time at Carifesta that we must celebrate what we have. That's true. And lift it higher. I want to thank Mia and the government of Barbados. I wrote her a letter because I heard rumblings that some people were saying, as also in St. Vincent, we sent here nearly 150 persons. And there are always persons who say, how much this thing costs? Why you didn't use the money for the poor? Yes. Well, you know, Mia, there was a feast. We ain't talking the civilization, we're talking about the civilization and Carifesta together. There was a feast 2 days. A meeting 2 days before the feast of the unleavened bread. This is a Jewish festival. Just like we have a festival here. Christ was at Bethany, at the home of Simon the leper. The disciples were gathered there. A lady turned up with an alabaster box. That's Mia. She turned up with an alabaster box, and inside of it were expensive perfumes. And she chose to anoint Christ with the perfumes. Now, there's a man, Judas, who was there. And Judas led the battle against this woman and said, listen, this thing is a whole year's man's wages for this thing. And you come in and waste it, it should have been given to the poor. And Christ reproached those who are speaking like that and said, the poor you would always have with you. And you can do something about it. But for the moment, let us show some love, which is what we are showing here for one another. And chapter 14 of the book of Mark ended, and Judas Iscariot left and went to see the high priest Caiaphas in a conspiracy to kill Christ, for which he received 30 pieces of silver. So anytime you hear somebody want to stop us celebrating our civilization and our culture, remember that. And remember Judas. Thank you very much.
And SG, may I say, as I hand over to you, we experienced that when we chose to remove a derelict NIS building from this site and to relocate the Barbados Fire Service. Because for too many years, Bajans did not know where Golden Square was, irrespective of the fact that Golden Square was the place of the rebellion of the 20th century that led to the establishment of our first political party within months, just a few hundred meters from here, that led to the establishment of the Barbados Workers' Union within 4 years thereafter, and that effectively led to the modern Barbados. And that is why this conversation in Carifesta 15, 87 years after people lost their lives on this site and across Bridgetown, would be the most appropriate place for us to recommit to democracy, recommit to Caribbean civilization, recommit to putting our people above all else in all that we do. The only problem that we have is to bring scale to the equation and not just look at the economic prosperity, but the mental and psychological strength that is needed for that solidarity of which Ralph spoke. So I hope that the rest of you have a wonderful Carifesta 15. I'm told that the place mashed up last night in Botanical Gardens. I'm told that the fashion show is on Broad Street. So if you're left in Golden Square, make it to Broad Street and see the beauty and flair. If I was David Rudder, I would sing about the Caribbean woman in Bacchanal Lady, but I cannot. So over to you, SG.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prime Ministers and other distinguished panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you will agree that we have heard powerful reflections today on the complexity, creativity, and resilience of Caribbean civilization, from our histories of struggle to our vibrant cultural forms, from our intellectual traditions to our diasporic connections. We can conclude that the idea of Caribbean civilization is about where we've come from, who we are, and where we are moving ourselves forward as great cultural icons from Jamaica, Rex Nettleford, from America, African American, James Baldwin, both reminded us, if we know from whence we came, there is no limit to where we can go. On behalf of the organizers, I want to thank you for starting this big conversation. We are anticipating that the run of the conversations will be excellent, and we're looking forward to it in Carifesta henceforth. Thank you, audience, for your engagement. Thank you, everybody. Have a great Carifesta.
Ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause for the Honorable Mia Amor Motley, the Prime Minister of Barbados, Dr. Ralph Gonzalez, Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dr. June Soomer, a historian and diplomat, Sir Hilary Beckles, the Vice Chancellor of the UWI, and our moderator, Her Excellency Dr. Carla Barnett, Secretary General of CARICOM. Since the start of this event, a number of cabinet ministers and ministers of government of Barbados have joined us, and we want to acknowledge them. Let's give them a round of applause. Just letting you know that the Grand Market opens this evening at 7 p.m., so head on down to the Carifesta Village in Waterford. That's where we're going to kick things off. And then you can join us for Bermuda Night. That's happening at 7 p.m. right here at Golden Square. It is free and full of island vibes, so come on down to Bermuda Night tonight at 7 p.m. right here at Golden Square, Freedom Park. And you can rise with the sun tomorrow morning for the Holy Train, featuring Jonathan Butler, gospel artist. It's going to be a powerful sunrise experience starting at 6 a.m. at the Carifesta Village and Grand Market in Waterford. And I'm introduce Mahalia Cummins. She's going to give us a beautiful rendition of Big Love, Eternal Summer, and Let It Go.
people of my heart and soul, and I can never feel alone. And every time that I go away, so excited every time that I hear your name. Barbados, my heart just belong there. My heart just belong there. Break down any wall, any barricade. For another homeland I will never trade. Barbados, my heart just belong there. Little island, big, big love that will never go away. Never go away. Little island, big, big love that will never go away. Never go away. Tell me will you hear, will you listen to my voice? The heartbeats of a people you can't destroy. No, we can't destroy. Let me tell you, Barbados, on my heart burn like a flame for you. Go anywhere, I will always return to you. Yeah, yeah, listen here to me. All my love, you will always be dear to me. All my life, every time that I go away. Excited every time that I hear your name. Barbados, my heart just belong there. My heart just belong there. Break down any wall, any barricade. For another homeland I will never trade. Barbados, my heart just belong there. A little island, big, big love that will never go away. Oh, it will never go away. This little island, big, big love that will never go away. Never go away. Everybody not here for Carifesta. In my heart forever. I love you forever. You are in my heart forever. I love you forever. You are in my heart forever. I love you forever. You are in my heart forever. I love you. I love you every time that I go. Excited every time that I hear your name. Barbados, my heart just belong there. My heart just belong there. Break down any wall, any barricade. For another homeland I will never trade. Barbados, my heart just belong there. A little island, big, big love that will never go away. Never go away. Carry come, carry festa, never go away. Yeah, never go away. Little island, big, big love, never go away. In my heart forever. I love you forever. So as you go where you're going now from here, I can send you on your way with positive energy. If you were at the opening ceremony last night, you would have heard this one. So now you're going to hear it in its entirety. So just feel free, free up yourself and let it go, right? Let me go. Hey, stand firm like a soldier, the world on your shoulder. You're feeling like the boat sinking. March out, no time to hesitate. Got to open the gate, it's time to stop thinking. You can be who you wanna be. Fly like the birds and the bees. One bad mind philosophy. Bounce and shock out, let me see. Woo! Don't you know when the stakes are high, you can still get low, yeah. And don't you know when the chips are down, you can still let go, yeah. Just lively up yourself, show me you know. Shout out the anthem, oh. Shout out the anthem, oh. When I'm ready, let it, let it, let it, let it, let it, lift up. I said you gotta rip up, flip up. See the people out there, tear the strip up, never trip up. Gotta put your cup up, walk up. Are we gonna lock the block up? Take it and shake it in here and outside in the alley. Here we so wide awake, we about to get rowdy. When you're ready to escape, just popping your mixtape. You rocking the streets of cars and the earthquake. Don't you know when the stakes are high, you still get low? And don't you know when the chips are down, you still let go? Lively up yourself, show me you know. Shout out the anthem, hey, just shout out the anthem, hey. Wanna ready? Let it, let it, let it, let it, let me do it, Carifesta. Original swing is such a beautiful thing. No imitation. Do whatever you want. We do whatever we want. No limitation. No, we don't care if you just want to dance. We know that this could be our last chance. Bounce to the groove, ready to move. Time to decide if you win or you lose. Don't you know when the stakes are high, you still get low? Don't you know when the chips are down, you still let go? Just lively up yourself, show me you know. Shout out the answer, oh, just shout out the answer. Last time, when I'm ready, let it, let it, let it, let it, let it, let have a wonderful day, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy the rest of Carifesta 15 from Barbados with love.
Well, that's it. The first big conversation definitely underway. What an interesting style of presentation it was. Cassandra is still here, and we had an opportunity to take that in.
Yes.
A conversation on the Caribbean civilization.
Some interesting revelations and how interconnected we really are as a people, and what needs to be the focus, the pillars of society like education. These are some of the key things to maintaining civilization as we would want it. So that's one of the big conversations, and a huge one, because you got an opportunity to hear from a number of regional leaders. Our Prime Minister included the Honorable Mia Amour Motley, along with the Honorable Dr. Ralph Gonzalez of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Also got to hear from the Vice Chancellor, UWI, Professor Hilary Beckles. So that was definitely an interesting conversation, to say the least. So we're looking forward to yet another big conversation that's coming up just a few meters away from the Golden Square location. The next one is scheduled to take place at Copacabana.
That's absolutely right. And that was scheduled to commence at 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
We're definitely running on island time today. We definitely are running on island time. But here, as you can see in set, it has delayed start up, so I don't suspect you're missing anything. We certainly will continue to monitor. As we speak, they're standing by to bring you a fashion show from the heart of the city in Broad Street. I understand that Broad Street is already locked off. I'm not sure if it has started yet, but we're going to try to get some eyeballs, not just one, both, in there for you so that we can find out what's happening. There will also be another fashion presentation that is coming up later this evening from 6 to 7. But we just got word that the official opening of the Grand Market happens at 7 o'clock tonight. I know you're looking forward to that, Cassandra.
I'm looking forward to that because that includes the culinary experience. And I think that if we as a Caribbean people are coming together during Carifesta, we're of course celebrating Carifesta 15, I believe that the food is a critical and key part of that. So it's certainly something you can look forward to. 7 p.m. is open, and tomorrow you have the opportunity then to, of course, enjoy some Sunday food from across the region. You can expect to see islands like Antigua and Barbuda, Anguilla, the Bahamas, Cuba. The country Cuba will be represented. Grenada will be represented. Guyana, Haiti, Jamaica, St. Lucia, Trinidad and Tobago, Panama, Venezuela, Ghana, and of course, Barbados. So that is going to be special, to say the least. I don't know. That sounds incredibly exciting.
I think if it's one thing that holds true across the region is even if we don't cook throughout the week, you
Sunday
cook food.
Sunday food.
I can still remember when people used to call shame on you for being in a fast food chain line on Sundays. As a matter of fact, I think when we were up to maybe 20s. A lot of fast food places didn't open
on Sundays.
That's
definitely changed because society has changed, and the demand and the busy lifestyles of many people has called for something else. But I think that things have also evolved in the sense that it doesn't have to necessarily be fast food in the sense that we think of something deep fried and something with fries. There are people now who prepare what looks like or resembles our Sunday food, the chicken, the pie dishes, the extravagant salads and whatever. So if that is the lifestyle and it calls for that, I don't think that the level of shame once associated with buying food on a Sunday is still there. You have options, but if you prefer to maintain the tradition of waking up bright and crispy around 4 o'clock and start the cooking at home, that's fine too.
For me, that's a legacy that I felt like I really needed to carry on. And sometimes I feel tremendous shame because my mother cooked every day.
Mine did too.
Yeah. So, I wanted the little people in my life to be able to experience that because we ate together every night. My mother would dish out the food and you would come and eat, everybody around the table. And I loved that experience. If we got a chance to interact, engage one time a day, it was over a meal.
That is definitely true. And I have to admit that was my life as well. My mom cooked every day. I cannot claim any of that because it just doesn't work out that every day it happens. So, you learn how to cook and store it well sometimes. So you have some réchauffé dinners.
Oh, réchauffés.
The reheatables.
Réchauffés from Sunday by Thursday?
Not so far. Probably by like Tuesday, it's gone from the Sunday. And that's when that happens. And we had rules as well for what you could cook. Me, I break those. If I feel like eating just cuckoo or Bajan soup on a Sunday,
no.
I'm that girl.
No.
I'm telling you, I will do it.
That's not allowed.
I do it. I cook what I feel like cooking.
This is all tying into what we talked about and some of these deeper conversations, things that we look past that are kind of entrenched, that have become cultural norms, that have become who we are, that we don't even realize.
Yeah.
But it truly was frowned upon. Certain things, you're right.
Yes.
You just did not cook or eat on Sundays.
Listen, I've had the conversation so many times, like, I don't know how my mother did that, like, every single day, and having to come up with something that was interesting and delicious all at the same time, like every day.
But be honest, we complain far too often.
Yeah, but I thanked her for it. I got to thank her for all that she did before, she's now moved on to another plane.
Yeah.
But I thanked her for it. I mean, it's something people take for granted, but that's a lot. It's a lot of hard work. So to those who still do that, good for you. And I tip my virtual hat, but I'm grateful for the skills, knowing how to do it when it is necessary, and when I can't, knowing where to source some good home-cooked tasting food.
All right, beautiful stuff. It was really great to see how Golden Square looked. The colors were vibrant and beautiful, as they should, for Carifesta. But beyond that, the discussion was rich. The presentations were definitely strong as well.
Absolutely, and I think that this is also not something that we can take for granted. We don't often get to see these individuals grouped together and having deep conversation on something that could impact us all. So let's take from these conversations what we can. Where we can make contributions, let's take the opportunity to do so. And if you can participate, definitely do not miss a chance to do that. Later today on the beach, you have a chance to be a part of that Salty Tongues presentation. And again, the next big conversation is scheduled to take place in a matter of minutes at Copacabana on the coast there, just on the outskirts of Bridgetown. Another chance for you to tune in and certainly contribute as you can, or just take it in and hear the interesting discourse. I'm looking forward to that as well.
Absolutely. So there are many things happening simultaneously. You definitely have to check that calendar. Go to carifesta.net to make sure that you stay on top of what is happening, and you won't be disappointed. There's really just something for everyone happening. There's lots happening in and around Bridgetown, and I love that. And we've also been told that Bermuda's Country Night, that was to be at the Grand Market tonight at 7, that has been moved over to Bridgetown, to Golden Square as well.
That is correct. I was just looking at that and thinking, okay, Bermuda Night. So this is a chance for you to kind of get an introduction to the various islands. So if you've always been thinking of going to Bermuda, never had the opportunity to, you can do so now. You can literally visit from right here in Barbados and get a little sneak peek into what it's all about. Help you make your plans for later in the year or next summer, whatever it is. But this is life and this is happening now. So you have an opportunity at Golden Square. So don't forget, Bermuda Night takes place at 7 p.m. at Golden Square Freedom Park in Bridgetown this evening. It's free and it is full of island vibes. So that's your chance to take it in and see what will be on offer, on show. We're definitely, I don't want to say pompous setting, but you know that's one of those Bajan words that you use when you're fussy about something, it's special to you and you want to share it with the world. So you show it off to the world. Tonight, Bermuda Night. So Bermuda is on stage.
Listen, if you see me on my phone, I'm not ignoring Cassandra. Is because the information is coming so fast and furious. I'm trying to get everything in here for you. So I am getting some updates so that we will be able to keep you informed. That's why we're here on a Saturday. When's the last time we had a live show on TV?
It's been longer for me than for you.
I don't. Turn off the lights. I won't say anything else. But we certainly have not had a live show on a Saturday outside of news for quite some time. And it really feels good to be able to share with you in this way. So a few reminders. So tonight, again, 7 o'clock is free Bermuda Country Night is happening. The Grand Market opens this evening, 7 o'clock. So you can head over to that village over at Waterford. Then Rise with the Holy Train featuring Jonathan Butler. We told you about that. Fashion is happening in the middle of the city.
Our style.
So coming up next, though, right here on TV8, we are going to move on over to that next big conversation. The next big conversation is happening at Copacabana. So we are going to move over to that next location. And then we're also going to take in what we talked about earlier, that saltwater tongues.
Saltwater tongues. I love the title. So kudos to whoever came up with that. Lots of creativity at work here to pull this all together. Remember, it's Carifesta 15. We're talking about it's dancing, it's poetry, it is rhythm, it's music, it's food, it is people most of all, and some great conversations are being had at various levels. And this is our people, our time to celebrate and enjoy it.
It's true. Let's double back to that, Salt Tongues. You're so right. This title is so provocative.
Yes.
Just a moment ago, when I started thinking about it again, now we all know what it is to have, as we say in Barbados, Bajan parlance, a sea bath. So when we take a sea bath and you get, you know, the mouth a little salty because you may be swimming and so on, it's a totally different feel.
It is a totally different experience.
Salt Tongues. It's very interesting.
And again, when I think of it, I can't help but think of how people describe when you get a little fired up and they say, oh, your mouth a little salty, you know, and you know that means there's a little fight going on there. There's some quarrel in that voice.
Yeah.
But I think it's strong discourse or strong creative sharing through the poetry that people can expect. It will be profound, it will be provocative, but it certainly will be thought-provoking as well. And so it is going to be something to experience in a bonfire setting.
Oh, that sounds beautiful. That's all coming up. We are hoping to bring that to you live from 4 to 7. So we're going to tell you more about that and a whole lot more as marathon coverage of Carifesta 15 continues here on TV8.
We gather as one, united Caribbean. We join hands in one big cultural explosion. The heartbeat of the drum, our rhythm in the sun. With pride and passion, time for celebration. Let's show the world boundless creativity. Let's show the world the beauty of our artistry. Let's show our roots, Caribbean roots. Our roots, Caribbean roots. Let's show our roots, Caribbean roots. Roots, Caribbean roots. Carifesta. Carifesta. Barbados. Carifesta.
Anybody across the world to support. Really recommend to anybody, if Mansa World is coming in your city, make sure you buy those tickets. I'm about to talk to the world about this. I'm proud to see the length and the breadth of which Mansa World is going. It was such a rare, good experience. Wow. I'm gone. I'm gone. Where's Africa to the world? Oh, wonderful. The world deserves to see such an authentic, such a full, such a wholesome African production from Ghana.
coverage live here on TV8. I'm Tisha Hines sitting in with Cassandra Crawford. And
with you.
I've had such a wonderful experience moving across the Caribbean.
Same.
I would hope that everybody makes it their business to at least getting a few Caribbean nations, particularly those people who say, I've not been to any Caribbean countries.
And that should not be, it should not be, because it's so close to us, you know, and it really is something. What I love is that, in my experience, you know, I've traveled to a few of the islands, whether it was doing a show I did in the past called Island Jams, which focused on parties across the Caribbean, or leisure across the Caribbean for Carib Scope Travel and Leisure. We have many similarities, but there are always the peculiarities and the unique things about the islands that make them this one little thing that is special for that island. So I often recall that some of the best pineapple I had in Guyana.
Yeah, there's somebody at every corner peeling the pineapple.
Black pineapple specifically.
Peeling the pineapple in record speed, at record speed. Yeah, for sure. Lots of pineapple.
Lobster, some of the best lobster dish, well, I should say seafood dish that featured lobster, was in this place that looked like a paling and something very informal, but the food was so very high-end. This was in Tortola in the British Virgin Islands. And then I remember having dinner once at what was a castle in Curacao. I can't remember the name of the restaurant, but it certainly was an experience. And you know, Curacao has the Dutch, and then they have the other side, that's the different influence, and St. Lucia with its French influence, same thing in Dominica. Dominica with their Creole Music Festival, and every space had a different thing. I love the cassava bread in St. Lucia. You know, it's so special. You're going through the hairpin corners up through the mountains, and you can stop at this little pull-off, this little thing on the side, and watch the people making their cassava bread in these huge cast iron pots. And you get your cassava bread and you enjoy that, and you continue your journey. So always something special.
Yes, that's true. No, Rochelle is telling me grinding cocoa in St. Lucia.
I haven't done that, but I did walk through some, I think it's Belmont Farm in Grenada, to see how they go through preparing the nutmeg and the various spices.
Wow.
So it's always something to see. And the sunsets of St. Kitts, amazing.
I agree. It wasn't lost on me that Julian Rogers and Josanna Leonard talked about the fact that they had a conversation with our Prime Minister Motley about being able to wake up and see what's happening in other Caribbean countries. And oftentimes, even to just find out basic information about our countries it's difficult to do. You can find out about all other places in the world, obviously, you know, more developed countries and so on. So we have to make that a reality, because beyond the geographical lines, I mean, those are imaginary lines that we have to erase.
It is true.
Yeah.
It is true. And it's just about creating opportunities for you to have the experiences at whatever level. And if you travel for business, I know sometimes things get so busy, you forget to take in a little of what is actually happening in the country. Let me taste some of the food that they make. What is indigenous to this country? So you have that memory that you can take with you. I know what I love about home, and you know that no place like home feeling is real for me. But when you go and you experience it in somebody else's country, that is also special, and you're creating memories. And I mean, we really are close. So it is important to have the experience and to know what is there. I am sure you too, Tishia, have said, you know, we as broadcasters pretty much feel like we could work anywhere else in the world because we are so in tune with what is happening in international spheres. I don't know that people can necessarily do that if it was flipped, but we certainly do stay in tune. So it's also important to make sure we know what is happening in our neighboring islands.
It's true. And talking about looking at what's happening, I know that we had an opportunity to see what was happening on stage, but we had people all over Golden Square and all across Bridgetown, and we want to be able to get you into the action. Now, we've been following the 200 plus, almost 300 young people who are a part of a special Jamboree, 5th and 6th form students who were brought to Barbados to experience Carifesta. And we heard Prime Minister Motley refer in her presentation, Cassandra, to the fact that this is the start of introducing them to getting Caribbean people together.
Experiences.
Yes.
And this is creating something for them. This is etching an experience in their minds.
So you're experiencing it as it happens. Josanne Leonard was on location and she sent us a quick report.
I am Nigel Taylor, the camp director for the Prime Minister Initiative of the Carifesta 50 Student Jamboree. This is being conducted right now under the auspices of the Prime Minister, but at the same time with these students that you see here who have been invited specially from many of the Caribbean countries to come and share in this great experience. Now, this is the first Carifesta 15 post-COVID-19. So it is unique and it's memorable. And because of that, right now we are right here enjoying ourselves and basking in the big talk conversation that is hosted by the Prime Minister of Barbados, the Honorable Mayor Amon Motley. And the students are delighted to be part of this historic event. They enjoy themselves. We have over 200 students in this camp, this big camp. Bear in mind that Jamboree is a time for people to enjoy themselves, festivities and all of that. And this is exactly what they're doing. There's camaraderie, there are tours, there are events that they would attend from the youth village. Their own creation at times would take a critical part of their life. So living at the Lestevon School, that is where we are housed, would be students from many, many, many territories, many, many cultures, many, many ethnic groupings. Together, all of us, all of these are enjoying themselves. So we are happy that they are here in Barbados, and we hope that this is a meaningful and a measurable experience for them. Thank you very much.
All right, good stuff. How about that?
I think that is special. And when I see things like this, where these young people are having an opportunity to come together like this and exchange different stories and experience this moment by moment, it makes me think of some of the significant things that have happened through the years. As a young person, one of the things was the Village of Hope that happened with a focus. Of course, it was an event focused on the environment and sustainable living for small island developing states like ours. But this is going to stay with them forever. So all these special little takeaways will definitely help to shape and impact their lives as they go forward.
Not to mention the friendships, the connections that you're able to make, particularly as they venture through 5th form and into 6th form, where they're getting ready maybe to make a decision on which country to go to, where to go to school, maybe to the University of the West Indies.
Even what to study.
Absolutely. Yeah. So this is an experience that I'm sure they will not soon forget. We are on the countdown for the next Footprints in the Sand presentation. Now we're told because a number of people from the first one are going to be a part of the second one, it's going to be changed just a bit in terms of the format. But let's check in and see if they're ready to go. They're not quite ready, Cassandra. I am not surprised because even at the end of that first big conversation, did you see the big conversation that was happening post big conversation?
It's the after party. The after, because so much discourse has got to be drummed up.
All right, it looks like they're lining up.
They're getting ready.
So let's check in.
At culture and climate change. Two things that persons might have a bit of difficulty putting together, but we're looking forward to an exciting discussion and really insightful perspectives and reflections. So I am ably joined on this panel by, I'm just going to make sure I get right. Amanda T. McIntyre, Suzanne Burke, and Alana Brooks. So, Alana Brooks has a deep connection with nature, a fascination with avant-garde creatives, and a strong belief in the power of civic engagement to define the interest in her as an architectural designer. These passions are not just abstract ideals, they are reflected in every aspect of her academic, personal, and professional life. Alana holds a BSc in Social Sciences from the University of West Indies and a Master of Architecture from the University of Toronto. She continues to contribute to the academic community as an instructor at two Barbados tertiary education institutions, which is BCC, the Barbados Community College, within the Division of Technology and the Division of Fine Arts, and the Samuel Jackson Prescott Institute of Technology within the Building Studies Division. I'm also joined by Suzanne Burke. Suzanne Burke is a cultural studies scholar whose work employs the domain of culture as a pathway to Caribbean socio-economic transformation. Her research focuses on Caribbean culture, carnival, industries and culture, creative entrepreneurship, and management, as these relate to the development and evaluation of cultural practices and programs. She is a dedicated teacher who employs radical pedagogies to create epistemologies about cultural studies, arts-based practice, and creative entrepreneurship. She's worked extensively with a wide cross-section of public sector enterprises, civil society organizations, and private agencies in the areas of strategic planning, human resource development, policy analysis, cultural sector mapping and planning, and audience impact analysis. Ms. Amanda T. McIntyre is a Trinidadian writer, artist, and scholar. She is the 2025 Tilton Access Fellow. Her project, Present Continuous, explores Caribbean architectural and sartorial cultures, developing a sustainable practice of archiving contemporary Caribbean masquerades. She is also the creative director and principal designer at Doddy Mass Visual and Performing Arts Company. McIntyre's visual art and scholarship focuses on the baby doll masquerade that was historically presented as abandoned and destitute. However, after more than 15 years of intervention, the masquerade was revised into a self-possessed person who exercises political agency in the interest of herself and her child. Following this critical cultural shift, interpretations of the art form expanded to include a range of expressions that veer away from what was previously called traditional to what McIntyre identifies as the contemporary Caribbean baby doll masquerade. Her essays about this phenomenon have been published in Tooth Moon, Caribbean Journal of Cultural Studies, and Caribbean Quality. Welcome, Ms. Brooks, Dr. Burke, and Ms. McIntyre. Welcome to this conversation. It also behooves me, of course, to welcome Premier Wheatley of the British Virgin Islands. Pleased to have you here, sir. And we're looking forward to an exciting conversation. So if you're looking at this online, live, or if you're looking at this after the event is finished, we are still very happy to have you here with us. And so this is how this conversation is going to go. I'm going to give each panelist 15 minutes to introduce their topic. Now, we actually have less time, I just realized, so I'm going to give each panelist 10 minutes. But I mean, I am flexible. So they each prepared 15-minute presentations, actually, so go for it, and let's go with it as we can. But if you can't keep it to 10, that would be appreciated. Then I'm going to say a few words. I'll probably say less on my end. And then we're going to, if there are any interventions from the audience, we'll take those as well. And we're going to have a conversation, and then we'll close. Right, so that's how this is going to go. So I'm going to actually jump right in by handing over the floor to Ms. Alana Brooks.
Okay, so good afternoon. I'm so honored to be here. So I'm Alana Brooks. I'm an architectural designer, as Caron had mentioned, and also an educator, I would say, a bit of an explorer. So the images that I'm thinking that you're able to see are all images which I have put together. I guess I would like to believe that I'm multifaceted. So, so outside of architecture, as you know, you might just assume that architecture is about building, about designing buildings. I'm into art, collages, drawing, and so on. So all of what you're going to see are things that I have put together. So first off, so I want to, again, stress that from my perspective, that architecture is not just a technical practice, right? It is an art form from my perspective, and that's how I approach the field, and that's how I hope to continue to position myself. And so when it came to this talk, I thought that this was really how I would be approaching this conversation, the idea of how architecture is not just a technical thing, but it's about culture. It's a cultural and ethical act, right? And in terms of climate change and the challenges that we are experiencing, architecture has a lot to offer in terms of the conversation. When it comes to change and when it comes to identity and culture. So architecture is not just about buildings, it's about people, identity, and the environments that shape us. So on the screen, you're seeing this word statelessness, right? And statelessness essentially was a concept that was proposed really as a provocation by the CDB a couple years ago. They had this brilliant project, the CIF program, the Cultural and Creative Industry and Innovative Fund. So they put forward this concept called, they entitled it Statelessness, and they essentially invited artists and technocrats around the Caribbean to participate in terms of looking for solutions to how we may maintain or protect or regenerate cultural artifacts in the Caribbean in response to the challenges of climate change. So I approach this from my perspective as an architect, well, as an architectural designer, as an educator, as an artist, and so on. And so what you're seeing are some of the collages that I would have submitted as part of my contribution, the submission to my in terms of the exhibition and so on that was part of this statelessness provocation. So it's really about the idea of displacement, but not only displacement that is physical or physical migration due to crises, but also that idea of disturbance and destruction to a sense of self that happens when communities or nations experience crises, right? This idea of this upheaval, the idea of losing artifacts that are part of your identity. You don't only move, but also your memories, your identity, all of that is affected. So in terms of design and architecture, what could that mean really and truly? That was the question that I was tackling. What could architecture and art offer to that challenge, this idea of displacement, not just physical, but also cultural and so on. So of course, just some more of those images. And so of course, to go forward, I think that, it's always great to look backwards. And the Caribbean knows the idea of statelessness well already, right? Largely due to how many of the islands, the countries and so on, we are derived from a plantation economy. And so I'm a Barbadian, so I know the Barbadian chattel house, and I know that, chattel houses really were a response to the instability that certain classes of people experience, especially during the times of the plantation economy, where really and truly you had to be able to move your home. If you were living in a chattel house, the chattel houses were portable, adaptable, expandable, and so on, and rooted in the reality of then, right? And so this idea of statelessness was always relevant. And further to that, the physical features of the chattel house are relevant or responsive to the reality of Caribbean climate and weather, right? In terms of dealing with temperature and ventilation and the quality of the interior space of the chattel house. So the chattel houses have a lot to analyze or to remember. And it's really and truly we wonder whether in 50 years there'll still be any chattel houses in Barbados, or So I thought it was important to pay reverence to that. And so now coming forward and looking backwards and moving forward, this idea of instability maybe it's a different type of instability now as the Caribbean has evolved, but it's the instability that is due to these extreme weather events, more so this notion of having to respond to crises, being able to move quickly, and what that means now in 2025 and 2026, what that means for the future. So some of these images, again, are conceptual images, really. I mentioned the word solutions, but it's not that I'm able to provide these solutions as yet. I'm really trying to provoke the questions or the idea of what is space? How do we define space? How do we reflect our identity via space when there is so much instability? So these were just models. These are just models combined with drawings and so on, collages, that kind of were just meant to represent, the dwelling of a musician, the dwelling of a fisherman and so on, conceptually, right? Via these images. And so on to the big idea, how do we design for resilience without losing who we are? So another big question then is that it's not just the Caribbean that is responding to the instability that climate change is posing. In the architectural world, modular architecture that can easily move and so on, is a conversation or is a big trend within building throughout the world, right? So it might be very easy for us to adopt solutions in terms of building, solutions that we see or copy from nations like China, and for lack of a better example. That might be easy, but is that us being true to us? So it's the question of how do we achieve resilience and so on, but still retain or protect some kind of identity. Okay, so also looking back, I had that slide there with the chattel house drawings again, because then some of the designs then that I came up with, or I was trying to suggest were based on this idea of modularity and also the cultural kind of remnants of what it meant to have a home that can move and so on. And so, for instance, this is meant to be a contemporary version of contemporary design that is inspired by kind of the agglomeration of multiple chattel houses and so on. So this is the kind of work that I do. Okay, and then moving on, beyond the idea of homes, because we've spoken a lot about residences, what does instability mean when it comes to shared spaces? So the spaces that are meant to be accessible to all of us, or represent a full community or a full nation, an entire nation, and so on. So how can we design these spaces? What are they? What types of spaces can protect the artifacts that represent an entire nation, not just a person? So part of my work was to explore, modular architecture that could perhaps come together and, house or protect things like museums or teaching spaces and that kind of things. How is that possible? And how is it possible in reality, technically, as well? So all of that is what my work is, kinds of questions that I'm exploring. And I mean, further to that, I think a big question is, okay, how then does architecture then relate to multimedia? Is it really just about buildings, or is it about a museum that is within just a building, or are we recording the sound of the sea or the sound of town and so on? Is that how we will record or protect our identity? So how does different media interact with this kind of preservation of culture? And so then lastly, I do teach. So I believe that education, the conversations that we have, the explorations that the younger generation is embarking upon is so important to what's coming up next. And so I think that education really has to play a major part in terms of what is part of the curriculum or what is part of the syllabus that the students that I interact with, so the design students, the drawing students and so on, who will be involved in maintaining the built environment or constructing the new spaces and so on. What are they bringing to the table? What are they remembering? What are they protecting? Who are they learning from also? Are we able to connect? I believe that we should be finding a way to connect with persons who still have these skills or the knowledge of how to make things that are specific or special to the Caribbean. And so I'm hoping that becomes a concrete part of how we teach, how we shape the younger generation. So really and truly, it's a call to action. The past teaches resilience. The present, it demands the innovation, and an authentic future for us depends on really knowing our identity. So I'll leave it there. Thank you so much.
Ashe, thank you very much. I'm going to keep the conversation going, Amanda. We're going to dive into a joint conversation between everyone after all the contributions are made. So, Amanda, you can take the floor by all means.
With that, we say welcome to Hazel Brown in studio here at 107.7.
Well, it's good to be here. I've never been here before, so.
Well, it's great to have you.
Yeah.
And it's amazing the work that you have done, you continue to do. It's an inspiration, I know, to many.
Drawing on the richness of our roots to create new space to tell the whole story. And what's that? One thing you need to do is tell story.
Amazing experience kind of going to school about advocacy. The whole business of strategic thinking and planning and understanding how the policy process works so that you can intervene in it in appropriate ways. Who is the right person to speak to? What is the right tone and language to use for the specific, whether you're talking to a technical person or a public servant or a politician. The question of preparation for advocacy and lobbying is as important as the actual advocacy and lobbying itself.
May your heart find peace anywhere you come from. Coulda up, you coulda down, blessings on my nation. Flame. All who did not know me when I done, they gon' know the name. feel is free. Million people coming down, dancing to a song. Love is life and life is love. Blessings from above. Can you feel the love that's in the air? Well, if you feel it, let me hear you say, dancing, moving, moving everywhere. If you feel it, let me hear you say, na 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 na, eh na 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 na. Take me to the river, take me to the sea. Wash over me music, wash over me. Take me to the river, take me to the river. Wash over me music, wash over me.
But as I told my mother once, when she asked me why don't I stay home and look after my children, that I do what I have to do because I have the support of a whole lot of women. And I told my mother that evening I was going to Tabakit. I said, I'm going to Tabakit tonight, and if anything happens to me in Tabakit,
Yes.
I'll ask them to give me a piece of paper and I will write on it the names of 3 women who look after my children, and then I would die and go to heaven.
So
to say that I am doing what I have because I know that I have the support of a substantial number of women who I can count on.
Yes.
In the worst situation.
Yes.
That I could find myself in.
Wonderful.
Good afternoon, everyone. Last night I had a bit of a rough passage to get here, so it was good to wake up to such a magnificent day. A warm welcome to you, a warm welcome, and thanks to special people here like the Honorable Premier Natalia Wheatley. Thanks also to our visionary curator of Big Conversations, Dr. Mariel Barrow-Magnan. Thanks to the moderator, Karen Niles, my fellow panelists, and all attendees. And of course, big up to the Caribbean family at home and abroad, and an extra special large up to our gracious Barbados, host of Carifesta 15. Dolly Mass is a house of stories, and today I will tell you one of them. This is our big story. Today, it begins in the mid-19th century. French provincial architecture has taken root in the Caribbean. Almost immediately, the typology takes on the inflections of the islands. As with nascent languages, so too, nation architectures emerge, with each location producing its own vernacular of the aesthetic. The buildings acquire features that respond to the Caribbean's weather. Jalousies, jallies, demerara windows, high ceilings, wide verandas, and wrought iron accents. The typology is designed for ventilation and hurricane resilience. The architecture moves from being French provincial to French Creole. Walls borrowed from the indigenous Ajupa, echoes of the Tapia House and Chattel House, fretwork with Ghanaian and Adinkra symbols, and various details signaling African, South Asian, and East Asian influences. At the same time, there's a peculiar image that has started wandering through Caribbean carnivals. But is it a woman or is it a girl? Perhaps it is a doll. Yes, the baby doll has entered the scene. She is nameless, but in Martinique, she's amongst distinguished pairs, Poupée, Pissenlit, Tipamai, and Nbebe. Like all masquerades, she is on the move. She is transported in the creative imagination of inter-island migrants. They remember her voice, her movement, her style, and her meaning. Soon, she is sighted in Trinidad among the Jamettes and takes on characteristics of that demographic. Jamettes are loud and riotous. This subculture of Trinidad's urban centers appears on the front line of the major protest of that time, and their advocacy is the precursor to waves of Caribbean feminism that would take hold later on in the 20th century. By the mid-20th century, Baby Doll finally has her name and a new dress, but little has changed in her speech and movement. However, by the time the millennium turns, she quantum leaps into a new age. The girl who once roamed the city begging for money grows up into a powerful, self-possessed person. The Baby Doll is her own advocate. The architecture's development continues as well. It takes on distinct features with the availability of new materials and techniques for construction. However, the typography is on the decline. Fires are one of the main threats. The buildings are also more and more weathered as time passes. Season after season of hot sun and rain beaten down are beginning to show. The architecture is resisting, but is still vulnerable to the weather. The main threat, however, is gentrification. One by one, these icons of Caribbean architectural cultures disappear from the landscape. And so, these two aesthetics of masquerade and architecture developed in tandem on different trajectories, but still growing up together. But let's pause and travel even further back in time to the mid-18th century, when the cedula of population invited foreign settlers into the country in what would prove to be a successful population booster. In Trinidad, there was the promise of land, jobs, and myriad privileges for those officially registered in this drive, and more for each person who came along with families. People were coming into Trinidad, bringing with them their possessions, and at that time, possessions included other people. It is in this milieu that Cynthia Bethencourt arrives in Trinidad as part of the La Perouse family estate. Young, beautiful, and powerful, she is trained in the practice of ancestors. She experiments with voodoo and dreams of Caribbean futures. There is also Brigitta, the magical child of the forest who was relocated to the city. These two women meet in Port of Spain, become friends, and are forever tethered to each other. Retreating to the La Perouse graveyard, they are able to develop their esoterics and their erotics. The cemetery is a good place for making magic. It's also a good place for making love. In the shadows of tombs, Brigitta and Cynthia give their attentions to their desires. In these magical experiments, they summon the Haitian Loa, Mama Brigitte, who opens a portal and they begin time traveling. The passage through time is subject to the changing weather, intense heat, hurricanes, and earthquakes, and the passage through these temporal textures changes the forms of the travelers. In this shape-shifting, they are able to engage the world in different bodies and create a family that is supported by love and magic. When we last saw them in 2022, they had lost each other on a carnival day. This is the story of Brigitta and Cynthia, and it is the main narrative of the Dolly Mass Visual and Performing Arts Company. It gives a fully developed, complex story to a masquerade whose speech up until the early 21st century was still limited to 3 minutes of performance time. At the core of the Dolly Mass universe is this love story of two women trying to find each other. It is about the many ways in which love survives changes that in some cases includes the devastations of enduring a climate emergency. As a result, the protagonists revise their maps, constantly check compasses, clocks, and calendars. They reflect on the past for guidance and peer into the future to witness all our possibilities. The Baby Doll is the prism through which I project my theory of contemporary Caribbean masquerade cultures. I wanted to create a complex universe in which my passions could thrive. Years ago, I wrote in my journal that the troupe should look like a family time traveling with their real estate, that the villages should be bobbing above their heads. There is magical realism, surrealism, futurism, and retrofuturism in Dolly Mass. It is also a firmly rooted work that is grounded in the real world, grounded in the realities of climate change, the realities of gentrification, and myriad injustices that I, too, am vulnerable as a queer Black woman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amanda. We go straight on to the final panelist. Welcome, please, Dr. Suzanne Burke. The floor is yours.
Thank you. All protocols observed. Good afternoon, everybody. So I kind of take off where Amanda left, and we're continuing this conversation. And of course, my presentation is entitled From Earth Body to Earth Baby, EcoMass as a Modality for Climate Change Action in Caribbean Festival Performance. Can I have the clicker? Right. So I'll leave that up on the screen so you can get a sense of what I'm going to talk about. She come real quiet, like a thief in the night. She come damn vex, because how we living, destroying the earth. And she come well armed with a response to stop all the havoc we causing. But she leave real confident that if we act together, we could save the earth. So what I'm going to talk about in the 10 minutes that Karen has given me, and there's a timer, 8.36. I don't understand, you know. Anyway, right? That talks about my embodiment of this character. I have played mass my entire life, but I've played mass in community. I've never played as an individual. And this character came to me one Sunday morning in my kitchen while making breakfast. The whole thing come. What she wants me to say, what she wants me to do, and how she wants me to do it. So my presentation is an overview of the conceptualization, making, and performance of Earth Baby. And inside of that, I'm going to talk about the potential of what I'm calling EcoMass as an organic Caribbean response to climate change. Mariel is looking at me like if I'm crazy. And the larger issue is the role of arts and humanities in constructing new epistemologies about how we live in more than the human world. So how we live in the environment. I am positing that eco-mass making and performance can challenge, it challenged mine, our ingrained beliefs about developmental progress because of its capacity to present alternative visions and practices for sustainable future. In unpacking my performance, I'm guided by 3 things that I want us to think about. The first thing is about making. So there's a whole theory about making. And making, and I draw from Ingol 2014, that says that cultural artifacts are imbued with meaning and shaped by tradition and memory. Okay? So they're not just a costume. You know, we like to say, well, it's a costume. Right? It is imbued with memory and tradition. And because those costumes and our performances of them hold knowledge, they are also a portal to action. So that is Ingold, the theory of making. The other thing that I discovered after Pleshy, after she come and embody me and teeth my head, right, is the theory of ecosomatics and ecoscenography, right? New thing, 2024, that talks about ecological design for performance. And that design dissolves, and Amanda is the co-creator, so Amanda could talk to this experience. It dissolves the barriers or the lines between an artist, the materials that are used, and the audiences, right? And it also talks about how you perform, where you perform, so that you are one with the ecology in which you are performing, right? And of course, in the carnival tradition, that is all over the place in Trinidad. The other important thing I want us to think about as I talk is this notion of ecosomatics, the body as a way of knowing. In fact, when we know in our bodies, we know more powerfully in our senses than if we know just theoretically in our head. And finally, I want to pay homage to a friend of mine who's passed away, Tony Hall, who came up with this emancipatory cycle of creativity. And of course, I'm backward mapping here because I played the girl and then I start to theorize about the girl because that's me, right? I'm an academic, that's what I do. But what came after Tony's theory of creativity and the emancipation that comes in that creativity. And I was able to identify in the way that I played Earth Baby, the meditation. So she come in the morning, and I'm not a morning person. So when I get up and I tell my students, did you tell me that this morning? Well, they know I'm not a morning person. I'm still in a fugue state, right? I'm in a liminal state, to use the whatever. I don't get up really until 10 o'clock, right? But I'm up, but things are in my mind are still in a kind of liminal state, right? That's when she comes. That's what Tony calls the meditative state. And then she manifests. And that manifestation turned into a whole performance, transformation. And then what it did to me, because she never leaves me. Once she comes, she stays there. Some days she talks more than others. Today she kind of quiet, right? But okay. So I want us to look at this. It's a very short video, and then we'll kind of try to unpack it. And I hope the sound works.
She come real quiet, like a thief in the night. She come damn vexed, because how we living, destroying the earth. But she come well armed, with a response to stop all the havoc we causing. And she leave real confident that if we take action together, we could save the earth. We got to save the earth. I am Divine Mother, Isis, Oshun, Shakti, who consorted with human to bring forth my child, Earth Baby. But human's greed, selfishness, and neglect are impeding her growth. The proliferation of toxic waste, impure air, polluted waterways, and barren fields are turning Earth Baby into a wasteland at risk of extinction. Tonight, I manifest as the quintessential character of Baby Doll, to expose the truth of human's abuse of Earth Baby. I come to reveal his true and evil nature and to demand reparations of US $1.3 trillion a year maintenance to restore my baby's health. Tonight, I illuminate the exploitation of one of Earth Baby's most important needs and resources. Water, only. I unmask the role of capitalism in creating one of the biggest marketing gimmicks of our time, the packaging and sale of water in plastic bottles. This US $333.2 billion profit-motivated industry has wreaked havoc on Earth Baby's well-being. Plastic bottles are causing distress to aquatic animals, blocking waterways, and releasing toxic chemicals into the atmosphere. To signify Earth Baby's distress, I am vested in bottled water's waste material. My skirt is made from deconstructed water bottles. My hat from its bottle caps. And my jewelry and other forms of adornment from its labels. Through my divine authority, I restore Earth Baby to her newborn pristine state. I order the stemming of global warming through the reduction of fossil fuels and the adoption of cleaner forms of energy. Through my divine wisdom, I re-established Earth Baby on her path of righteous development. I demanded that natural resources and ecosystems are protected and managed to ensure their sustainability for future generations. And through my divine love, I reconnect Earth Baby to the divine will. I declare a more balanced and respectful relationship with the natural world to ensure peace, justice, equity, and compassion for all. Ashe, 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 Ashe.
All right, so I don't need to tell you who Earth Baby is, who Baby Doll is, because Amanda kind of spoke about that. But I just want to kind of talk about how she performs. So according to Hill, historically, right, her movements, her gestures, her speech are loose and loud, aimed at attracting a great deal of attention. And in the carnival moment, the carnivaless allows the baby doll to use her voice, right, to exert agency, and of course, in some iterations, in the original iterations, to talk to errant fathers, to take responsibility for their children. So in other words, she's used to shine a light on a myriad of social issues. And to quote an old friend of mine, Jackie Burgess, Jackie says that the baby doll is such a powerful character that you can use it for almost anything. That whole thing about advocacy and how you build and share awareness of certain issues, the baby doll's voice could be used. So I want to talk a little bit about the making and the performance of the doll. And of course, in making baby doll, we unmade baby doll, right? So it's about the making and unmaking of baby doll. So the thing that came to me, the message that came to me, is that we are destroying the earth by using these plastic water bottles. The first thing is that water is a free resource. It's been packaged, it's for sale, and it's everywhere. It's omnipresent in our natural world, and it causes a fair amount of havoc, right? So Earth Baby acknowledges that the baby doll's position is a cultural object whose material qualities can shape meaning, as I said. So we're going back to the theory of making. I embody baby doll as the universal divine mother. So I am the mother whose baby is the earth, but I made the earth because I consorted with human, and I spell human like that, right? So I explore baby dolls, earth babies, cognitive and material significance. So what is she feeling, thinking, sensing? And when I perform her, all of those things become eminent. And then, of course, the material significance of how she was presented. In performance of Earth Baby, I involve audiences in what Griswold talks about as an extended set of meanings. Extended because in the Trinidad Carnival tradition, we know what the baby doll is about. But the way that we've unpacked her, we've turned her upside down, it's a new meaning, but they still connect with the new meaning, right? And that was apparent in the performance as well. So let's talk a little bit about the materiality of Earth Baby, right? And the message came that it should only be constructed with discarded things. The discarded bottles, the bottle caps, the labels. So you would see those things in the pictures, right? And of course, the garbage bag that is the base costume, because of course, the sea is a big garbage dump, right? And it's blue, so we could get into that as well. And the issue of blue and Yemanja and the sea and all of those kinds of things. But anyway, But there's now a dialogical process between the material's form and function, the context of the performance, and the design inputs, right? So we collected materials, bottles, right? Discarded bottles of all sizes. And in that very process of collecting the bottles, there's an awareness of the scale of the environmental challenge, right? Because bottles are everywhere, right? On campus, they're everywhere, at work, on the roadways, friends. So we were collecting bottles, the design team, and Amanda could talk a little bit about that. So there's the deconstructed bottle. On the left, more recently, the jewelry is made from the top of the bottle, right? And it's cut in the form of a flower, and we could talk about that in convo. And then the deconstructed bottle, and you can ask Amanda about that. So you cut the bottom off, and that is what made the base for the skirt. Yeah? And there you have the hat, right? And of course, you're seeing the skirt a little more closely, right? And then, of course, the issue of where it was shot. The latter thing is shot in Lopino, and Amanda, and we didn't collaborate on this at all. So I was moved to do a photo shoot of Earth Baby in Lopino. Those of you who know Trinidad know that Lopino is an old plantation, and the Count de Lopino came to Trinidad under the cedula. Okay? And so in performing Earth Baby there, it is her speaking back, because the plantation is the beginning of environmental degradation in this part of the world, right? So by putting her in the water in Lopino, right, you know, under the kind of shade of the Great House, we are saying this is where it started, right? The fact that they farmed lands and they left, they did not, you know, mind the environment, right? And there's a whole big Plantoprocene concept that we use to describe what that meant in terms of the environment. So in eco-scenography, we are privileging ecological design for performance. We are, of course, incorporating principles of the ecology to create recyclable, biodegradable, restorative, and/or regenerative performance spaces. So Earth Baby is being performed in the river at Lopino. While, of course, we did not use any natural materials to make her, by upcycling human waste products into a theatrical performance, it did have an ecological impact by, of course, very little bit lessening the carbon footprint. But in doing that, it brings awareness of greening policies to festivals such as Carnival. And I'm noting this morning in the big conversation, I'm sitting there and only plastic water bottles, and I'm going, whoa, right? Dread, right? I came here, I met one, I was like, I gave it back because I have my water bottle, right? Where a great number of these plastic bottles are used. Right? So the final artifact, and I'm winding up now, 20 seconds. The final artifact represents a living text of the teams, and a team of people worked on her, shared their knowledge about baby dolls in general, but about performance more specifically, both tacit and explicit, that creatively reimagined and enunciated new ways to utilize the materials, thereby imbuing the costume with new meanings. So, in terms of performance, very quickly, because the soma, the eco-soma, is also part of what we offer as a performance modality, right? The language. The script came first. The whole script came in my head, downloaded, right? And so the language was the element that guided everything else. So Amanda says she could tell you that I had the whole script. I gave the script to them. The first element is the language. It utilized, of course, a variety of rhetorical devices to deliver the eco message of retort and repair. Tonight, I manifest as the quintessential character of Baby Doll, to expose the truth of humans' abuse of Earth Baby. Tonight, I illuminate the exploitation of one of Earth Baby's most important needs, water, Pani, Omi, I unmasked the role of capitalism in creating one of the biggest marketing gimmicks of our time, the packaging and sale of water in plastic bottles. So we're using metaphors and for hyperbole to give her performance a little more gravitas, right? And of course the music, those of you who all like me would have recognized the music. It is Brother Resistance's iconic song, Mother Earth, which he made in 1991. So we're dealing with these things for a while, right? And of course, the music is also resonant with the crowd, right? Because they would know, let my vibes be one with you, Mother Earth. Let my vibes be one with you, Mother Earth. I only want to know you. I only want to know your mother. To know you is to love you, Mother Earth. Oh, Mother Earth. And in the refrain, he's saying, is it too late? Is it too late? Is it too late? Is it too late to save the earth? We got to save the earth, right? So the music is important. And of course, the soma, which is how we know our world through our senses and our movement. You would see in the pictures there's a lot of use of the hands and the arms because she's pregnant. She actually births earth on stage in performance, right? So there's a big thing, and Amanda tied me up wrong and wrong, tight, right? So that I could not move. There was no movement, the bottom half. So the top, the arms, and of course the face is covered, right? So there is no, the audience cannot read my expressions because the face is covered. So the use of the hands and the arms to relay feelings of despair, derision, authority, divinity, and love, right? So we're moving from a mere representation of an iconic traditional carnival character to an experience of bodily knowledge and emotional resonance, right? So you're seeing again the use of the hands, the use of the arms in different positions, etc. Right? And of course, the closing of the performance was curated to instill hope, right? As she said, she leaves knowing that we should do something. So the end is like a prayer. Divine Mother has cleared the way for a new course of action to take root and to multiply. Yeah? So we are hoping that we know this is Tony's cycle of creativity, right? That starts with a meditation, then the manifestation, the transformation, liberation, and emancipation. And he says it's the continuing cycle of transcendence, a revolutionary vision to awaken or to juvie. And that's the possibility that our carnival characters offer if we do something meaningful with them, right? So the costume represented the main line of reaction and of course underscored the importance of material objects, in this case plastic water bottles, right, to mediate previously held beliefs and behavior, so that even for myself, I can no longer drink from a plastic bottle. I can't, right? So the mere fact that you are playing it, you're embodying it, it changes you, right? I incorporated earth body practices by making sensory and cognitive connections with the character, what Tony talks about as being in possession, right? Through the somatic journey, I discovered new pathways to apprehending the impact of climate change. So people in my office, people around me, they know not to come around me with no plastic water bottle, right? The way of being, this way of being holds new possibilities for us all. So behavior change, right? And of course, she's leaving there, and she's leaving knowing that maybe something might work out, maybe, right? And so the big conversation for me, right, is EcoMass, as I'm calling it, EcoMass, right, is a site of knowledge creation and transmission. And I want to say, me and the first girl, we do that, right? We doing in our masquerade traditions across the Caribbean. We use natural things, right? Leaves in Trinidad, we use leaf, we use crocus bark, we use all kinds of things, right? Natural things in the earth, right? But it provides novel utility for discarding items. And as if Black Jesus was hearing me, 2 weeks ago, I went to the Bahamas, and there was a John canoe made out of discarded beer cans, right? So I'm not saying I have nothing new. There's nothing new in the universe. But what it does do is provide awareness around climate change action and the possibility of using festival materials as a main avenue for advocacy and action. So greening policies like Earth Baby, EcoMass can illuminate new and subversive ways of making climate change action part of our daily lives. And it's not a top-down policy, it's something that we're doing. It's organic, right? It's natural, it's agentic. Thank you.
All right, so while you formulate your questions, while you get ready for your interventions, ready for a big conversation, let me introduce myself. My name is Karen Niles. Niles is the name of my great-great-great-grandfather's slave master. And that is not just mentioned on a side. My research is tied to climate change and culture, but to start it, I actually published an article on climate change and slavery, because those are two manifestations of something we refer to as the tragedy of the commons. And the tragedy of the commons is when there is something that is commonly held, like fish in the ocean. I was going to say flying fish, but I'll behave myself. Like, let's use whales, a neutral subject, right? Let's use whales. Something that is commonly held. But if everyone keeps exploiting, will be depleted. And the problem is, if any one person pulls out, it does nothing to stop the other people from doing it and from benefiting. That's the problem with climate change now, because if one oil company, like BP or BHP, if any one of them pull out, it doesn't stop Exxon or any of the other companies from continuing to profit. That's a tragedy of the commons, and that's what was also experienced with slavery, because if any one nation stopped using free labor, forced labor, it didn't stop. And when I actually read the transcripts of the House of Commons, I was listening to all these British politicians arguing with abolitionists, saying, why do you want France to be the premier nation in Europe? Why are you trying to bankrupt Britain by having us pay for labor? And that's not going to stop slavery. You know, in the same way you hear one oil company say, even if they stop production today, that's not going to stop other oil companies from drilling baby drilling. You know, that's a tragedy of the commons. Even if they know that it will lead to a tragedy in the end, they will keep doing it because it's going to keep making money. So I ask my students all the time that if after being exposed to the horrors of slavery, seeing the deleterious effects did not stop them from studying people, what makes you think that telling people about the bad effects of climate change on the planet, what makes you think that's going to stop them from studying a chemical? It didn't stop them from studying people. It's not going to stop people from studying a chemical. Right? So where that led me in my research was this, a realization that the people that were being converted from people to property in that system, that was happening because they were part of a larger plantation economy that was servicing the global north. And it was really fascinating to see that really and truly, it essentially converted people to an energy source. Because you can't use subsistence labor, you can't use like indigenous methods to power a plantation. You could use indigenous methods to feed your family, but if you want to feed all of Britain, you need a plantation, and you need workers, or you need machinery, which is what eventually ended slavery. As you saw from Eric Williams' work, Capitalism and Slavery, they realized that machines do not revolt. Machines don't try to run away from the plantation. They only need to be fed a little bit of energy. And in those days, it was coal. So coal was actually the solution, one of the key solutions that ended slavery. It was a really good thing at that point in time, particularly for abolitionists, because it gave them a leg to stand on economic grounds to end slavery. So coal was actually the solution that ended slavery, but then led to the next problem, which they didn't foresee, which is climate change. And now we're watching people trying to end the use of coal and end the use of fossil fuels. And you're seeing what they're transitioning to, and you're wondering, are we making the same mistake as we really try to go get rare earth metals and materials, and as all these deal with deep sea mining to get all these materials to power renewable energy, you wonder, are we going to find another solution that's going to cause a problem that we're not yet seeing? Now, this is really important because I began to ask myself the question, okay, so slavery led to the forcible displacement of millions and millions of people, so that I had to explain this to my friends in the Pacific who were not acquainted. They wanted to know why I can track my indigenous name, my African name, and I said, well, it's because Niles is the name of the slave owner, so it was a sign of ownership, and so what it meant was a loss of identity. And so the forced migration led to a loss of identity. And so what we're seeing now is climate change leading to forcible displacement. And so my research question is simply, will climate change do to the descendants of the Caribbean what slavery did to their forefathers? It's a simple question. Like, are we going to see people losing their identity because they're forced to move in the same way that our forefathers and ancestors lost their identity because they were forced to move? It may not be the same. You may need to move from one location to another location in the same country. You may be forced to move from one part of the region to another part of the region, like when Dominicans were forced to move to Trinidad. Even temporarily, what are the cultural implications of those things? And even more so in the Pacific, where they literally are forced to move out of their countries altogether and abandon their countries. Like in the case of Tuvalu, which will no longer exist in a few years, the entire country needs to move. So what does that mean for your culture? And is that going to do to them what slavery did to us in terms of cutting us off from our ancestry? That's what my research is on, and that's what led me to be drawn to this conversation about that intersection between how we can use our culture to really begin to speak about this, because climate change is a cultural challenge. We need to, and to be honest, it brings us back to Alana's presentation, because waste does not exist in nature. Waste was designed into the process. We decided that there's things that are not useful for us that we're going to just dump. But waste does not exist in nature, is a man-made invention. Therefore, climate change is actually, and the thing that caused climate change, of course, was the fumes spouting carbon in the air, because, going to a climate change conference once, somebody said, carbon is not the problem. Stop blaming carbon. We put carbon there. We designed the system that put carbon in the atmosphere. So climate change is actually a design problem. How do we design ourselves out of this as a Caribbean civilization, as a Caribbean people? So you've heard us talk about what has brought us to this subject. We'd love to get you all involved in the conversation. Please feel free to ask any questions that you may have. You've heard us say a lot about how we're using mass, how we're using our work, how we're using our knowledge of our ancestry to kind of really investigate and interrogate solutions for the future. If you have any questions, please feel free to just raise your hand, and a mic will be brought to you. Thank you so much for bringing the mic. I appreciate you. Mario, let's start with you. Dr. Barrow.
I can't help myself, right? So there are a few things. Firstly, I performed. The only time I ever played mass was when I performed with Minshall. And that was for his tapestry presentation, which was a presentation constructed with leaves that was spray painted and then mounted onto netting, right, to create the back pieces, which were absolutely stunning. And so this conversation isn't new, or this way of doing mass isn't new. And in fact, we also have studies in terms of affect, right, and embodiment, and how embodied work or art, right, moves us to action. And it really depends on how we use the energy that art gives us and what direction we take with it. So when we leave here, we're going to still continue with the bottles, because I came with my bottle, right, my plastic bottle, because that's what they gave us and we have to drink water, right? So what are you going to allow that energy that is, stirred up in you when we hear a conversation like this to act and to change something that we do, and also change the way we teach our children? to do things. And so I guess my question is, with this mass, I mean, I heard Amanda speak of the support of the community of women, right? Is it changing the way that these young women do life, right? And make them more sensitive or more culturally aware in terms of climate change? You spoke also about architecture. What are the avenues for them to do differently? Because the work that we're talking about here remains oftentimes on the fringes, right? There was only one Minshall, and then there were maybe a few others who were similar to Minshall, kind of, but they didn't, I don't think they drove the agenda in the same way that Minshall did, right? So we're still the periphery, and as Karen said, if one person stops doing something that is wrong, it doesn't mean that the rest of them do. So what really is the next step?
If there are any more questions, I'll take them in a group, but if there's no more, you can... Oh, there's one more in the yellow. You wanted to ask one? Oh, okay, sorry.
Just a comment. So I'm a Trinidadian in the room, and I've never played Mass before. Okay. And I've said that, yeah, there is still time.
I've never played Mass either.
I've been to workshops before, and people were shocked to see a Trini never play Mass, and I've always looked at it. And being here in the room, I actually feel inspired because I see it being part of the circular economy. I see it purpose-driven, that we could just echo in terms of how we could really save the planet. So thank you for sharing, and this is inspiration. Just might play Mass with one of you.
Cool. All right. Anybody else? Or Amanda, a hand over to you. Amanda or Susan? To answer Maria's question, respond to Maria's question. You want to go first?
I thought the question was posed to Amanda, but but just to say that, Minshall is larger than life, but there are, in the traditional ecosystem of carnival characters, a lot of natural materials are used, so it's there. So if you're playing cow mass is played with leaves and the actual horns of a cow, the entrails of a cow, right? Yeah. Right? And not just that. In the traditional carnival characters, people reuse costumes, right? So there's this joke about Royal Gibbons, who's been playing sailor for 20 years. He puts on the same costume every year, right? Might zooz up the color or whatever, right? So you're playing, you reuse. Even in the bigger masquerade traditions, you will deconstruct a costume, keep parts of it, reuse it. Right? So what we need to do is amplify those practices that are already there tacitly in the processes that we use, right? So we need to talk more about those things. And we're talking about carnival, but I deliberately said in the festival ecology. Yes, because in Trinidad there's Ramlila, there's the Wali, there's Jose, right? When you dance in the moon and what you do with the moon and it's buried and because the Caribbean, I think for me, is so replete with festivals. We have a festival ecology in the Caribbean. In every island there's a festival that uses costumes, performances. And I think and that is part of our life, our daily life. And if we can amplify the ways in which, right, we repurpose the use, not just of the materials and so on, but the performances, as you say, the affect, right, as an aside. So, of course, I was scared crapless because I've never performed as an individual, right? But then I up and come second, right? Which means that the judges recognize something, the people recognize something about what we're doing, the importance of the masquerade tradition throughout the Caribbean in making statements, in being agentic. So sometimes we think policy with the big P is a white paper on something and a green paper and a yellow paper and orange or whatever. But policy is what people make or do for themselves. And this is where the masquerade tradition, I think, in the performance of the Caribbean is vital, and it is an avenue for further action. And that, to me, is the avenue in. So I don't know if
I just have one last thing to say, and Suzanne, you have always been performative, so I think this was always there. It was always there.
Hi, good afternoon. Did you want to add to that?
Please, go on.
No, I just want, well, I think, Karen, you already answered the question that I had in terms of the effect on the people with the message that you're sending through the costume and mask play, and but you said you got second place, and is this throughout the whole carnival in Trinidad, or was it
category? So
in the
there
category.
are categories.
Mm-hmm.
So my categories had Dame Lauren. What's the categories, Amanda?
So this is the traditional mask competition that takes place at Adam Smith Square in the week before Carnival.
The week before, okay.
And the competition is separated into various categories depending on the typologies of what is called traditional mask in Trinidad.
Yes.
And the baby doll category, which had been very poorly subscribed in previous years, up until 2020, there were only 4 baby dolls. With the advent of dolly masks and the popularization of the masquerade that we have been doing, it became ever so popular, so that by this year, we had almost in the 20s of entrants into that competition, which I think is a lot of, says a lot, and I'm happy to see it. So Dr. Burke was a part of that category this year, and the performance that she did placed second.
Okay. Yes, but I wanted to find out more or less how the people reacted to it in terms of the message that you're sending through the mass. And do you have, I think you have a children's section as well in your parades.
Yes.
Children's mass. So I guess this is where you can also educate and encourage through this kind of medium to get the education and the change of, I'm sorry, I have my plastic bottle in my bag. So although I have several water bottles at home, it's just easier to pick it up. But I'm getting there. But just to say that it is a real good concept in terms of playing mass and educating about the importance of climate change and resilience, etc. So just to say that the presentations were great, and got some stuff out of it that we can take back at home, which is the British Virgin Islands.
Yeah, and I'd like to add that once upon a time I sat on the board of the NCC, and one of the things that I insisted is the incentivization of greening the festival. So we introduced a green policy, and so this is where policy, so you have to incentivize, right? And we took a long time and went through the various things. What are the materials we are going to incentivize? What are the prizes? I mean, it's not like if you win Banner of the Year, but I think from a big P policy level, you can do that in terms of incentivizing the things that you get people to use. So you encourage them to use what is around them. Yeah.
And there was something that Karen said that I think related very well to Marielle's question. There are some things that are regarded and that are in fact not good for the environment, but somehow also function very well in what we do. When I did the design for this costume for Dr. Burke, one of the first things I said to her is we will create a wire frame onto which we'll put the plastic bottles. Where in nature does wire occur? And yet wire is one of the main materials in Carnival. And it is a material that can be reused, but only until a certain point. Because beyond that point, it will break and become a threat to the masquerader. I think one of the things we have a lot of storytelling in Carnival. and we have a lot of performance, but we don't have a lot of experimentation. We don't have enough investment in the engineering behind masks, in the strength of materials and the types of materials, because we could sit and talk for a long time about reusing and upcycling and various things, which are all great, but we also have to ask about safety. We also have to ask about the future of the costumes. How long do you want to have this with certain materials? Like last year, I saw a beautiful presentation by one of our devils in Carnival, whose entire backpack on which he mounted his wings was made out of various seasonings from his garden. So he had chive and celery, and the entire thing was made out of this material that he picked from the garden the morning of his performance. So he came fresh, right? He came literally fresh. When I saw him, I turned to Marissa, my friend, and I said, well, he's a well-seasoned performer. And the thing is, by the end of that week, that costume is gone. It's beautiful. It's eco-mass. It's exactly the type of innovation we want to see in Carnival, because it does not, it's biodegradable and it doesn't add to waste, but the costume itself disappears over time. It is a point that we can acknowledge, something that we can pay homage to and thank the materials for the time and for blessing us and all of these things. But in terms of archiving and in terms of how we would like to treat with the preservation of artifacts, etc. If you have a vision of young people in the future entering a museum and seeing the things that you do, then the materials you use must be considered. And so in that way, there are some performances that would require stronger materials.
Definitely. I see another hand up. We have to end soon because the next panel is going to come up shortly. I would say the point of our popularization is definitely not limited to mass as well. So I also, when I'm wearing another hat, I manage a band called Freetown Collective in Trinidad and Tobago. And we have an annual carnival show called Welcome to Freetown. And this year we partnered with a British sustainability company that their main thing is making live events more sustainable. And so when we partnered with them this year in conjunction with the British Council, I have to say, and literally stripped back every layer of our event, like water, electricity, all the food, just to see how we can make it more sustainable. Because sustainability is not like a label you can put on today for tomorrow. It has to be a journey for us, right? And so I realized that same question that Amanda is asking is not just limited to mass. Like, we now have to redesign, literally sit down. Right? So another great example is this year we featured something called the rope jab, which is, these are people with like whips, right? But I didn't know that they were made out of like flax. They were made out of an actual tree which they grow in their yards. Yeah. And they're like, I didn't know that. All other Trinidadians knew that except me, right? So I saw the plant, and then I saw the whip, and then I saw the plant, and I saw them making this. And I said, man, this is mad. It was so cool. So, and then I realized, but that what we need to look at now is the life cycles of all the different components of it. And we've now had to redesign the entire event, from props to backgrounds because it's about I'm not trying to use a big word, but the materiality, as in the material composition of the event in terms of what are the things that we are going to use every single year. And those things we can design to last for 20 years. And then what are the things that we need for this year only, or for 3 years, or for 5 years. And those things we will design it to be reused and to go back into a cycle. Yeah. And that's what we were able to do this year. And I think all of the mass is actually moving towards that kind of direction where we literally redesigning as we go, right? So it's in live music on my end, it's in the mass on there, and I think that's where the festivals need to go. And this is not just to be attractive to tourists, but for ourselves. You know what I mean? But sorry, go ahead, Amanda, now and take your questions.
Thank you for that, Karen, because exactly what you described there in your last few sentences is our practice in Dolly Mass. I say all the time, we have a lot of upcycling. Yes, we have a lot of donations of materials from various people. Like recently, someone discarded a wedding dress, which I took and then made a costume out of. We also have various practices of reusing costumes as well. But additionally, there are certain things I have to go into the store for and I have to purchase. The trick is to make sure you get as many uses out of that thing as you can. And so the costumes that I brought in my suitcase to Barbados with me are the costumes that you saw in the early parts of the video that was presented last week at Napa. And those same costumes were presented last year in 2024. And those costumes featured in different things, because in Carnival, one of the major problems, not just in Trinidad and Tobago, but across the Caribbean, is so much of what we do in terms of costuming is single use, just like the plastic bottles. Even worse, because this is a full body thing that is discarded after one use. And that, I think, needs to be studied in terms of how it impacts our climate emergency in the Caribbean. We don't have the figures behind it as yet, but I am certain if someone were dedicated to research, it would be immense, because this is every year throughout the Caribbean a great amount of material, plastics, etc.
I just want to add very quickly that we should not forget that festivals have ritual components, right? So that if the ritual is to destroy the thing, the artifact, as in Jose, then that's what it calls for, right? So again, okay, good.
So your question.
So, hi everyone, I'm Manolo James. I want to say hi to Alana, Amanda, Dr. Burke, and Dr. Niles. I was really excited by that section of the conversation. So I studied sustainable product design, which doesn't mean anything because I came back incredibly depressed by the system. And that's what was exciting to me about what all of you started to contribute, which is there's the materiality, but also like its use. Those things combine into like the impacts that we see. And rightfully said, as I said, each of you had really critical parts of that conversation that you brought up. The solutions are already here. They're being used in different mass camps, different homes, different yards around the region. And ideally, it's for us to identify it, use the common sense that we have, use the creativity that we have, and mobilize our consciousness. 100%. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Arnaldo. I'm gonna ask every panelist from Alana coming right down, just 1 minute in closing. As we close the panel and allow the next panel to come in, just your 1 minute reflection, a key takeaway from the conversation, something you want to leave with the audience, both online, live, persons watching on TV, and the audience physical.
No, I think it was really interesting, and I think I'm hearing some of the similarities or some similar interests, this idea of materials and the life cycle, and it is really relevant to the built environment also, and we didn't get a chance to talk about that. I think when it comes to architecture, it's a different mindset, because I think the question is the idea of permanence and is something that perhaps we perceive differently. I'm not sure whether in the Caribbean we're ready to be living in homes or have buildings which only last or are designed to last for a very short period of time. We're not ready for that. So in terms of the similarity, in terms of that concept, that really just got me thinking. But yeah, very, very inspiring. And so, yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Thank you. I'm really thankful for this big conversation, because one of the things I could see and feel and understand on the panel is an intersection of thinking that makes sense. One of the earlier things you said, Karen, was about climate change leading to forcible displacement. And when you mentioned that, I remember feeling really shocked. Not shocked as in surprise, but shocked as in excited, because you understand what I mean? Okay, good. All right. Because this is exactly one of the ideas I try to convey in the story, that these women in their time travels, they're constantly being displaced. And the feeling of the displacement is the feeling like passing through a storm. It's a feeling like drowning in the sea and coming back up again, the high tides, rising tides, right? And so when you said, yes, climate change leading to forcible displacement, I was, yes, we are constantly and currently in the Caribbean passing through these portals of climate change. We are emerging on the other side. We are being forcibly displaced. What we called Caribbean migrations and continue to call Caribbean migrations in our time is heavily susceptible to changing climates. So that's my last 2 cents on table.
Perhaps what I want to say is that we need to trust the knowledge we have in our big toes, the tacit knowledge we have about how we do things. And just look at how your mother used to take coconut and make sweet bread, and then take the thing and make sugar cake, and then take the shell and put it in her orchids, and nothing was wasted. Yeah? So the examples are there, and we just need to have confidence that those small actions, those micro actions, if scaled and if we believe in them, can actually cause the change that we seek.
So what I wanted to say, I think hearing what you've heard today is this kind of, for me, cements the need for, first of all, connections, making those connections, because listening to even, when Alana started to speak, part of my research is talking to practitioners throughout the Caribbean and Pacific about what are we losing culturally due to climate change. And many of them actually speak about the built environment. One of them actually started to speak about, in both regions, the Caribbean and the Pacific, they said all of our historically sensitive material, their independence documents, are in these buildings that are one hurricane away from no longer existing. You know, and they're situated in these places where some of them are thinking, if there is a serious storm or hurricane or typhoon that is coming, I'm taking all of these manuscripts and putting it in my car and I'm driving as fast as I can. Which is crazy if you think about what is some of the things that they're grabbing. You know, this is like things from the days of slavery, pre-European intervention, that they are willing to pick up from in their cars and just take in the case of natural disasters. And so there is definitely room for connections to actually begin to redesign some of our culturally sensitive spaces, like our archives and our museums, to make sure they can withstand Category 5 hurricanes. This is one example. And for Arnaldo, just what you just said, I totally understand the frustration, but one of the things that I always say, when you leave a room like this, or you might be watching on TV and you have a qualification that you think no one cares about in the Caribbean, view it differently. You understand? A lot of these things that we are doing in the Caribbean, as Dr. Burke just said, intrinsically, the tradition tends to be very sustainable. And it's only many times when we try to modernize it and we adopt things from other parts of the world in the name of being best practice or something like that, that it becomes really unsustainable, right? And so what I would encourage you to look at the Caribbean as is like almost as a green field. It's a place that you can innovate. You understand? And the truth is, like, a place with problems is a place that requires solutions. You understand? And so that's the reason why we're in a space, and I'm not just saying this theoretically. Like, I spoke to other promoters in the Caribbean when we were embarking upon our circular economy, more sustainable things at Freetown, and people were telling, other promoters were saying, people don't care about that. Like, the people just want to come and party, they just hold the event. And we were saying, but no, this is a problem, and that means there has to, the solution is calling us. We just have to see it. So that's just a bit of encouragement, so that you're less depressed. But please join me in saying thank you to our esteemed panelists. Join me in thanking them for their time and for the effort they put into their presentations. Thank you all for coming out, and for those viewing either online or at home, thank you for your time as well. Thank you for joining us, and please stay tuned for other big conversations here at Carifesta. Take care.
Carifesta. We gather as one, united Caribbean. We join hands in one, big cultural explosion. The heartbeat of the drum, our rhythm in the sun.
With pride and passion, time for celebration.
Let's show the world boundless creativity. Let's show the world
The beauty of our artistry.
Let's show our roots, Caribbean roots. Roots, Caribbean roots. Let's show our roots, Caribbean roots. Roots, Caribbean roots. Carifesta. Carifesta. Barbados. Carifesta.
We is with one army.
Army? Been to a little bit away.
Army not enough. Half the battle is won in the planning.
We agree, but at the other half, we worry about the fighting.
We is not a brute force army. We is a head army.
Huh? Remind me again what size bullet for your head fire?
Move out of me.
Me a come go on my bed.
I bed you call that the ranking caucus bag stuffed with cane trash where black a fling a ground give you.
How are you call for you?
Disrespect.
I must see you one call it so. The rest of we call it bed.
But I wouldn't give dog them that for sleep on.
Me glad. Cause if you give him dog them it for sleep on, me would have to sleep on ground.
Come back and me
Me your mother teeth. And your papa root and you go there. I gotta cock it up my man.
When you head in the alligator mouth, you have to take time dry out.
Me can't tell you what to do it for your head, but me plan for you is my head. Buck out every bad color and teeth out of back a thinking mouth.
Okay.
What me do if you deserve the lashing where Bakwa give me last week?
You suck your teeth while Bakwa are chastised with.
Then a fool for teeth. A Bakwa rotten bad color tobacco teeth them me borrow. Plus, I never me one suck me teeth.
But are you one mad enough to suck your teeth? Make back right here.
Me suck for me teeth in a for me mind. Like so. Don't you never hear that?
Not a sound.
We are back with you here now after another big conversation. That was indeed an amazing discourse had right there at the Copacabana on Bay Street, following after the big conversation featuring some regional leaders and regional icons. Really good discussion happening there. Josanne is back with us. Josanne, you have been working very hard today. You took in a little hot sun. You hung out with the students from across the region who are here for that Jamboree and to experience Carifesta 15, and you're back in studio. So maybe you can also give us a little roundup about being out there and checking things out on the outside.
Hi, Cassandra, and good afternoon, everyone. Well, first thing of all, it was very hot.
Yes, that's how it's been.
It's been very, very, very hot. And of course, we had the opening in Queen's Park yesterday, which was also very hot. But I think in terms of the big conversations, we have to give credit, first of all, to the Prime Minister for even conceptualizing that part of what we do, or what we should be doing with Carifesta, is having this discourse and engagement and debates.
Yes.
You know, between and amongst ourselves, not necessarily to get everybody agreeing on the same thing, but if we don't have that kind of critical thinking and analysis and exchange of ideas going on, how are we going to really confront all the things
How do we find the solutions?
And how do we find solutions? And there's not one, plaster that fits all sores or, whatever the other metaphor is. But it's this constant engagement of conversation. So the idea of the big conversations is really quite innovative. I mean, Carifesta would normally have symposia and workshops and that kind of thing. But the big conversations is, what are some of the things that we need to integrate into this conversation where possible, where the artistic class of the region takes the responsibility for representing it, and in fact they do, but they're oftentimes on the margins.
Yes.
They're not in the big conferences. They're not in the. When they're invited to be the entertainment side or the sort of.
So they're present, but kind of on the sidelines.
Yeah. So the artists who are, and the creatives and the critical thinkers who are actually pushing the button all the time are really many times the maroons on the periphery, right?
Yeah.
So I wanted to say that, and of course this particular kickoff big conversation was the brainchild of David Commission, who is your ambassador to CARICOM. And of course, we don't need to talk about who David is in that regard, but I think he gave some serious thought to what are some of these issues in the Caribbean that not necessarily are the soundbite issues, but that we need to engage with. So this big one on the idea of Caribbean, on the idea of the Caribbean civilization. Civilization sounds like a big word, but civilization is about us. This is about about us in this time, in this space, and what has gotten to this point, and where we're going, and where we're going in a world that has become very, very. While the big world outside was telling us with all these agreements and so that we have and our government sign on to, that we're part of the global village and we have to remove barriers to trade and we have to remove subsidies because it's the market. What's going on? What's going on is every one of these big countries on their terms is looking inward. They're looking to look at what is it that is in their best interest. Yeah. So if one big takeaway from the big conversation this morning, and I know it was carried live, and I hope it's repeated, and I hope also that, how we do things in the media, that we take it and we break it up so that you could follow the conversation, but you could hear...
Digest the key points.
You could hear Prime Minister Gonzalez on this. You could hear Professor Beckles on that. You could hear Prime Minister Motley, Dr. Suma on the other.
Yes.
Because people want to say, but it's too long and we can't do everything in an Instagram post. We know that it's part of the culture, but
it's a conditioning of palates. So we have to make room. We have to leave room for longer conversations, discourse that is deeper and meaningful. And I think that this platform provides an opportunity for that. So we have to share. We have to have the conversations, because at the same token, if we don't take the time to have these conversations and offer individuals, the average individual, or the persons, the artisans, the creative peoples, an opportunity to be engaged at this level, then they say it is a lot of talk and no action. So this is a chance to see more of that.
And also too, how do you effect change? You don't effect change in one action.
Correct.
It's an ongoing kind of thing. In another time, maybe in another few incarnations of Carifesta Big Conversations, maybe a public space will be throngs of people, the way it was, for example, when we were moving into independence.
Yes.
When the people of the region had there was that passion in their belly, the sense of self, taking control of self and destiny, and people would come to the various public spaces in Trinidad. We had Woodford Square. It was called the People's Parliament. Well, it was renamed that, But every, whether it's a rum shop, a bar, down Oistins where they're playing dominoes, but enough politics get into it.
So much conversation.
And so really and truly, Cassandra, conversations are taking place all the time, but the conversations are not in the center of what is constructed as public policy or how we do things. And I think really, and this is where the creative class, the creators and the thinkers really can help to amplify and bring attention in a way in which those things can't happen. The other important thing that Prime Minister Motley talked about this morning was we could do all of these things if we're not transforming education.
It's
then
the cornerstone.
It's the foundation, and that education starts from very early. So we shouldn't be thinking that that CXC is. Are we going to a clip here? It's just come up, or this is just background?
I think we're talking as you look back at what she was what she was discussing.
I wasn't sure, but my point is education and educational transformation, and it really, it's a little uncomfortable. It's a little uncomfortable for a parent sitting in St. Lucie to say, nah, I want my child going to this school in St. Lucie. I want my child going Queen's College or Combermere or whatever it is. And I'm using that as the example that is replicated throughout the entire region, right? Because we have this notion, and more than a notion actually, we've created these imbalances and inequities so that one wants the very best for one's child, even if you're thinking about the curriculum and so needing to be transformed. But the fact that your child doesn't go to a country school and go into the big prestige school in town is a big deal, because that's where they have a better chance.
Again, this is where I have to lean to the importance, the significance of that good foundation, that solid educational foundation. And I dare say that Barbados and the region, we have always had a good educational system. And I think that as far as strengthening our foundation and securing the cracks are concerned, we need to make sure that from as early as possible, we know what concerns or challenges children have. We understand what needs to be fixed there. So whatever assessments are necessary from early, it's better to get that done early so everybody can excel. But I believe that there is room for, the continuous assessment, but I also believe there is room for having that exam, because it's going to keep happening in life.
But all of those are the details, and you figure out those things. But I think when I thinking about educational transformation, what are we putting into the curriculum? What is it that we are deciding after, whether it's 60 odd years of independence in the case of Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica, and of course, coming down the line, what is it that's going to help us build the kind of societies that we want to build? And so a lot of the education system is really built on the old colonial model.
Fair point.
And education, like many other areas, we haven't changed the architecture. As George Lamingwood says, the scaffolding is still going up. So so this process, we're young in terms of our independence, and so, but we have so much that we've nurtured in this region that we've devalued or we have forgotten. And so in a time in which, and I think this was a big thing coming out of the big conversation today, is reinforcing the idea that we got to see about we. Not in any kind of parochial way, but what are our needs, what are our concerns, what are our needs?
The real needs.
Our real needs, and how is our education system helping us to create the kinds of citizens and not push everybody down all the children down 1, 2, or 3 or 4 tracks. And parents will tell you, as an example,
everything we have.
But because we're in Carifesta, and Carifesta is about art and culture, in terms of what it is as a vehicle, I don't want my child, I'm not saying me, I don't want my child to be a designer or a musician, because they go catch their tail. I was going to say something else, right? They won't catch their nenen, as we say in Trinidad.
I'm enjoying the words, by the way, the off-camera conversations as well, and learning all the little cultural
all the little ones. Some of them that we can't say
we
on
can't
air.
share some here.
Right. Okay, no, but seriously though,
Yes.
the idea that one has a child who is, because they actually tell you how valuable creativity is in learning even the formal academic subjects, right?
Yes.
But you don't want your child to be a writer, a painter, a musician, a producer, an anime, because here what? They ain't gonna make you no money and they ain't gonna pay no bills.
And that I think though, I feel satisfied that perspective is changing. The shift is definitely on. And that's what I meant when I said we have to use everything that we've got. We have to support and push everything that we've got. And I have never been one to subscribe to that, because I believe that, for example, music is involved in every aspect of life. If I'm down, if I'm happy, if I'm mourning, if I'm celebrating, I go to music. Music supports that. So I'm saying that there is a platform for all of these things. I think a part of the problem for me, and this is just my view here, is where we've seen situations where sometimes the creatives don't take their work seriously enough, or sometimes those who ought to support it don't take it seriously enough and treat it with the respect that it deserves. But I'm happy, as I said, to see that I feel that the shift is on and people are realizing that any of these spheres, whatever you go into, there is room for it, and the world is vast, and we can take our culture, our creativity, whatever it is that we have, to the world. So the market is bigger, but we have to continue to treat it with respect from right here and give the support, whether it's athletics, whether it's music, culinary, creativity, whatever it is. And I know that Barbados is really working hard to put the support behind the skills and helping people understand that whatever you have is of value. Yeah. So I think we're making strides.
We're making strides. We could have, it is what it is, but to not make the seismic shift, the incremental shifting and go work. We have to make the seismic changes because everything is moving so fast. And if we don't make those seismic changes in a way in which we emulate what the North does, but when it comes to us doing it, we have 1,000,001 reasons why we don't. And it's a very delicate balance. I mean, to be a public policy person, to be a leader in a time like this, when you have to deal with what historically people have known, the way they have been conditioned and socialized, but you want to tip the scale, you want to shift the needle, and these are the people that are going to vote for you in 5 years' time or 4 years' time or whatever it is. But, the idea that we've actually created in our culture a sense of diminishing value on despite all, so Barbados will talk about a Rihanna, or if we will love a Gabby and a Griner, and we would celebrate Jackie Opel. But in the real world, in the boardrooms where money is changing hands, when you go to the bank and you need to open an account, it's not there yet. And I think maybe, I don't know what's in the Prime Minister's head, but I would be thinking that with these big conversations, that's a big part of it as well. So coming back to the one that kicked off today with the regional leaders, of course, Prime Minister Gonzalez, I think he's on a plane back to SVG now. But I don't know, I'm feeling a little sniffly, some pollen in the air, maybe outside. It's fine. The idea, I just lost my train of thought there, but I was going to refer to Prime Minister Gonzalez. I mean, he's out of earshot, so I wouldn't call him the grand old daddy of the Caribbean. But I mean, coming right through to someone who would have been younger in terms of when he was already a lecturer at the University of the West Indies here, in the Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Motley. So we have a cross-generational interface going on there, but in a way in which it is still centered on some of these big, not big, necessary conversations. I'm going to move away from the word big now, because big, oh, we're talking it big, and what are we doing after that? Necessary conversations. And I think that is what I appreciated very much. There were a lot of young people there. A lot of it because we're not teaching and having this kind of thing in the education system. Like if you're doing Caribbean studies, just to make a comeback to that, Caribbean studies, I think, doesn't start until you're in Form 4 or Form 5.
Right.
How are you going to do Caribbean studies when you reach Form 4 and Form 5? You're living in the Caribbean, you need to know the Caribbean.
Yeah.
How are you going to have a subject about Caribbean studies at Form 4 and Form 5?
And I think that's where the conversation about changing how we teach history
Not
starts
just history, everything.
early, everything.
Yeah.
But that, to me, was the foundation of it. That was a big part of how teaching was shared on whatever took place here, and the perspective that we got that was shared for many years. So again, that's why I say I feel like strides are being made, but I do agree with you when you said sometimes for these things to be incredibly impactful, it has to be more seismic, it has to be something major, and let's just do it, let's make it happen.
Brave, let me go through hard. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? It don't work, but a lot of what we have doesn't work. So we got to try something new. What is it that is contributing to youth disaffection, to youth violence, to poor performance, particularly among our young men in the region? We got to, it's not simply that you had to go to school and learn maths and English.
Right.
You know, but building good citizens.
If we're talking about that and looking at a civilization, because it's a from the ground up process, and what is really building a good and decent civilization. So how is it that some of us grow into decent human beings, and I say that in air quotes, and then other people are more challenged or maybe find their way a little later after several mistakes, maybe some they can turn around, some they can't. Where are we really falling down? Because the other part of the whole is that family has to take on a major responsibility. The guidance you get within the family setting has to be important as well, so that you kind of go in, yes, say our education system should be part and parcel of and helping you to keep it together, but family should be a big part of establishing that foundation for an individual.
We're going into a whole different. We're going into social work. You know,
but some of the conversations get uncomfortable. But again, they have to happen.
But you're right, because I mean, if I'm a single mother, I mean, with the best will in the world, I'm a single mother. I'm holding down 2 jobs or working as a security officer at minimum wage. You know, I get home, I'm tired, probably an absentee father, no support system. What is going to be happening? You know, I'm not saying that they're not exceptions, but when you look at a pattern, so when we have all of these inequities, when we have things that don't work, when we don't really think about the most vulnerable, not as a project where we have to go and start a charity and those things are all well and good, but we have to have a system, societal system and systems that really allow people to be their best.
Yeah.
You know, we don't know what's going to happen if these people don't even have the opportunity. You and I mean, and I didn't really, my family, we didn't have money. We were, I guess they were what we would call working class, or what is called working class. We were even considered middle class.
Right.
That was an aspiration. But you don't have the support system, you don't have the network, you're challenged with all these things. I mean, so again, coming back to the big conversation or to the necessary conversations, in order for us to deal with family and vulnerability and responsibility, all of those things, it's not that, as I said, you know, in my view, it's any number of things that we have to be looking at, you know. But I think the idea, I want to come back to this Carifesta and the idea of the big conversations. I heard the Secretary General, you can tell I'm tired, the Secretary General saying, She hopes that this becomes an integral part of future Carifestas.
Yeah.
That's one.
Yes.
And that's really important. The second thing that has happened with Carifesta 15 and this country hosting is what I call, I mean, maybe it has just been dubbed that because it came from her, the Prime Minister's Carifesta student Jamboree. That thing came together so fast with a lot of hard work. Dr. Nigel Taylor, who is the ombudsman here in Barbados, was given the Herculean task of readying the country to host. Her initial thing is, I want 1,000 students to come here. Of course, just before school close, So just before school close, I mean, your line, the line is through the Ministry of Education, right? So you could think about it, just going to go to school close. And we know how bureaucracy works. Even with very good people in the system, I need to get something to somebody. I had to go to who, had to go to who before, and nobody could step out the line, or at least I don't think they can. So it actually didn't really start, we didn't start with mobilization until after school had closed. Let me tell you something. At one point, we thought, I remember Dr. Taylor saying to me one night, Josanne, I don't know about you. We mightn't get 1,000 students, we mightn't get 500 students, but if we get 50 students, we're doing it. And I love that.
I love it too.
Because it's a start.
Yeah.
He said, if we get 50 students, we're doing it. And so the whole idea was the Ministry of Education was to identify a number of schools, because everybody kind of had this expression on their face like, for real, the Prime Minister, for real, 1,000 students to come and we have to find schools. So they did an audit of schools because it'd be like if you're going to camp. And so in 3 weeks, I would say, or a little over, it was when school closed. Whenever school closed, we still like a week and a half after that, we're having meetings around the region. Man, when I tell you, we push.
Yes.
We push. Then public servants, must be vexed. It's school time and we call it now.
They still made it happen. So kudos.
No, but I have to give kudos to the team here. And then because it's Carifesta, and PM made a direct appeal to her counterpart heads, right? So we leverage that, it at that level. So you say, it's on the desk of the Prime Minister, it's on the desk of the President, and then they get and they call somebody. But the net effect of it was that there are 200 and something odd students. I'll tell you something else. I was talking to Andrew Tyndall, who is with the Guyana delegation. He came in the other morning, talked to him real late in the night, and poor fellow, he was on the set here the next morning. But he said, well, we didn't really hear about this in Guyana, but here's what. Part of my contingent, or our contingent from Guyana, is of that particular age. Can we, he didn't use the words insert, but can we make them a part of the student jamboree because of the age, right?
It makes sense.
And so, of course, shut off the communication to Dr. Taylor, and not a problem. After that now is another phone call that because they're aware now and that who's coming, they made an effort to include a further contingent, which would have been, for all intents and purposes, the formal response to Prime Minister's invitation through Minister Chad Blackman. So they ended up yesterday or day before yesterday putting a number of other students on the airplane with them, getting them on the airplane, and so they've come in. Yeah. Cayman did the same thing. Jamaica did the same thing. So we talked about the big conversations and hoping that this becomes an integral part of Carifesta, but those big conversations and necessary conversations take place in between and then culminate in Carifesta. But I think this thing of the students is
special.
Absolutely special.
I said that to Tisha earlier
Special.
today. It's going to create such a wonderful memory and experience for those students who have the opportunity to be here in Barbados for Carifesta 15. And even if all of them don't realize fully
what
the
it
value
is.
of it.
Because
They will
nobody has
later.
sensitized
Yeah.
them to it.
They
Back to
will.
our point. They're coming to Carifesta. There are people in Barbados, the taxi drivers, immigration officers, all over the Caribbean. You ask them about Carifesta, they don't know what you're talking about, right? So I wouldn't be hard on our students, but what this is a moment.
It is.
They're part of a particular moment in history, and it is something that hopefully they won't forget. The question is, what happens after? But they're here. Now, you can imagine 200 of them down on Golden Square this morning, eh? Every man jack was there, sitting in the hot sun with a little bit of shelter. Maybe a lot of it is not even something that they've heard or they understand because, again, the conversations aren't taking place. But the whole Vinci delegation saying on any hot sun saying they may want to go nowhere until they could get a photograph with the Prime Minister. I mean, that
Look
was
at that.
precious.
That is
precious.
And I think it is all a wonderful part of what makes it an experience, and life should be experiential. We should have these moments where we can say, well, I remember when I was there, I was a part of that. People who are in that or who were a part of the opening ceremony, this has been recorded. So later on in life, they have an opportunity, the young ones, they have an opportunity to look back and say, I was there, and we too are again happy to be a part of being able to share it across the region so that people who couldn't be here to have that direct and first-hand experience still have a chance to feel a part of it. But there is so much that is going on. And like you said, that first big conversation truly was special.
It really,
and
it set a
meaningful.
tone.
It really
set
did.
a tone. I think everybody can take cues from it. You can come out. It can go in so many different directions. So I think that was really good. The student jamboree, and I think the other significant thing again that we should feel immensely proud of, and again bringing up the rear. I worked directly with the Surinamese Office of the President in 2013, and again went in too late. But my thing was, why isn't this happening simultaneously using media? And now we have more platforms, if nowhere else across the region. And so again, the Prime Minister wrote to every single head and said, brother or comrade or whatever it is, how she addresses them as Prime Minister, I am, as the host country, asking you to work with us to use particularly your state assets and other media properties to amplify and to engage the people of the region by, we always say in Barbados, I mean, I don't know. I bet
tutus?
No. In tutus is what we say in Trinidad. No, when you say God blimey.
Oh, we don't say that on TV.
Oh, we don't. Well, that's what I mean.
No,
well, I mean, God.
Okay, yeah, I get you.
No, but I mean, is it a bad word?
Yeah, kind of. It's
really?
It's like a swear.
Is
it's
it?
like a swear, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, my apologies.
But yeah.
But I find it so poetic.
Yeah, you found it poetic. See, so that is what some people would call a Bajanism, and so
it's a Bajanism, but it is a bad one.
It is in the bracket with.
Okay, give me.
Because typically people say it if they're upset, if they're angry, or.
But we there's another conversation, but we use a lot of expressions that are multi-purpose in the region, because you could say, but Woody.
Yeah, those are.
No, I don't, or you can say, what, is the intonation, right? Now, I have heard Bajans use, well, I'm not going to say it again before I get in trouble, right?
No, don't say it again.
Look at how Cassandra looking scared.
No, I'm not scared. I know you know what to do. So, but
yeah.
You see, there are some things like.
But then again, expression.
The only one we could get away. So I'll give you this one as an example that means different things with intonation. Cheese on bread.
Cheese on bread,
yes.
like.
And that one's okay to say in this space, right?
Cheese on bread.
So I could say cheese on bread, and I am disappointed. I could say cheese on bread, like I love this,
right?
Cheese on bread is so cheese on bread. I am stressed.
Yeah.
right? So that one can change the others.
No, well, you know when I go off here now, I go in and get the whole background.
We can give you a whole background off air, yes. It will be a very interesting discourse.
It's so... It's so colorful, and again, you know, it's our dialect. So if you can't say it, whatever, anyway.
Yeah.
But even that, our language, you know what I mean. This, I mean, outside of being outright obscene.
Yes.
You know, the words I hear on CNN and BBC, and so you would not have heard that before. They would not say. All right, I ain't gonna say it, right? Because
Don't say it, yeah.
No, but you know what I'm
Yes.
saying, right? Things that we say, no, you don't say it like that, or you don't say that. It's par for the course because it's expression. But anyway, so all right, but you know all the idioms that we have. Oh, but I was about to say.
But you see, this is a Carifesta conversation struggling to happen, fighting to happen.
Oh, and the other point. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you carry on.
The other point that I want to make, because I ain't gonna quote the source, being the good if I put on my broadcast media hat, we're having this sidebar conversation. And I thought to myself, no, well, somebody needs to say something to Prime Minister Motley so she could put it in somebody's ear coming out of this Carifesta. And that is that we do not have a line item in CARICOM that deals with Carifesta. In other words, when the planning is taking place and budgetary allocations and those, Carifesta isn't there. And so when you consider that a host country has to take this on, and most times it doesn't really come into effect until maybe the year and months before the actual Carifesta. That's crazy. From the time this Carifesta is done, there's an interim festival directorate, but there really should be a small professional unit, and that unit begins the planning so that by the time the bidding process takes place, if it's a bid, or if it's when they get together and they talk and say, boy, me I no money, but all right, I'm going to take it this time because that has happened before. I remember when we had it in, not 2019, but I think the one before, I think it was meant to be Antigua and Barbuda, I'm not sure. But whatever it was, that the country that it was handed over to from Barbados, I think, was not in a position
to handle.
No. If if this is, as the founding fathers have, and I would say founding fathers and mothers now, have determined, and we have seen the possibilities, some more than others, why is it had to be some kind of little bastard child? Why it is going to be some little picnic that, you know, your little country bumpkin cousin, and you only, when they come to town, you're putting them in a nice dress or something, and giving them some good hand-me-downs? No. Carifesta is about us. In the Carifesta period, we talk about how important it is. Everybody goes off on it. And then when the curtain comes down on August 31st, it's not until host country from whenever is... I mean, I don't even know who the next country is going to be. It was rumored to be Jamaica, I'm not sure. But whoever, my point is, if we're serious, to our point, if we're serious about culture, if we're serious about creatives as part of the economy, and not just saying the creative economy, part of the economy in which you have financial services, in which you have manufacturing, in which you have agri-processing, in which you have oil and gas, and it's not like a separate little economy you're going and have somewhere. It's part of how we want to transform. It's part of how we want to create opportunities, economic and social mobility.
It should be a part
of
the bigger plan.
You know, not this kind of put it in a little corner and call it something, and then you pull it out and you talk about it in a conference, and you write plenty papers and you talk. No.
If you had to, Josanne, explain to, say, someone who hadn't heard about Carifesta before, if you had to say to them in a nutshell the significance of this event, Carifesta, how would you describe it to that person?
I don't know. I mean, I don't have a soundbite, unfortunately. Carifesta, to someone, to begin with, if you're in the Caribbean and we don't know about Carifesta, it comes back to our point as a real problem or as a real issue. But Carifesta as an event, is where we put on our finest, is where we create opportunity for the people who are in our artisans, our creatives, and the whole ecosystem around them, to shine the spotlight, to share, and to experience each other's cultures, which are so similar, but yet are so distinctive. You know what the similarities are, but you see the distinctiveness or the uniqueness when everything is on show.
I shared that with Tisha earlier as I reflected on a lot of my travel around the region. Yeah.
And for us to think that it is it is a festival, and our young people go to Coachella, they go to burning something in the desert in America. Then as countries, we know about the Edinburgh Festival, which is a multidisciplinary festival. Then there are the biennales and all manner of music conferences, South by Southwest. There are all kinds of things out there. This is what Carifesta is for us, and actually it needs to be more than 10 days. But it really is an opportunity for us to continue the experiment, to continue the celebration, to continue the interrogation of who we are as Caribbean people and what we should come to know. And it's so wonderful when you think, I mean, I'm talking to somebody in a hotel and they don't know while I'm being held captive because I want to go and see my doctor in clinic for my eye or my foot or whatever it is, that you have me captive there for that period of time, and I can see something and hear something that is of me, if even it's old footage. And one thing I want to plug, 4 years, the CBU this year honored Bruce Paddington and Christopher Laird, Colin was his dad, architect. And Christopher and Bruce were pioneers of Banyan Productions. An immense catalog, all kinds of programs. And then that spawned Gael. I was joking to somebody in the CBU room, working for Gael for $50, 50 TT dollars, divide that by whatever, and this is in the 80s, $50, because it was the only gig in town that was really about us. I mean, I shouldn't say that, because TTT had a lot of local content, but it was still a lot of what came in from outside. And Gael, Banyan Gael TV was the experiment that we could have 24/7, I mean, to use
reflecting
the vernacular,
us.
Our content.
Yes.
And so he was honored, he was inducted into the Hall of Fame. But you know what happened? He's struggling. I ain't getting into the backstory. The Prime Minister announced yesterday at the opening of Carifesta that Barbados has acquired the entire Banyan catalog. Listen, I know it have video in there with me talking to Run DMC, round the pool by the Hilton, and Brothers Johnson, and I think Nina Simone. I mean, and I was the later crowd.
First of all, I think it is important impressive that they have that catalog.
And it's digitized.
That is beautiful.
A labor of love. It's been digitized by Christopher Laird, and this country has taken up the mantle because it's not about Barbados. It is about the region.
And being able to keep sharing our stories.
Oh man. And because of this whole big project that you all have going on here in Barbados now, which is the digitization of so many of records, the road project with that big dome down on by
Newton.
Is it by Newton? I don't know. Not the. All I know is I could describe it as a dome.
It's an archival space.
And it's
That's
going to
Newton.
be it's temperature controlled and all like that. And Sharida
Which is
Granum,
important for the files.
Yeah, and so Sharida Granum and a whole bunch of other people, and I think that was under Jonathan Reed before he became before he was moved into the Senate. But it is amazing because even for this Carifesta, I was privy to exchanges where we asking people outside of the region to allow us to have access to Carifesta content, and they're charging you for it.
Wow.
And I know it has happened in Trinidad where you want images of a particular era and time or whatever it is, and you have to go to the BBC, and it is X number of pounds per second. Now that is when we get into another conversation about where the monetary and other values are in the creative sector. But that's a whole completely other conversation.
Oh my goodness, a whole other conversation.
Yeah.
But this in itself is just showing, again, all the areas that present opportunities for us to keep developing the space, the creative space as well. So I see so many opportunities for jobs, for careers that can be lucrative. If we see a concern, that is part of finding the solution as far as I'm concerned. We need to start encouraging our youth to gear their focus of study, yes, where they have talents, and also where there is need. That is something.
And that's
I
what
think
education is, you know. That's the experience. I mean, how many times you haven't heard somebody say, I went into university to do medicine, and by year 2 I decided, I'm going to do. I have a very good friend who worked for the Cannes Film Festival for 20-something odd years. His first discipline was psychology. But he just, whatever it was, he was like, his creative thinking, and he just decided to chuck it, and he became a videographer because he just had a great photography eye. He has 1,000,001 guitars, but it was like a hobby. He made his living, sent his boys to university, built a home in the south of France, all them kind of thing by being a top-notch videographer.
Yeah.
And a production company.
And that's why I know that there is so much room for opportunities and making a great life for yourself in the creative space. But again, we have to treat it with respect so that comes and put all the things in place that you need to, and let technology be our friend, because it really has improved, I think, the work process when used responsibly and used the right way. There is definitely a lot of help as we move forward. The second big conversation, though, Josanne, there was a lot of talk about sustainability and our space. And one of the points that came up during the course of that second conversation, the one that took place at Copacabana, there was talk about as we celebrate our culture, for example, the costumes, the one-use concerns. They were talking about, having your water bottle that you take with you versus the one that is going to create more of a problem. And sometimes people don't think about that, but we have to think of it from all angles. One lady was discussing the fact that the costumes that she was showcasing were very much costumes that travel the world with her. So there's not that concern of one use. It's a sustainable
It's not disposable mass.
Correct.
Yeah.
So again, there's so many angles to be thought of. There's so many angles that we have to think of if we're looking to do this whole thing the right way and look at sustainable, because after all, we're still considered, SIDS, small island developing states, and we are in a vulnerable situation in many instances when we think environment. So we have to do our part. While we celebrate, while we create, we have to make sure we think of, well, where is this going when we're done with it?
Well, you know, the whole area of research and development, for example. So again, how do you make the connection back to what may be considered more quote-unquote academic? Somebody is a designer. We had a designer on the program the other morning from Belize. And I was absolutely amazed because he's doing haute couture, but he's basically, they're using the materials, and he described, it's a plant that begins with a J. So, but it's very labor intensive. They're using coconuts, they're using beads that they find in the Amazonian thing. And you see, again, the Caribbean, we have a plethora of festivals, carnivals, beads, feathers, baubles, all kind of plastic, whatever. Well, all of that is now a major concern. And so it's become fashionable to talk about sustainable fashion. It's, you know, and I just hope, for me it's an important conversation. I just hope that it just don't become one of these things where we talk these things, but in reality, if we're going to do it differently, what would that entail?
Yeah.
Right? So for years and years and years, there were people working with women, tribes in South America and in Africa, and I'm sure in India as well, where the fabric dyes were being made from the plants and whatever it is. Now, one would talk about mechanization and industrialization, but when you think about groups of people who could basically be who are the engine room, because it's their traditions, the way that they may boil the plant. You know, it's like how the Amerindians extract the casreep from the bitter cassava, those kinds of things. So again, if we don't have the public policy and then the education, it then becomes prohibitive for people to even want to do the right thing, you know, in terms of the inputs for what they require. For the manufacturers, they want to make cushions, right? So we have nice fancy Carifesta cushion here. We don't really know, you know, where the fabric is coming from, how much dye, this, that, and the other. So these are very real things, and there's a lot of good work going on that we can look at. But again, if we don't put it at the center of our national planning and conversations in the public service, or in those spheres where public policy, you tell somebody about go and get a particular piece of material that costs 10 times more than the cheapest thing.
It's just not feasible.
Not feasible, they ain't gonna do it because they're not gonna see themselves being able to make the money.
Correct.
Right? So we have this balance to strike, but we need education. We need education. Or somebody's alarm is going off. So we need the education, but we also need the actions from the powers that be, wherever they are, to be able to enable that.
Absolutely,
you know?
Absolutely. I just want to remind you that as Josanne and I are here having this conversation, there are some other conversations happening from the poetic side on the beach, on the South Coast. Salty tongues, that means saltwater tongues. That's happening.
And there's some fashion going on
as
well.
Yes, in the city. The first session happened at 1 o'clock this afternoon, and there is another fashion show taking place from 6 p.m. in Broad Street, Bridgetown this evening. And of course the saltwater tongues presentation, that would have started around 4 o'clock, and that is due to continue until 7. It's a bonfire setting.
And the exact location again, I've seen so many events.
I think that is on Bay Street, but I will certainly...
Yes, that's it, Bay Street. And then for those who were lucky enough to get tickets, I think this evening may be the first performance of the Alvin Ailey 2 at Frank Collymore.
And listen
I
to
think
me.
it's, I don't want to say, but I think it is because we keep getting these updates.
Yes.
But I believe that the first performance, because Alvin Ailey 2 is doing 2 performances, one is a repeat already. So there's a performance at 4 and a later one in the evening.
Yes.
And that's at the Frank Collymore. But I mean, it's just, for those of you who have tickets, well, say,
I was
thank
going to
God you're getting
say,
tickets because you can't go nowhere and get no tickets. You know?
Can't. Browns Beach, to be exact, on Bay Street for Saltwater Tongues. We came by sea, bonfire jam. Feel the rhythm of the Caribbean. It's an evening of music, poetry, dance, and it's stories by the fire. So you can take your voice, take your drum, your vibe. So just good energy and be a part of lighting up the night. That sounds like it is going to be a special experience.
Right. So then those who got their tickets going to go to Frank Collymore.
Yes.
And then I don't know if this one is a public one, so I don't know if I should say it. When I say a public one, I know that there's a Back in Times.
Oh, I saw
a Back in Times at the Lara Court tonight.
I saw that, but I suppose if you have a ticket or if you're invited, you are aware. All the other spaces, I think certainly this is Bermuda Night is tonight, and that's back at Golden Square in the city.
Let me tell you all something, you got to go and you want something to do if you're not inclined to go to Bay Street and
Saltwater Tongues,
and you don't have the ticket for Alvin Ailey. Bermuda Night is on tonight at Golden Square.
That's right.
They're going to have their gombe dancers. It's just amazing. You see, and we were talking about CARICOM. So Bermuda is an associate member of CARICOM, but we don't think about Bermuda. It's still an overseas dependency of the UK.
Kind of align it with the US, yeah.
No, the UK.
With the UK.
It's the UK,
yes.
yeah. But Bermuda night. So you want something to do tonight, Saturday night, and you don't have your ticket for Alvin Ailey, and you're not inclined to go to the beach, go to Golden Square, take the family, take your friend, take your girlfriend, take your boyfriend, and go and enjoy. Take yourself and go and enjoy Bermuda Night at Golden Square, which starts at 7 o'clock this evening.
Yes.
There was a nice graphic that they managed to rustle up to. I don't know if we have it, but yeah.
Hopefully we'll get to share it with you, and not to mix things up, but then tomorrow there is the Holy Train, a sunrise experience featuring Jonathan Butler. That's from 6 a.m. That's happening from 6 a.m. to 9 tomorrow morning. Again, that is free, and that is going to be taking place at Waterford as well. It's a multi-faith celebration of spirit, music, and
it's going to run
culture
for a couple of hours, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
It starts at what time?
It starts at 6,
and
so about 3 hours.
About 3 hours.
Yeah,
correct.
there you go. Holy Train. And if you're looking for a traditional and slightly different way to start your Sunday, this would be it. 6 a.m. sounds nice. Have breakfast somewhere in the space, and just ease into your Sunday and take it all in, because this is life. This is happening now. You are here. Be a part of whatever you can be. No fuss. Whatever you can't be a part of, live and direct, we are sharing as much of it with you. And what we can't share with you live, we might very well be able to share with you in post at a later date. But we want you to be able to take in as much as possible that you can. We talked about the super concert. That was so incredible earlier.
Yeah, well,
so
I actually
what a
had to put matchsticks in my eye last night. People were laughing at me because I found something backstage, a couch that was not the most comfortable, but I was so exhausted, but I was determined that I wanted to see Burning Flame because it was the one performance. And when we got there, Tisha and Ayana and her daughter Alicia, when we got there, when they came on, I thought, but wait, this is George Clinton, because I hadn't seen them on stage forever. Man, these geezers, if you see them,
they had a time. They had a time, costumes and all.
Listen to me, the big long blonde wig on the bass guitarist, I'll remember his name just now. And then the lead and the keyboards with he looked like the kind of the wig like a James Brown would wear, right? And I just felt like this is so funky, these guys and still singing in the
range.
The range.
Yes.
That shocked me because I haven't seen Burning Flame perform live for like forever.
Yeah.
That's why I tell you, I went with my matchsticks. I already couldn't keep my eyes open, but I
can't miss it.
no,
Having your
I had to
hair,
go
you
see
might
Burning
as
Flame.
well.
And then, you know, this is just me. I was saying to Nicholas Branco, oh, by the way, by the
This should
way,
be good.
Cassandra, I didn't see the whole performance, but that band of musicians that pulled together by Nicholas, phenomenal.
Always.
Phenomenal.
Always.
I
That
mean,
is the
Nick-
standard at which
I
Nicholas
know,
operates,
Nick,
period.
but what he was explaining to me after was that
Yeah.
some of them didn't even get in here until
Yeah.
Thursday.
But when you're
This
at
is
that
last
level,
night was Friday.
yes.
No, last night was what?
Last night was Friday.
Thursday.
Yeah.
Friday rehearsal. Friday performance.
Yes.
You see, good Wednesday falling on Ash Wednesday in my head because there's just so much going on and long hours. Listen to me. I could have just sat down on that corner, that stage, and I was in heaven. It was such great musicianship. And then it's the assembly, and of course, you know, I make no apologies for really shouting out Leston Paul, who is such a phenomenal producer over decades. I mean, really like a grandmaster, and he's worked with them all, and he was on keyboards. And when he went into I think it was Pan in A minor or one of them. It was one of them Kitchener tunes.
Oh wow.
And then they did a medley on other songs, but the band was tight.
Phenomenal.
And unlike what happened with other bands, and as when you know you got cheese on bread, and then you got something else.
Cheese on bread.
No, but really cheese on bread.
Yeah, remember you can use them in different ways.
Okay, well, I want to use real cheese on bread with Nicholas Banker and the All Star Band last night.
Julian Rogers, who co-hosted the opening with you, he said they were just super musicians. Yeah.
And the thing is, in the live, the sound was one could hear the music sometimes, and that's too when musicians really have respect for each other, because sometimes when they jam in and thing, you might find the drummer already want to drum out everybody else, but it was such a lovely vibe. And Nicholas Branco, Dudu, I really love you. You know that.
You gotta say that again. What did you say it again, Josanne?
I said
Don't forget the Dudu part.
Nicholas Branco, Dudu, I really love you, and you know that. And not only that,
she's not alone. You're not alone, you know.
No, wait, no. I get a little wink and from on the stage last night.
You kidding me?
I was right underneath there, took a little clip, and as you know, I know I didn't even know if he would see.
About when we can sit here and chat in this way, where we are so impressed by our people, that in itself says so much about what we have to call our own in the region.
Well, Mrs. Branco, I'll tell you something, your husband looking very fine. I said to him, he's aging backwards.
Yeah, I've had a lot of conversations with Nicholas Branco, and he works hard. He works hard. He's very serious about his musicianship.
Of course.
And when it comes to his health, he also pays very close attention.
He looks fantastic.
So he pays attention to his health. He exercises.
Yeah.
And he has a favorite pastime, road tennis. So
he plays road tennis?
He plays road tennis. Yes. And he runs. He rides.
What? Now I had to come and spend more time in Barbados and be inspired by Nick Man.
Nicholas really does. He goes all out to ensure that he's on top of his health and the music. And when it comes to pulling the musicians together, he makes sure that he calls on musicians who also are as passionate about the music as he is. So you don't ever find problems. They understand each other, and you know, when they come together, the jam and the vibe is
and that
real.
whole thing with the live brass, you know, and Romaro Graves and so on,
Yes.
and others. There was what's his name from Trinidad. But my point is, we went through this phase where we had the big bands and live music and a lot of whatever, and then we went into all the auto-tune, and now we're going into AI. But you know what? It's going to still come down to what is in here.
Yeah.
No but could create what Nicholas doing. I don't
Absolutely.
care what Julian Rogers says.
No, I'm with you. That's
Julian,
why
I don't care what you say.
It's always going to be special.
Yeah.
It's always going to be special. I just want to interject here and say that again, as we've been talking about the events that have been happening during the course of today, and we just shared with you what you can experience tomorrow morning from 6 a.m. with the Holy Train. But also tonight, the Richard Stout Youth Showcase is taking place from 8 p.m. Yes, that's happening. Also free admission. So that is an opportunity for you to head to the Richard Stout Amphitheater at the National Botanical Gardens and experience that. It's Richard Stout Youth Showcase tonight from 8 p.m. at the Richard Stout Amphitheater at the National Botanical Gardens. So just go and take in what you can. Whatever it is you are feeling drawn to, you have an opportunity to
We have
enjoy.
options, as
yes,
they say.
options.
We got options.
In all kinds of spaces. We got poetry on the beach by the bonfire with some performances there. And you can possibly go and, you know,
Take a bit
share.
of both.
Yes.
You know, we have something in Trinidad around Panorama called pan crawl. Well, you could do an event crawl or a Carifesta crawl.
So pan crawl is like when you head to different pan yards?
Yeah, because they started judging in the pan yards. So what would happen is that a whole big event now has emerged out of it.
Nice.
So like with this, you could take in some of saltwater
tongues.
Saltwater tongues. And then you could scoot up because you're by Bay Street, scoot up by the Bermuda, whatever it is. And if you're real youth, one could do more than one event.
Yeah,
it's
take
a lot
in a
though.
little bit of everything, because this one, saltwater tongues, that is
Going to be finished like around
7.
Yeah.
So the other things, I believe, begin around 8. And then
well,
if you're
except Bermuda night, which is
correct,
at 7.
Which is at 7. So say you go to Fashion in Bridgetown on Broad Street, you could then walk over to Golden Square and check out Bermuda night.
Yeah.
And so that is something to see and experience and feel and just get into the good energy that's all around Barbados for Carifesta 15. We have including today, 8 days of action for you to take in. So it'll all culminate next Sunday. So we are going to do our best to share as much of it with you right here in Barbados and across the region. It's Carifesta 15, and we are sharing all the excitement with you. All right, Josanne. So again,
you come back to me. I thought we done.
I thought that we were sharing a little something there, but again, there is a lot happening, and we have had some great discourse, and I'm looking forward to what is happening next.
Well, I mean, all things being equal, we're going to just by maybe Monday, as far as I'm aware, but. This is live and things are fluid and things can happen. We're supposed to be moving house, no?
Yes.
Aren't we supposed to be going to the Grand Market?
To the Grand Market.
Where all the action is going to be?
So we may be coming to you from a different location at some point in time.
Yeah.
So we take it one day at a time. But however we take it, we're sharing whatever we're getting with you.
Yeah.
All the conversations, all the locations, and some of it, of course, you will see packaged. You will see some of it during our newscasts. You can check out the social media spaces at cbc.bb so that you can follow it.
And
Carifesta's got their official
Carifesta
website.
TV on YouTube.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're making sure
they can catch up with things as well. You know,
Yes.
things that they missed.
If you miss it, you can go back and you can view. So all of the excitement you hear us talking about with Burning Flames, you might just be able to find snippets on the Carifesta website. So just make sure you search for it. You know how to do it. If you want to find something, just do a little Google and you will definitely find what you need, and everything else will keep you informed on. Josanne, I mean, we've been sitting here, and I'm sure you said it already, but perhaps we should share with that person watching who may not be aware your role, because you have been an integral part of, sharing information. You are a big part of informing people across the region.
Well, I have a big fancy title, but I mean, I'm not one of these people wedded to titles. So I'm basically communications director. Okay. And working with the team here,
Yes.
who is on the ground, Jewel Ford, Jennifer Blackman, those folks. But really, for me, as I was explaining to someone down at Golden Square, people think about communications and they think about lights, camera, action, makeup. Communications is really too about relationships.
Yes.
It's about keeping people informed as best as one can. It's troubleshooting. It's being able to connect people as well so that they get the information that they require. But I think I have focused in the last couple of weeks. We really focused with my team, a small team. We focused on amplifying Carifesta in the region as the first area of business. I'm not in this thing about global when we're not looking about ourselves, you know what I mean? And so we put a lot of what a lot of what the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation has been looping and playing was, and I want to be truthful. I'm not one of these people who wants to say that everything is wine and roses. I think that this particular Carifesta, again, a positive, has brought to the fore, even with the delegations and the countries, how important it is for us to get information before, because a lot of it, it simply wasn't coming in terms of them knowing who's coming, negotiations, this, that, and the other. But beyond that, it's an opportunity to really profile the country. So every single one of them who are watching at CBC right now, we're making an extra special call to ensure that you have my email, you know what it is, that anything you can give us that tells the story of your country, a little feature on Antigua Barbuda, something that is of unique interest in Belize or whatever it is, just as they say, just dump it on us, because we have enough time, enough airtime to play these things. But to your question, that essentially is it. That's a lot of moving parts.
A lot. And it's a dynamic process. It's a dynamic process, but exciting nonetheless. What was it like for you, the opening ceremony, and having that opportunity to work with Julian Rogers again?
Who, Mrs. Saltfish? Well, Julian and I know each other for however many years throughout the region, right? So if Julian is Mr. Caribbean man, then I had to be Mrs. Caribbean woman. I'm unapologetically, people say Pan-African. I heard June Suma saying it this morning. I'm unapologetically Pan-Caribbean. So what was it like? I'm always up for anything that is about telling our stories, representing us in our way. It may not be anybody else's standard. It may not be anybody else's way of doing things. And it may even be what we want to do better, but can't for whatever reasons. But I'm always thrilled to be part of anything that is about us. I mean, it's just in my DNA.
Yeah, celebrating Caribbean life and Caribbean people, right?
It's in my DNA. I'm born with it.
Beautiful. I love that.
I'm born with it.
It has really been a pleasure, and on any of the opportunities I had to engage with you, or
including all the not the cuss words, but all of the inappropriate, you would say.
Always wonderful, Josanne. While I was employed here at the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation, we had an opportunity to meet then. Always
and I didn't
great
remember,
exchanges.
and I did say, mea culpa.
all great exchanges. Well, we're going to pause right here. You're watching the discussions here for Carifesta 15.
Carifesta. roots, Caribbean roots. Carifesta. Carifesta, Barbados. Carifesta.
That's what we're all about. Carifesta 15, it's 2025, and it's a beautiful time, as any time, to be in Barbados, but this makes it extra special as we are celebrating together. It's a melting pot of Caribbean culture and expression of that very culture. It's been wonderful spending the day with you. Before Josanne and I, we were having a wonderful chat, and then we shared with you a reflection of the Prime Minister, Honorable Mia Amor Motley's opening speech. She delivered the feature address at the opening of Carifesta 2025. I should say Carifesta 15. So that in itself was wonderful and signaled the start, set the tone for what we were about for this one.
And as I say, it was a good opening, put some good runs on the board, to use a cricket metaphor, and as we said earlier before, followed by that excellent big conversation this morning, which was pretty good. So the batting order, putting the opening runs on the board, the opening runs of the Carifesta 15 was just fantastic, setting the right tone, as you said. And also the big conversation today, and I'm sure that duties of state, but I'm sure she'll be in and amongst other things that are taking place during the next 8 days. Is it 9 days now?
Yeah, just about.
Yeah, just about.
Let's call it a week, over the next week.
Yeah.
But we have more snippets of the celebration, the conversations to share, and that's going to happen. So when you miss me, it just means that my tour for the day is up, but it's been wonderful spending part of my Saturday with you as we get into Carifesta 15. We're looking forward to taking you into the Grand Market, the village, and sharing all the excitement with you. So we look forward to that. But Josanne, all these little snippets that we're about to share should be really special.
Great, and well, I hope you get to take in some of what's happening tonight.
Absolutely, I'm going to try. If not tonight, something. I'm taking in as much as possible.
You can.
I think there may be some information coming to your phone. I don't have my mobile phone with me at this time, but some information should be coming your way very shortly.
Okay.
And again, another thing that's going to be happening is that Julian Rogers is going to join Josanne on set in a little while. You're sweet boy. Certainly, this is special to be able to sit and have these conversations as well. And lots of respect to you guys who are doing all that you continue to do for broadcasting across the region.
Well, thank you so much. I mean, I'm sure over the next week or so, oops, phone need to be on silent.
That's the information.
That's the information coming. Let me just see as the information is coming. Okay,
and that's
great.
fine. So again, we've been telling you, giving Josanne an opportunity to just take a look at that. We have been telling you about what you can enjoy during the course of the evening. So my watch is saying just after 5. So remember, 6 p.m. today, more fashion. If you missed the afternoon fashion on the catwalk in Bridgetown on Broad Street, you can catch the next session from 6 p.m. And after that, you can head over to Golden Square for Bermuda Night. So if you want to take that in, they're in close proximity. And then after that, you can head up to Bay Street. You know what I'm talking about. We've been telling you about all the excitement that's happening on the beach side there at Browns Beach. You have an opportunity to be a part of that salt water tongue. So take in as much as you can. Ready?
So, au revoir.
Au revoir. Au revoir. worry, like a friend of mine used to say. Thank you so much, though, Josanne. It's been a pleasure.
And these you tip out and Mr. Man Tipson.
Yes.
Enjoy the rest of the evening. I think we have some highlights.
Yes.
I think it might be the Parade of Nations or delegations, but
you're gonna see.
Yeah. See you tomorrow.
Thank you so much. See you tomorrow. And
okay,
see
love.
You tomorrow.
Bye bye.
Greetings, everyone. We're Helen Folk Dancers and Clara Light Groups. We are here from St. Lucia, and we want to invite you to participate with us in our performances at Carifesta. We do the European stream of our traditional dances and have been a group for the past 34 years. Many of our dances will look similar to some of our Caribbean dances because of the same root and same heritage, but we do have some of our uniqueness, particularly our Locomet, which is a dance that belongs only to St. Lucia. We hope to put on a good show for you, and we hope to enlighten you in some of our dances, and hopefully, who knows, you may be part of our workshop.
I'm Hensley Afishi Paul from PI, a member of the Caribbean Ballet Network, which was formed in 2016, that is in Martinique, St. Marie. I'm excited about taking part in Carifesta 15 this year in Barbados, and we have an exciting group, a drumming group. This is Lapo Cabrita, headed by Nigel, Jean and Jason. So we're hoping to do the ballet at Carifesta, and the dancers will be Shin and Ketra, and so do I. I will be doing the singing as well and some drumming. So we're very excited, especially my community PI, very excited also to represent the ballet at Carifesta 15. So we're hoping to have a very good performance there. So
see you at Carifesta 15 in Barbados.
Hi, my name is Vanessa Croft. I am a spoken word poet, writer, and educator from the beautiful island of Anguilla. This will be my third time at Carifesta. I've been to Carifesta in 2017 and 2019, both in Barbados and Trinidad. It was a fantastic experience. I loved connecting with other creatives. I've actually made some amazing connections with friends that I am still in contact with today, and I'm looking forward to seeing at this year's Carifesta. As a creative in the Caribbean, I think Carifesta is incredibly important, not only to connecting fellow creatives across the region, but to acting as a platform where we can legitimize the arts. As a writer myself and also a teacher, I think it's very important that we continue to push creative arts for children as alternative avenues for not just success monetary-wise, but also just expression and preservation of Caribbean culture.
Hey guys, my name is Viggy. I am the Groovy Monarch of Anguilla. Well, actually a two-time undefeated Groovy Monarch of Anguilla. I've been doing music now for 15 years and can't wait to see you guys at Carifesta. What I love most about what I do is the reaction I get from the crowd. It's a very, very distinct feeling when you transfer that energy onto the crowd and they can give you back that. And with Viggy music, it's a lot of that. It's a lot of energy, it's a lot of high vibes, and you can make sure to check out that same energy on Soca Night for Carifesta. Well, I've never been to Carifesta before, so I'm mostly looking forward to the networking, seeing the culture displayed, and just understanding exactly what Carifesta works, what it's exactly about, and being able to share a little bit of Viggy with the Carifesta stages.
Hello, Carifesta. I am Roxanne Webster, better known as Queen Roxy, hailing from the tranquil island of Anguilla, multi-crowned Calypso Monarch and several crowned Soca Monarch as well. We're definitely looking forward to coming to Barbados to stir it up for Carifesta 2025. You can look forward to new music, spicy and interesting soca that you will absolutely fall in love with. Carifesta is important to me because it's all about all Caribbean islands merging into one unit, networking with multi-talented people. I'm talking about my Calypso brothers, my Calypso sisters, singing stars, and of course, look out for Anguilla because we have a lot to offer.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Julian Rogers, and you are with CBC, the Caribbean's best connection for Carifesta. And we're here really to continue to share this celebration of the fine arts of the Caribbean. And when I say fine arts, I don't mean the fine arts that in normal conversation, but the finest of arts of the Caribbean culture. And wherever you are across the Caribbean or beyond the Caribbean, a special welcome to you. And of course, we get to continue the conversation that Cassandra extended with none other than Joseanne Leonard.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Rogers. It's so lovely to see you on the set.
Dear. How about Julian?
Okay.
Because Mr. Rogers just went through the door.
Oh, Rogers went through the door, and Julian is in the house. All right. Welcome,
Julian's in the house. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I got a little rest, I have to tell you that.
Yes, so the envy of some of us.
Listen to me. When you were talking about going to Burning Flames last night,
Yeah.
I said I would not even be remotely tempted.
Right.
You know why? The last time I saw Burning Flames was at the Lion's Den in Antigua. And they played from midnight until after 6 in the morning.
Well, no
The
such...
sun was up. So I know that I shouldn't even be tempted to be anywhere near a Burning Flames performance because it could end in the morning. When did it end?
Well, rumor has it.
You fell asleep.
Oh, no, boy, I was so embarrassed. I fall asleep in the people place backstage. Because, as you know, I said I just wanted to go to see them perform because I hadn't seen them perform in years. Their set, though, I saw in full. But you know, it was a bit of a... When the band came up, because I was talking with Nicholas Branca and they backstage, because I love a backstage.
Right.
I really
the best place to be, actually.
The best place to be, right? And then I realized that I heard the music, and I said, oh my God, they started. And of course, my boys looking at them, and I'm saying, but look, George Clinton and the funk.
You felt like the funk band? You're showing your age, girl.
No, but no. That had nothing to do with age, you know, Julian. That just happened to do with knowing music.
Yes, true.
Right?
True.
Okay. Because I have a granddaughter who's 26, and she knows about George Clinton, and she's played all them.
You shouldn't be tossing around numbers like that. I
Why?
mean, you know, after all. Yeah.
Anyway.
Let's not toss numbers
But
like that.
to your thing about Burning Flame, they did not perform. I mean, I saw the entire set.
Mm-hmm.
And the real race up swinging engine. I mean, my old bones couldn't keep up.
Your engine was not that young.
Yeah, my engine wasn't so revved up last night. I was so tired. but it was real pace. But I mean, it was lovely. The Antiguans came out in full. Antigua and Barbudans came out in full support, and they had their flags. And I mean. So one remind me of George Clinton and possibly the bass guitarist. I forget his name. You might remember.
So you got Onion and you had everybody in there.
And the guy from Queen, Brian May, who aged into his long curly hair, right? So him and his blondie.
Wig.
And lead on the keyboards, and so, but he reminded me of James Brown. When I look at, I said, "But wait, that looked like a James Brown wig boy," and you know, and the cape, but the cape was the Antigua Barbuda flag. You know, their usual trademark things.
I mean,
you know,
these guys are not just musicians; they're actors.
Yeah,
real
but
performers.
it was lovely, and of course, repping Antigua Barbuda, and as you know, as you've lived there. As you like to say, many years. No, but seriously, I mean, repping Antigua Barbuda, but also their longevity. And I remembered hearing the MC, I don't remember who the MC is now, but the MC was saying, before there was Skinny Fabulous, before there was this one, before there was Marshall, there was Burning Flames, and the crowd just went up, you know.
They have quite a history. Really, in terms of Antigua and Barbuda, but they are one of the bands that really put Antigua and Barbuda on the map in terms of bands like that. Yeah, as you know, of course, Antigua's had a long history in terms of music. You're talking about Hell's Gate Steel Orchestra, which is regarded as like almost the first steel band in the region. There's always a big contest
what is it,
between
60
Trinidad
years
and Tobago.
this year?
Yeah, 60 years.
60 years this year.
Between Trinidad and Tobago and Antigua as far as steel band is concerned. But Burning Flames are really part of that era where, well, I would say the second generation of bands of that type with 4 or 5 musicians. You know, we went through the Casanovas in Trinidad and so on. And
the Ron Berridges
the Ron Berridges would have been a full orchestra.
Yeah.
But you know, you got the Fantastics in Barbados and very small sides, like 4 or 5 musicians.
Like what you used to call combo size long time.
Yeah, the combos, right? The small combos. But Burning Flames has the reputation, I have to say, not only originality, but the energy. I mean, you talk about them working, I mean, speeding up worky. Yeah, well, if you ever go to one of their fetes, and Lions Den in Antigua was always one of the most popular of the locations, be prepared to be there for a long time. Be prepared to dance your parts. I mean, you know where bands will play a set and take a break? No. The bass player would keep playing, and the other guys would literally be taking a rest and coming back, and the music just keeps going and going and going and going. But it is the originality, though, that is so strong in terms of their music.
What blew me away last night, I wasn't prepared for it, as I said, because I haven't seen them perform in such a long time, and I didn't go YouTubing and the rest of it, was also the keys in which they're singing. They're still in those high-range keys, you know, and I'm thinking, my goodness, I mean, but
that's part of the trademark of the band.
I know, but to do that in a sustained manner, it's not like Paul McCartney coming out and he's doing, not band on him, but one of the original Beatles songs that has a high range up there, and you could hear the voice, the strain in the voice. That was pretty amazing for me last night. The pace, but of course it wasn't that kind of set, but it did go till 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm told, because by the time everybody else came on, performed, and I guess finishing with Marshall.
Somebody said to me as you drove off, does she realize that Burning Flames will start at midnight?
Yeah, boy, it was kind of late.
Did you catch? Who else did you catch while you were awake?
Why are you doing that, boy? While I was awake,
everybody heard you.
Well, I was telling Cassandra. I mean, I died and went to heaven. Oh, I could have died and gone to heaven last night after hearing Nick and the All-Star Band, Nicholas Branca.
I know you wax warm about Nicholas Branca.
You was listening?
Well, I definitely listening. I heard everything you said about Nicholas. I mean, it is. I happen to have known Nicholas from a very young musician, and been fortunate to be associated with another outstanding musician here, Lloyd Wilson Jr.
Wilson Jr.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I managed the Fantastics back in the 60s.
Oh, really? You did that?
I actually, I mean.
Oh, you have
I'm
done. You do thing?
Yeah. I mean, this was James Wilson, who now, of course, is a funeral director, and you've got Harold Lashley on bass, and you had Ronnie Cumberbatch on drums. You know, so it's time for us now to turn our attention to one more development here as we bring you Carifesta 15.
We gather as one, united Caribbean. We join hands in one big cultural explosion. To the heartbeat of the drum, our rhythm in the sun.
With pride and passion, time for celebration.
Let's show the world boundless creativity. Let's show the world
the beauty of our artistry.
Let's show our roots, Caribbean roots. Roots, Caribbean roots. Let's show our roots, Caribbean roots. Roots, Caribbean roots. Carifesta. Carifesta.
Barbados.
Carifesta. Carifesta.
My name is Christopher De Riggs. I'm the Artistic Director of Heritage Theatre Company of Grenada. I have been doing theatre since I was about 11 years at secondary school. I've had a very exciting life in theatre. It has actually meant everything to me. And currently, you know, we are celebrating with my theatre company about 35 years of doing theatre. We have been on stage thousands of times in 14 different countries. And we are what you call a repertory theatre company in the sense that our membership has remained steady. People travel, they come back, they go get married and come back and so on. So we're like a theatre family. So Carifesta is a very important meeting point for creatives in the region. And I've had the privilege of attending 3 previous Carifestas. In Cuba, with a delegation of more than 100 persons. In Barbados, we have attended Carifesta in Barbados. It was a great experience, and in Trinidad. So I've had the privilege of participating in 3 Carifestas. And with regard to Barbados, my theatre company has performed in Barbados at the Frank Collymore Hall. We did a performance just after Hurricane Ivan in Grenada. We did a production entitled Hurricane Ivan Rufus. And we have very pleasant memories of performing in Barbados, both in Carifesta and going there individually as Heritage Theatre Company of Grenada. So personally, I feel very connected to Barbados. Heritage Theatre Company of Grenada has a fraternal relationship with Pinelands Creative Workshop of Barbados, and this has been a relationship that has been in existence for more than 30 years. So it's a very close and very rewarding relationship. At a family level, I can tell you my grandfather was Barbadian. So I have a little Bajan in me, and so coming to Barbados for Carifesta is a kind of homecoming. On this occasion, I am pleased to be bringing to Carifesta a production entitled The Camohan Boat. The Camahorn boat is a multimedia play, a multimedia production. It carries a cast of 12. The story itself is about Grenada, the ship of state Grenada, represented by the boat, the Camahorn boat. It's a metaphor, an extended metaphor, or sometimes referred to as an allegory. And the ship of state Grenada is sailing into a future that is far away to a destination called New Horizons. And the journey involves passing through a city called Adversity. So it's a play on the word adversity. And in order to arrive at this desired destination, the passengers and crew go through a kind of trial. It's a kind of quest. And there are many perils that inhabit the area of the journey referred to as adversity. It is not all serious. In fact, the characters are very comedic, some of them. So we have some of our carnival characters like the Jab Jab and the Short Knee. We play very strongly on words. So there's a kind of double entendre, in the words that we use and so on. And there is movement, there is singing, and there's dialogue. So it is a very interesting visual picture that we are bringing. And it's an experience we hope will connect with a lot of our audiences. So I want to encourage as many people as possible to come to Carifesta. And those of you who are resident in Barbados to come and see what we as a Grenadian contingent are bringing. We have strong historical ties with Barbados, and we're looking to rekindle these historical ties. And we look forward to Carifesta 15 as a wonderful experience to celebrate our Caribbean.
Hello everyone, I am Dr. Christopher Roger Williams, and of course I am Grenadian, so you know what you're getting is a Grenadian love in Barbados. My area of focus is actually creative arts, the performing arts. I touch every aspect of it, but I love the drama, the dance, the music, that's my energy. And my background, basically, I've studied the creative arts, drama in education, specialized in acting and teaching of the arts throughout the Caribbean. So I also lectured in Grenada and in Jamaica, spreading the arts and arts education to a lot of persons throughout the Caribbean. So I have students from all over the Caribbean, yeah? And now I am coming to Barbados to share that love. In Grenada, our focus, of course, is looking at the Grand Market Night, where we're going to share the love of Grenada with you. And of course, when you hear the love of Grenada, you're talking about the journeys, the trials and the tribulations, and of course, the resilience that we bring to you in Barbados. So if you're not present for that Grand Market Night, as the creative director, you're going to be missing something from that ancestral touch that we're going to give to you. So you have to be there for the Grand Market Night. What we are giving is a journey with artists, creative artists, performers, who of course some are trained, very much trained in the arts, experience, and bringing to you that love where we can tell the story of Grenada in Barbados. Carifesta brings together all Caribbean people so that we can share on that journey from the day and its inception. The piece we are putting on is called Vomit, This Is We, and Vomit speaks of the story of Grenada, its journey. And that journey, as I said to you, is about resilience, notwithstanding the trials and the tribulations that we've been through. You have to see it to understand it. You have to experience it to interpret it. So if you're not present, you're going to be missing a lot of that energy. You have to be there for the Grand Market Night. You hear what I'm saying? You have to tell your friends, all the people in Barbados, and talk to Neil and them, the theater practitioners. They have to come to that night to ensure that you get the taste Grenada, you feel Grenada, you see Grenada, you smell Grenada, and you experience the emotions of Grenada while we walk through a nice and a peaceful journey in present time. Okay? Next thing you want to know is that the people we are giving you is not just persons who are sharing an energy, but they are sharing an experience of peace, love, and happiness. And if you want to feel happy after that, come to our part of this. I am also a recreational therapist, which means I use the arts as therapy. So you're going to be experiencing therapy, not just a performance. You're going to be experiencing the journey out of sadness into happiness. So our piece takes you on a rough journey, but it brings you out in the end peaceful.
My name is Kareed Clement and I'm a cultural and commercial storyteller. I have a passion for fashion. It started at a young age, so when I decided to go to university, I got into the London College of Fashion, and that's where I studied fashion promotion. So I was passionate about the business of fashion, about telling the stories about fashion. I moved to Grenada about 10 years ago. I'm a first generation Grenadian, and it's been an absolute passion for me to celebrate creative Grenadians across all fields. But I'm so proud to be the fashion lead for the Grenada delegation for Carifesta. That allows me to activate not just my passion for fashion and my passion for wearing Grenadian designs and Caribbean designers, but also finding ways to platform our Grenadian talent and showcase our unique characteristics, our unique skills, and our unique self-expression. So for Carifesta, I will be bringing around up to 15, possibly more, individual pieces from a wide range of Grenadian designers. Crochet design, jewelry design. We've got wearable arts. We've got a father and daughter team who paint on beautiful Grenadian art on their pieces. We have pieces that represent our culture, our heritage. Earrings that look like mango, earrings that look like some of our heritage sites. And I'm so excited to be representing our Grenadian designs and our Grenadian talent at Carifesta. I'm also looking forward to some of the panel discussions. Some of my favorite Caribbean designers are going to be speaking. I won't give it away, but you've got to be there. And I'm looking forward to also soaking up all of the amazing talent throughout the region in fashion, film, art, you name it. So I can't wait to be there. I hope you're going to be there. I'd love to meet you. If you see me representing my Grenadian fashion, I'm going to make sure I have a bold statement on my t-shirt. Please come up and say hi so that we can continue to collaborate and network throughout the Caribbean region.
I am an
is where the ships would dock with the enslaved Africans that were brought to Barbados. They would be put on lighters and brought ashore. That was a long time ago. We survived it then, and we will survive what is to come, because we are a resilient people. Yes? Good. This evening's presentation is a collection of... Who sent that flight about it? Me? Collection of art from dancers, poets, musicians from across our region. And I want you to cheer them on, to make them feel good. We had a kind of rocky start, but thanks to Bahamas for their singing. Thanks for the drummers who created a drum circle. Yes, thanks for the people who danced. And we are going to continue with Jab, Jab, Jab from St. Lucia. When you're no, but they're not.
child, this is the best feeling in the world.
Why, why? 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 Gira here! 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 Why, why? Why, why? Why, why?
Ladies and gentlemen, you can do better than that. Let's hear it for Jab from St. Lucia. Tell me the truth. Who was frightened? Raise your hand. Me too. Our next performer is from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And she is Miss Lafayette Johnson with People Does Move. Cheer for her.
Hey, what's... No, fix it. What's my clothes gonna... People just move. You don't see it, so? from the bays where coconut fall, carrying one bag and the dream and off they go. To cold places where people don't know them at all. We live in land with plenty love. Just not enough work to rise above, and granny crying by the old front step saying, take care, child, and don't forget. From London rain to New York street, looking for something to eat, working whole day, 2 jobs, maybe 3, just finding something to do, because each month you have to send home the little money, and each year a barrel or 2. I leave me granny spice, roast breadfruit, the beautiful sea, and coconut water that has cool me nice. But I carry me flag and me heart with pride, even when me tears them, I can't hide. I miss the rhythm, the rum shop lime. I miss steel pan at carnival time. And sometimes they don't understand me when I talk, so I just stay silent and walk. You see, migration it's hard. It does twist your soul. It does make your old face look old, your young face look old. But we are a people. We strong like Cain. We bend a little bit, but we hold the strain. And though far, I'm always near. In my lingo, with music, with Caribbean flair. And even when things get hard, I just remember the cool breeze. Feel it on my face. Hear it rustling through palm leaves and whistling trees. People just move, but they heart to stay someplace between now and yesterday. So wherever you land, just plant it well. And remember, carry your home inside yourself.
I could tell y'all something. I would like more noise. I would like more encouragement. I would like more appreciation. Miss Johnson, you hear that? Our next performers are from Trinidad and Tobago. Afia Ray, and she will be doing a spoken word piece called 660. Please welcome Afia Ray. Stop. So she's miking up. But I met Miss Ray this evening when I came here, and she became my friend. So when you get up here, you have to tell them that was my friend that introduced me. Afia Ray, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening, everybody. That was my friend that introduced me. Out in the middle of the sea, where giant waves had no hems, no frills, I stood on a ship's bow, imagined I had gills, closed my eyes, opened my arms wide, and salt spray stinging my cheeks I dived. 10 feet, the ocean took me lower and lower. I held on to my breath, kept my hands together. 30 feet, lungs compressing, I wanted to gasp, but I couldn't stop diving all the way to my past. 50 feet, and I heard the first scream from Zung, haunting, blood-curdling in accusation. 70 feet, and the Loisden choir wailed to me. 700 voices in symphony. 75 feet, 80, 85 feet, 90, my lungs compressing, my eardrums bleeding. I am trapped in a vortex of death and bleeding until 660 feet. 660 feet underwater. The sun couldn't reach me, but I could see that the sea was as black as ink, as black as my mermaid family. 660 feet underwater. I saw precious stones amid shipwreck bones. I saw colorful fish in the hull of ancestral skulls. I saw the memory of those who were dumped and those who chose to be free, who chose to be one with the sea, who chose to swim with sharks rather than be packed like sardines on a journey that would deny them their identity. 660 feet underwater, I saw ancestors mutilated and traded across islands as property. A deliberate strategy by those who would silence the voice of resistance calling for us to be free. I saw the sands holding evidence of the hypocrisy of a society that proposed to teach us civility while teaching us that our history carried nothing but savagery and brutality. In communion with my ancestors, I wanted to cry. I wanted to bring them back with me all year. I wanted to try, but they couldn't return. And I had to leave, the ocean returning me to the surface so that I could breathe. My ancestors asking but one thing of me, that I remember to tell the whole story. Today, when I pay respects to my ancestors, I go down to the sea and I kneel until they touch my knee. And it's not that I am rehashing the dead, but I honor their memory. Because if we don't do it, who's going to do it for we? Who will hold our memory when we see that today, truth, like our lives, is currency? Who will teach us what they endured so that we will be free? What we take for granted, and that reparations is justice, not charity. So today I pour libations, I pay respects, and I ask for grace. It is because of our ancestors we are even here in the first place. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was my friend from Trinidad and Tobago. And I want to encourage all of you, before you leave Barbados, make a friend. Make a friend. Make a friend. You hear me? Promise. That is what Carifesta is about. It's about making friends. I could leave here now and go anywhere throughout the Caribbean and get a couch by somebody's house. Yes? Because I have friends throughout the region. Make a friend. Our next performers are from Barbados. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dancing Africa, Her Story, Chapter 21. Welcome them. Be careful. That was Dancing Africa out of Barbados. We're going across to the island of Grenada. Isle of Spice. Nutmeg, hard spice. All the spice that you can think of. Welcome, Grenada. They have to set up their drum and piano and so forth and so on. I think this is where I'm supposed to ad-lib. and talk. Are you enjoying yourselves? I'm glad. I'm glad that you didn't let the late start and the rain dampen your spirits. So, welcome, Grenada.
That's it? I'll give her.
Go on. 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 Go on.
Close the door and don't look back. Close the door and don't look back.
And don't look back!
Close the door and don't look back.
Close the door and don't look back.
Keep walking, even in the dark.
Keep walking, even in the dark.
Take a step and leap into the deep.
Take a step and leap into the deep.
It's your time to grab hold.
It's your time to grab hold.
On every side there is a grip.
On every side there is a grip.
Hold, grab, squeeze, grind the pain and pressure.
Hold, grab, squeeze, grind the pain and pressure.
Close the door behind you, don't look back.
Close the door behind you, don't look back.
Don't look back, 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 don't look back.
New direction is not made but followed. Where are you going?
Don't look back, don't look back, don't look back, don't look back,
Float with the waves as hungry as they are.
don't look back, 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 don't look back. Keep walking, 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 don't look back. Keep walking,
Don't look back.
behind is too dark. Find light, find voice, the sea will crack. Find light, find voice, the sea will crack. Nobody, no grafting, release the ceiling.
Close the door behind you, don't look back.
Go on, 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 go on,
go on. Go on. And as a Caribbean people, what are we going to do? We're not stopping. We're not wasting time. We're making friends. I just made another friend. Anybody made any friends yet? Good. Good. Our next performers are coming from the land of many waters and some oil. Which country is that? Wait. The land of many waters and some oil. Guyana. To perform a piece, Arrival Day, and Here. Please welcome Guyana.
Let me tell you now, come, bring your ear. I did not arrive. I was born here. My ancestors embedded in this soil. One you declared no oil. Day and night they toil this land. Now you have the opportunity to stretch out your hand. But let me tell you now, come, bring your ear. I did not arrive. I was born here. A descendant of the first to shout. Hear me say it loud. Hear me say it proud. I am an Amerindian. And don't you try to cover my mouth. Furthermore, let me tell you now, come, bring your ear. I did not arrive. I was born here. Indigenous calling me. I am an Amerindian. And I was born here. I was born here. I was born here. Here, my skin is akin to the soil I stand in. Here, my heartbeat syncs with the bandwidth of vibrations created from the drums of my ancestors. Here, my feet connect with hollow grounds and send songs that resound in my brain. Here, pain numbs passion as disappointment dresses in high fashion. Here, ambition is rationed as colors, factions, and distractions parade themselves as actions. Here, oil runs like trains, and racism spreads like veins. Here, your dreams swim upstream like fishes moving in the wrong direction. Rejection is sin, and support is sin. Here comes the season where reason no longer reasons with wisdom, but rather sits with division and conspire. Here, your desire no longer burns, but rather your stomach churns with indignation at the realization of injustice. Here, your bank statement makes a greater statement than your integrity. Here, greed is impostered by capitalism. Here, charity sits on shelves and rot and the Grand Canyon is not big enough to metaphor the gap between the have and the have-nots. Here, economic fear permeates the atmosphere. What some make in a month, others struggles to make in a year. Here, some experience when pain, patrolling stomachs like bad traffic, while others splurge wantonly, fret and frolic. Here, a country, a nation ripe for prosperity, but we wait with bated breath for such reality. Here, 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 we live here. Thank you. Here, 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 here.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can do better than that. And to tell the truth, it is good to be here. Here! Let me hear you say, here. I want to welcome on 6 young ladies from the British Virgin Islands. They are dancers, and they are honoring our region, the Caribbean. Please welcome the BVI.